This story starts with the memory of that day. Countless eerie black monuments fell from the sky. They dropped through the clouds one after another, their shadows covering the city below. Strange glowing spheres and lightning-like energy swirled around them as they descended. Right after that, barriers were deployed. A massive purple beam shot upward from the middle of the city, twisting the sky like a vortex. People standing on the streets stopped and stared, watching the glowing tower rise in front of them. Monsters called disaster beasts broke through the barriers and invaded the human world. Among them appeared a giant dark figure, the demon of destruction, Ringa, standing tall with purple energy swirling behind him. Soon, countless terrifying beasts flooded the streets. Armored monsters, winged creatures, and huge clawed beasts rushed forward while people screamed and ran. Disaster struck instantly. A monstrous armored creature swung its arm, sending a man falling backward as he shouted for everyone to run. Nearby, his child cried and reached out, calling for his dad as his mother ran, while chaos erupted around them. Across the streets, different beasts attacked from all directions. A winged creature swooped down, a burrowing beast erupted from the ground, and blue-flamed monsters charged toward the fleeing civilians. Bodies fell on the road as the destruction spread, and the entire area was swallowed by panic. The armored monster rushed forward with blue flames bursting around its body. Its jaws opened wide as it roared, blue light flashing in its eyes. It shot a swirling vortex of blue flames toward a woman who ran away, holding a child tightly against her chest. The flames spread across the road as the monsters closed in. That woman was caught by the blue flames and threw her child ahead. The small boy reached out weakly while lying on the ground. The woman's voice trembled as she repeated the same word, telling her child, Itsuki, to run. The child looked at her with tear-filled eyes and called out for his mom. Just then, suddenly, someone shouted Itsuki's name again. A drop of sweat slid down a boy's face as the voice echoed. In the next moment, the scene returned to the present. A girl with pink hair turned around toward him. She asked what was wrong, saying he was spacing out. He stood among the lined-up students and answered quietly that it was nothing. Hearing that, she narrowed her eyes and leaned in slightly, asking him again if that was really true. Then, while he was crying, the boy, who was the same Itsuki from that day, stood still with tears running down from one eye. Before he could answer, another student suddenly wrapped an arm around his shoulder and spoke cheerfully. He said Itsuki must be sleepy since he was usually asleep at this time. But today there was suddenly a school-wide assembly. While they were talking, Itsuki pointed toward the stage and told his friends that the teacher there was dressed strangely. On stage, the teacher wearing some kind of armored helmet explained what happened after the disaster beasts appeared. Some humans gained the power to fight back, and they became known as Awakened. The armored man described how, 10 years ago, the largest disaster beast attack happened at the northern shore of the Blue River. Awakened from all over the world crossed the river to repel them in what became known as the River Crossing War. Though attacks had decreased since then, the number of descending monuments had started to rise again. A large-scale attack similar to that war was likely coming soon. Itsuki's classmate leaned in again and pointed at a man on the stage. He explained that the person was Izumi Nento, the commander-in-chief of the northern continent. He asked how Itsuki could be from the north and still not know him. Itsuki looked at Izumi Nento quietly. He said the name sounded familiar and admitted he once imagined a hunched old man with a long beard. But the person on stage looked stranger than he expected. Itsuki's classmate grinned and told him he understood. But despite the odd appearance, Izumi Nento was the first awakened. It was thanks to him that humanity knew about the monuments and the disaster beasts. Itsuki's friend spoke excitedly, saying that this man was the strongest awakened. He added that even Teiwajin, known as the Light of Humanity, was his student. The scene shifted back to the armored man as he explained that recent research showed even ordinary people who had not awakened yet had a chance of gaining power by touching a monument. Izumi Nento stood on the stage, his long cloak spreading like black flames. He told the students he had come to let them try to awaken. He urged them to devote themselves to the fight against the disaster beasts. Just as he said that, a glowing blue blade slashed across the stage as the monument burst open. Light shot outward, scattering fragments, while a guard in sunglasses stood nearby watching. Seeing this, the students reacted with loud excitement. One of them shouted in shock as a monument rose from the ground, wondering if it was magic. Another yelled that this was not the time to be surprised. They clenched their fists, saying it felt like a dream, praying to become awakened. In the crowd, Itsuki's friend grabbed his arm in excitement. He told Itsuki that they finally had a chance to become awakened. His eyes shined as he said the word finally. Saying that, he started walking toward the stage. Seeing this, Itsuki's friend grabbed his shoulder, shouting that he shouldn't be left behind. The pink-haired girl called out to them, telling Itsuki to get back in line properly. But Itsuki walked past her, and a red glow flashed across his eyes. The girl looked at him in shock as the light streaked through the air. A close-up showed Itsuki's expression changing. His eyes shined red with excitement as he said that the day had finally come. On stage, a student touched the large black monument, but nothing happened. A guard immediately called out that it was no good and told the next person to step forward. The students watching reacted nervously. One boy pointed out that the previous student had broken the school's athletic record in his first year. He said that if even someone like that couldn't awaken, then there was no way he could. The girl beside him replied that athletic ability probably wasn't related and that it was too early to give up. More students reached out to touch the monument one after another. The guard repeated the same word, next, as the line kept moving forward. The students crowded together anxiously. One boy with white hair nervously pointed out that not a single person had awakened yet. Others muttered in worry. A girl with short brown hair said she thought it would be easy. The boy beside her trembled, wondering if their entire school would be wiped out. The guard called out the next name loudly, Oishi Hikaru. Nearby, a group of students whispered their concerns. One girl said she didn't want him to awaken. Another explained that he was already a habitual bully, and if he gained powers, they would be in trouble. A boy suddenly pointed toward the monument and shouted that something was happening. Lightning erupted violently from the monument, blasting outward. Oishi Hikaru's body was lifted off the ground as crackling blue electricity surrounded him. The sudden burst drew everyone's attention. A glowing blue screen appeared beside him, showing his information as he grinned excitedly. He thought to himself that both Izumi Nento and the woman beside him would surely recognize him now. The screen displayed this: Oishi Hikaru, human, level 0, Job Elementalist, lightning gift, grade 2, undisclosed status, attack 3, agility 4, defense 2, magic 3, total 12 stat points. Watching from beside the monument, the blue-haired woman spoke softly. She told her father that they finally had one. She explained that level 0 stats usually totaled only 5, but this boy had reached 12. Her father, Izumi Nento, remained calm. The girl said it was still better than nothing. The school courtyard grew silent as Oishi Hikaru raised both arms triumphantly. Confetti sparkled around him while he grinned proudly. He muttered to himself, wondering if the old man Nento had anything to say to the first awakened student. But before he could boast further, someone grabbed his shoulder from behind. He turned sharply, surprised to see Itsuki stepping past him. Oishi spun toward Itsuki angrily, shouting at him. He demanded to know why Itsuki was touching him with dirty hands, yelling if he had a death wish. The watching students whispered among themselves. One girl asked who the boy was, noticing that he had cut the line. Another replied that it was Tenma Itsuki from class 5. Someone else muttered that he was finished. Once Oishi targeted someone, it was over. From above, the blue-haired woman and Commander Nento observed quietly. The woman narrowed her eyes and said she sensed incredibly intense emotions coming from that student. Itsuki stood before the towering monument, placing his hand on the stone. His eyes glowed red as dark memories flashed through him. He muttered that he refused to forget his hatred for the disaster beasts. He had burned the events of that day deep into his mind. Commander Nento stared forward as if sensing something unbelievable. Out on the awakening platform, a massive blue apparition rose behind Itsuki. The glowing figure towered over him, holding a sword and radiating overwhelming power. Itsuki stood calmly beneath it as blue light filled the air. The monument erupted with energy. A sharp, glowing structure formed above Itsuki, surrounded by swirling streams of light. The light expanded outward, wrapping around the entire area like a giant lotus blooming in the sky. The crowd below watched as the school grounds were covered in a glowing dome. Students stared upward, speechless. One boy pointed out that the pillar of light reached hundreds of meters into the sky. Another said it looked far more spectacular than Oishi's awakening. Two of Itsuki's classmates watched with excitement. Both of them smiled and cheered proudly, shouting that this was exactly what they expected from Itsuki. The blue-haired officer stared at the sky in shock. She said that this phenomenon only appeared when the rarest job, Order Breaker, was born. She placed a hand near her mouth, unable to hide her surprise. Even Commander Nento said he looked forward to seeing how capable the student would be. Seeing that, Oishi's expression twisted with frustration as he glared at the overwhelming light. Itsuki opened his eyes in confusion. Surrounded by shimmering blue energy, he wondered where he was and asked himself if he had awakened. Looking around, he found himself sitting cross-legged in the center of a massive glowing lotus made of light. Countless petals surrounded him, floating in a calm, otherworldly space. Suddenly, a blue system screen appeared before him. Itsuki stared at it in shock as it displayed Tenma Itsuki's stats. He was a human at level 0, which was fixed. His job was Order Breaker, Nirvana. His gift was Nirvana, a special grade. His level was fixed. His stats increased when acquiring skills. It removed all debuffs and fully healed injuries. Just then, another blue window appeared, showing his skill, Over Mimesis, which was Z rank. It analyzed enemy attacks and allowed the acquisition of counter skills. Then another screen showed Itsuki's stats. His were Attack 0, Agility 0, Defense 0, Magic 0, Total 0. Itsuki's face went pale as he stared at the results. His jaw dropped and he exclaimed silently that everything was at 0. But then 2 blue system windows appeared in front of Itsuki. The first announced that the Z rank skill Over Mimesis had been acquired. The second stated that the special grade gift Nirvana had activated, increasing all of his stats by 200. Another screen displayed the changes. Attack went from 0 to 200. Agility went from 0 to 200. Defense went from 0 to 200. Magic went from 0 to 200. Total went from 0 to 800 stat points. Seeing this, Itsuki's expression brightened. He looked at the glowing screen with excitement and said he understood. He realized that whenever he gained new skills through Over Mimesis, Nirvana would raise his stats. Even if he couldn't level up like others, he could still grow stronger in his own way. He clenched his fist and smiled confidently. He admitted he didn't know what level this power compared to, but he had no doubt he had become an awakened. With determination in his eyes, he declared that he would annihilate the disaster beasts. A massive burst of blue light exploded from the monument. Students around him shielded their faces and shouted that the light was too bright. Some grabbed their eyes in pain. Through the blinding radiance, Itsuki's silhouette stood tall within the monument's glow. Lightning and energy swirled around him in a powerful display. Oishi stared at the scene, trembling with disbelief. His face twisted as he shouted that such a thing was impossible. The blue-haired officer gasped as she looked at the glowing monitor. She covered her mouth in shock and said that these stats were unbelievable for a rookie awakened. Even Commander Nento admitted that it was hard to believe, but stated that Itsuki was undoubtedly among the strongest of all new awakened in history. Outside, Itsuki stepped out of the light, petals of blue energy swirling around him, watching his silhouette shine with power. Just one word left Commander Nento's mouth: the strongest. A system window displayed his public information: Tenma Itsuki Human. Level 0, fixed. Job, Order Breaker. Gift, special grade. Undisclosed. Skill, undisclosed. Status, Attack 200. Agility 200. Defense 200. Magic 200. Total, 800. In the crowd, students and teachers erupted in cheers. They shouted that Tenma's stats had shot up all at once. Someone cried out in disbelief, saying they never imagined their school would have someone this amazing. An older teacher yelled that this feat would go down in school history. But among the cheering crowd, Oishi trembled with rage. Lightning crackled around him as his eyes glowed red. He clenched his teeth and glared at Itsuki, furious that the cheers he believed should have been his, were now stolen away. Oishi's rage exploded as lightning surged across his body. He shouted that a loser like Itsuki should stay a loser. Students around him backed away as sparks crackled through the air, their faces tense with shock. Electricity flooded the entire hall, and Oishi stepped forward with a crazed expression. He declared that he would eliminate Itsuki using his newly acquired skill. Above the crowd, Itsuki stood calmly, staring down from the top of the monument as lightning scattered below him. Itsuki clenched his fist as a blue system window appeared. The screen displayed: C-rank skill, Silver Serpent detected. Over Mimesis activated. Itsuki's eyes sharpened as multiple blue panels began processing. The analysis started at 27%, then climbed quickly, 57%, 69%, and rising, while lightning flickered around him. Itsuki made his move and jumped with lightning speed. The floor cracked under the impact as the lightning slammed down. Students gasped when they looked up and realized something was wrong. One girl asked where Itsuki had gone. Another student said they saw a flash of electricity, and then Itsuki suddenly vanished. Oishi looked around in confusion, wondering where Itsuki was. A glowing blue window reached 88% as Itsuki appeared behind Oishi like a shadow wrapped in lightning. His eyes shone with a blinding horizontal beam. Oishi froze in terror. Sweat poured down his face as he realized Itsuki was behind him. He panicked, unable to move. Itsuki placed a hand on Oishi's shoulder. His voice was cold as he told Oishi to consider himself lucky for being born human. He added that if Oishi were a disaster beast, he would have killed him about 100 times already. Oishi trembled uncontrollably, fear tightening his entire body. Moments later, Itsuki casually stepped forward while Oishi collapsed onto the ground. Another student shouted in shock, asking when Itsuki had moved behind him. Someone else laughed nervously, saying Oishi must have been so scared his legs gave out. Another warned them to be quiet before Oishi heard them. A new panel floated above Itsuki, showing 94%, then rising quickly. Blue energy swirled around him as the progress reached 99%. Itsuki glanced at the glowing screen and commented that maybe the analysis was fast because it was only a C-rank skill. The display turned pitch black and flashed. Analysis progress 100%. Lightning exploded around him as a new message appeared, saying C-rank skill Thunderbreaker acquired. Itsuki stood in the center of the crackling blue electricity, his body glowing as the newly gained power wrapped around him like living lightning. The students watched nervously as the light began to glow again. One of the boys stared in shock, saying it was happening once more. Another student, wearing sunglasses, adjusted them with a grin, saying it was a good thing he had brought them. Inside the glowing space, Itsuki appeared sitting calmly with a thoughtful expression. He realized that every time an analysis finished, he was forcibly brought into this strange place. In front of him, the system windows appeared, stating that the analysis of Silver Serpent was complete, and the skill Thunderbreaker had been acquired. Another window opened, showing the description of Thunderbreaker, Level 1. The skill allowed him to absorb C-rank and lower lightning attacks into his body. When releasing the absorbed lightning energy, his agility would increase by 50%. It also had a passive effect. Each time he absorbed a C-rank lightning attack, his agility would permanently increase by 5%. Another message added that all his stats had increased by 10, all debuffs were removed, and his injuries were fully healed. Outside, the students shielded their eyes as a massive burst of blue light exploded from Atsuki's body. The lightning wrapped around him in swirling arcs as he stood in the center of the arena steps. The electric pressure pushed outward, and the crowd instinctively stepped back or covered their faces. Someone shouted that Atsuki was now cloaked in lightning from head to toe. Another student panicked, saying Atsuki's lightning was even brighter than Oishi's. Oishi, who had attacked him earlier, stared with trembling eyes, unable to believe how Itsuki had learned a skill like that. Itsuki's body glowed intensely as the system displayed his rising stats. It showed each attribute increasing: attack, agility, defense, and magic, all rising from 200 to 210, bringing his total from 800 to 840. Just then, the students looked up at the sky in confusion. One of them said it had been sunny just a moment ago. Another asked if it was rain. A third student lifted his hand, trying to feel the drops, when someone suddenly shouted that something was falling. A dark, coffin-shaped object wrapped in lightning descended from the stormy clouds. The rain poured harder as it crashed down toward the school grounds. The woman with blue hair and glasses saw it and shouted in shock, calling it a monument. She questioned why it had appeared here, of all places. Commander Nento quickly announced that the school-wide assembly was cancelled and ordered everyone to evacuate outside the school grounds, just like in their drills. He realized that there was no doubt the target was him. The woman turned to Commander Nento and told him that they should escape too, since combat wasn't their specialty. But Commander Nento beside her shook his head. He warned that if they ran, everyone else would panic. He pointed ahead, telling her to look, because the boy standing there was calmer than both of them. Ahead of them, lightning exploded around the descending object. Students ran in all directions, fleeing in fear. Only one boy, Itsuki, remained still in the middle of the field, bathed in a faint blue glow. From behind, the blue-haired woman shouted at him, demanding to know why he wasn't running. A massive dark pillar crashed down from the sky, shaking the ground as debris exploded outward. Rain poured heavily around it. Nearby, a group of students panicked. One boy shouted that disaster beasts were coming and urged Itsuki to escape. But Itsuki, with glowing red eyes, stood still. His voice was cold as he declared that he would exterminate every single one of them. His friends stared at him in shock. One of them yelled that he would die if he didn't run. Another insisted that since he had only just awakened, he couldn't possibly fight disaster beasts. They told him to leave everything to the other awakened. But Itsuki shook his head. He calmly told them to trust him. The pink-haired girl hesitated, worry written all over her face. Finally, she shouted that if he died, he shouldn't blame them. She grabbed the other guy's clothes and dragged him with her. The glasses-wearing boy asked her if it was really okay to let him go, reminding her that the enemy was a disaster beast, a walking weapon of mass murder. As the two ran off, Itsuki looked ahead with a crazed smile. His eye glowed bright red through the rain. He muttered that his first enemy after becoming an awakened was the one who killed his parents, and that it was lucky. Lightning curled around him as he stepped forward. A glowing panel appeared beside him, displaying the status of the creature before him. It was Skeleton Soldier #1369, Level 8. Gift Grade 2, Defense increases by 100%. If the enemy's attack exceeds its own defense, the gift becomes invalid. Skill, Bonefire, B rank. Its stats were Attack 15, Agility 10. Defense 120 plus 120. Magic 30. Total 295. The skeleton soldier stood covered in blue flames as Otsuki faced it head-on. A surge of lightning wrapped around Otsuki's arms as he tightened his stance. His red eyes glowed sharply as he wondered if he should test the skill he had just acquired. In the next moment, he charged forward, electricity exploding around his body. Blue lightning trailed behind him as he rushed toward the flaming skeleton beast on the field. The two forces collided, sparks scattering through the rain. The skeletal beast swung its arms to punch, but Itsuki dodged. Then Itsuki swung his electrified fist with full force, shouting that he would not let anyone else die. His punch struck the creature's chest, and a violent burst of energy erupted. The impact sent the disaster beast flying across the field, smashing through the school building. The ground trembled as debris scattered in all directions. Students watching from afar stared in shock. One student said Itsuki's strength was too overwhelming, that maybe they didn't need to run anymore. A female student was stunned, seeing how the impact had blasted the monster away in a single hit. The blue-haired inspector stared at the ruined wall, stunned that a rookie who had just become awakened could send a level 8 disaster beast flying with only one blow. Heavy rain poured down as Commander Nento watched from a distance, thinking to himself that Itsuki's speed and power were on a completely different level from other level zeros. But even then, he believed that defeating a skeleton soldier was impossible. He explained that skeleton soldiers had two troublesome abilities. The first was a gift that increased their defense. The second was a terrifying skill called Bonefire, a flame that burned anything it touched into ash. Blue flames erupted violently across the field, spreading like a wave toward Itsuki. The students gasped as the fire surged forward. Itsuki's friends cried out in fear, shouting Itsuki's name. Oishi stepped forward with a crazed smile, yelling that the fool who didn't know his place would just burn to ash. Meanwhile, glowing screens appeared in front of Itsuki. A system message informed him that the enemy was using Bonefire. The analysis began, first at 1%, then rapidly accelerating. As the blue flames engulfed him, more screens appeared, 25%, 39%. 57%. Itsuki stood firmly inside the blazing bonfire, surrounded by data streams. He calmly observed that the analysis speed increased whenever the enemy's skill struck him. The blue-haired instructor watched with widening eyes. She said that even a level 10 awakened wouldn't stand a chance if they took a direct hit. Blue flames continued to swallow the arena as Itsuki stood in the center, half of his body burned away and glowing like a skeleton. The blue-haired instructor's voice echoed through the flames, saying it would be tragic for a genius who had just appeared to be killed by a disaster beast before he could grow. System windows floated around Itsuki, showing 77% and 81%. Itsuki looked at his burning body and muttered that this was what it felt like when the body burned. He added softly that it must have hurt. A memory flickered through the flames. He saw his mother's face, half burned away. He realized that it hurt so much, but even in her last minutes, she smiled so as not to scare Itsuki. Commander Nento peered out with a sharp gaze, wondering if Itsuki hadn't used his full power yet. The blue fire swirled violently as the progress bar climbed. Itsuki's skeletal hand tightened, and he said that once the analysis was complete, the enemy was finished. The system window flashed. Analysis progress, 100%. Outside the flames, the students whispered nervously. One asked if it had been too soon to hope for a rookie who had just become awakened. Another admitted he had been stupid to expect anything. But suddenly, someone pointed forward in shock. He shouted that the blue lotus flower had appeared again. He said Itsuki might show them another miracle. Blue light swirled around Itsuki as he stood inside the burning aura, wondering what kind of skill he would gain this time. The flames around him continued to fade, revealing his burned and cracked body beneath the blue energy. Then a system window appeared, showing that the analysis of Bonefire was complete. It stated that a new skill, Black Wall, had been acquired. More windows followed, explaining the skill. The active effect would create ice on the body by consuming magic power, and could block B rank or lower fire skills. The passive effect increased defense when blocking those skills. Another notification appeared, saying that Black Wall, LV2, had been acquired and that all of his stats had increased by 20. It stated that all debuffs were removed and his injuries were fully healed. A new window showed his updated status. Attack, agility, defense, and magic had all risen from 210 to 230, bringing his total from 840 to 920. Itsuki looked at the glowing screen calmly. He remembered how even his strongest attack earlier couldn't break the skeleton soldier's defense. Now, with this new increase, he believed he should be able to do it. Suddenly, blue lotus petals unfolded around him, blooming like a massive light flower. Itsuki stood at the center, his body surrounded by shining energy. The students watching gasped in shock. One of them cried out in relief, saying Itsuki was alive. Others cheered loudly, convinced that he would succeed. Someone pointed out that a full recovery like this was practically a miracle. The blue-haired instructor stared in shock as she watched the scene unfold. She wondered aloud if Itsuki had a self-healing skill. She had seen him use a lightning element skill earlier, so she couldn't understand how he was recovering. Commander Nento was also shocked. He remembered that order breakers were considered the most mysterious job, but even among them, Itsuki seemed uniquely strange. Meanwhile, Itsuki stood in the center of the glowing lotus petals. His body had recovered completely, not a single injury left. Blue fragments drifted around him as he looked down at his restored form. Itsuki whispered in disbelief, saying it was a perfect recovery. He wondered whether he would heal even if his limbs were cut off, or if his brain was destroyed. He admitted he was curious about the limits of his self-healing. Suddenly, the skeleton soldier roared, its armor burning with blue bone fire. The flames surged violently as the monster charged forward. Itsuki turned calmly, raising his arm as black spikes spread across his skin. The blue flames rushed toward him. His entire body became engulfed in the fire, but he stood unmoving within it. Moments later, his silhouette appeared again through the blaze. Thick layers of black spikes covered him completely, and his red eyes glowed coldly behind the cracked ice armor. Itsuki cracked through the air as he shot upward. The explosion of blue flames shook the area when he crashed down. Itsuki's armored body glowed with electricity as he readied another strike. The skeletal beast struck, but Itsuki moved again, instantly appearing behind the beast, faster than anyone could follow. Itsuki then raised his arm, and it turned into a massive black spike sword, lightning running through it. Itsuki moved with lightning speed, and with a single slash cut the skeletal beast in two with that sword. The students watching from afar were stunned. One of them said that Itsuki moved behind the disaster beast in an instant, as if he had teleported. Another said that only awakened people could track movements like that. Oishi was also stunned, saying she couldn't see Itsuki's movements at all. She compared it to what she had seen before. The blue-haired instructor questioned if someone like Itsuki could really be a rookie. On the other hand, as the dust settled, Itsuki stood alone. As the black spikes on his body disappeared, he kicked and destroyed the skeleton beast's head. He was stunned to realize that it not only generated solid armor to protect his body, but could also shape that armor into any kind of weapon he wanted. A divine skill that combined both offense and defense. Suddenly, someone shouted his name. Itsuki turned his head in surprise as his friend rushed toward him and wrapped him tightly in a relieved hug, saying he was glad Itsuki had won because he had been worried the entire time. Itsuki stayed still for a moment before asking about Saya. His friend pulled back and admitted that Saya had been watching earlier with a face that looked like she might cry, but now she was nowhere to be seen. Itsuki looked toward the crowd, wondering why she didn't come. He scanned the students in the distance, confusion growing. He quietly wondered if she might be angry. Not far away, the blue-haired instructor watched the aftermath of the fight. She spoke seriously, noting that for a boy to defeat a skeleton soldier, something even a level 10 awakened would struggle against, was unbelievable. Commander Nento called the blue-haired instructor Choha and told her to stay and assist with the cleanup. He also told her to deliver his message to the principal that he would be taking Itsuki with him. On the other hand, Itsuki's friend patted Itsuki's hand, saying there was no way Saya would be angry after he won. He guessed that Saya was probably scared of falling behind Itsuki, so she might have gone to touch the monument instead. Itsuki lowered his gaze slightly and murmured that he hoped that was the case. Just then, a voice called out to him, asking if he was Tenma Itsuki. Itsuki turned and noticed someone approaching. Commander Nento, wearing a long cape, stood before him. Itsuki looked up at him in silence. People watching from a distance began whispering among themselves. They saw that Izumi Nento, a famous figure, was talking directly to Itsuki. Some wondered if he intended to take Itsuki as a student. Others doubted it, saying the only person Commander Nento had ever accepted as a student was Teiwajin, humanity's strongest. They insisted that no matter how strong Itsuki seemed, something like that wouldn't happen. Itsuki's friend stepped away nervously and said he would go look for Saya. Commander Nento then looked down at Itsuki and spoke calmly. He told Itsuki that he was quite special. Itsuki looked at Commander Nento and repeated the word softly, asking what he meant by calling him special. Commander Nento observed Itsuki closely and saw dark energy gathering around Itsuki. He told Itsuki that his heart seemed filled with anger and hatred. Itsuki stood in the darkness, a glowing light shining across his eyes. Commander Nento then stepped forward and said that he wanted to know the reason behind that hatred. Itsuki finally spoke, explaining that 10 years ago, his parents were killed by disaster beasts while trying to protect him. A scene from his childhood flashed before his eyes, his younger self crying helplessly as danger closed in. He remembered how he had nearly been killed as well, but an awakened appeared at the last moment and saved him. The powerful figure struck the beast right in front of the frightened Itsuki. Itsuki told Commander Nento that, right before his eyes, he had watched his mother die. A glowing blue flame slowly consumed his mother's body. Even as half her face vanished into bone and ash, she smiled gently at Itsuki and told him that he must walk the rest of the path on his own. Young Itsuki stared at her with trembling eyes, unable to understand. His voice cracked as he cried out for his mother. Anger raged inside him as he looked at the beast. Words echoed in his mind, reminding him that both his mother and father had died because of beings like this. Tears streamed down his face as he shouted in denial. Before him, a towering, monstrous figure rose from the darkness, an enormous being surrounded by raging purple flames. Its shadow loomed over Itsuki as he realized the horrifying truth. The creature before him was the root of all evil. Shaking with rage, Itsuki glared upward. His eyes burned red as hatred filled his heart. On that day, he swore a vow. He would kill that demon and every last creature of its kind. In the present, Itsuki clenched his jaw, a tear slipping down his cheek as he shouted that he would kill all of its kind. Commander Nento looked at him and commented that even with a heart consumed by hatred, Itsuki still shed tears. Itsuki raised a hand to his face and explained calmly. Ever since he witnessed the tragedy of his mother's death, his left eye had stopped producing tears, but his right eye had begun crying on its own. Thanks to that, he said, he never forgot his hatred for the disaster beasts. Commander Nento then asked if Itsuki would become his student. He promised to get him into the Salvation League and help him gain the immense power needed to take revenge on the disaster beasts. Itsuki repeated the words quietly, asking what the Salvation League was. Commander Nento then explained. He told Itsuki that to counter disaster beasts more efficiently and scientifically, the governments of the 5 continents had gathered strong awakened from around the world and created an official organization. The members of this organization were called saviors. He continued, saying that saviors were provided with resources such as dedicated training grounds and powerful weapons. They were also guaranteed high compensation. Even trainee saviors received 10,000 gold per month. Itsuki listened in surprise, realizing that 10,000 gold was enough to buy a car. Commander Nento then warned that such generous treatment was not given for free. Saviors were expected to constantly fight disaster beasts on the front lines and protect people's safety. Itsuki stood shirtless, his expression calm as he spoke. He said that he did not care about high pay or special resources. What mattered most to him was something else. Determination filled his eyes. His gaze sharpened as he clenched his fist. He declared that what mattered most was fighting disaster beasts on the front lines. With unwavering resolve, he announced that he wanted to become a savior as well. Commander Nento then explained the process. He said that the Salvation League held an exam every February, known as the National Salvation League Tournament, with more than 10,000 participants. Each contestant earned points based on performance, but only those who ranked within the top 100 were allowed to become saviors. Hearing this, Itsuki asked what the highest record in history was. Commander Nento told Itsuki that it would not be very useful as a reference. He explained calmly that the record was 115,000 points, set by Taewajin 11 years ago. He added that passing required only 30% of that score, while securing first place required at least 50%. Itsuki silently recalled the name Taewajin, the strongest awakened, known as the Light of Humanity, the one Rikuru had mentioned. Commander Nento told Itsuki that Jin was special, and that comparing himself to Jin would only bring despair. But even so, Itsuki should still have confidence, because he believed Itsuki could one day stand shoulder to shoulder with Jin. Itsuki stood shirtless on the training ground, his expression steady. With unwavering determination, he declared that he would surpass Taewajin. Hearing those words, Commander Nento's eyes widened inside the helmet, reacting with surprise. He remembered something from the past, a time when he had stood with Taewajin and told him that he had become incredibly popular. The younger generation was trying to follow in his footsteps, but Taewajin warned that following alone would never win the war against the disaster beasts. Someday, someone would surpass him, just as a new sunrise replaces the setting sun. Taewajin said that he looked forward to that day. Seeing Itsuki's resolve, Commander Nento thought that the sunrise Taewajin had been waiting for had finally appeared. A few hours later, Commander Nento took Itsuki to another place. There, when Itsuki saw the massive, dome-shaped structure rising in the distance, glowing under the sky, he asked quietly what it was. Commander Nento explained that these monuments acted as passages connecting the human world to the world of disaster beasts. He said that if the beasts were killed but the monuments were left untouched, new beasts would simply appear again. He pointed at the massive dome-shaped building and explained that this facility was created to isolate monuments that couldn't be destroyed. Awakened individuals periodically entered it to sweep out the disaster beasts that emerged. This kept the danger under control and also served as training. Itsuki looked at the building and asked if it was a training facility. Commander Nento, standing beside him, confirmed it, saying they called these places stages. He explained that the number and strength of the beasts inside couldn't be controlled, making it extremely dangerous. Commander Nento told Itsuki that the beasts in this specific stage were especially strong. Among all rookie-level stages, this one had the highest mortality rate. Because of that, people called it the Rookie's Graveyard. He told Itsuki that when Jin was still a rookie, he had cleared this deadly stage in 3 minutes and 14 seconds. Commander Nento turned to Itsuki and said that if Itsuki truly intended to surpass Jin, then 3 minutes would be his limit. As Itsuki walked toward the giant facility, Commander Nento told him that if he could clear the stage within 3 minutes, he would accept him as his student. Hearing that, Itsuki's eyes sharpened with determination. He wanted to surpass Jin and become Commander Nento's student. People in the lobby turned their heads when they saw a familiar figure. Someone pointed and said that Mr. Izumi had arrived. Another person noticed Itsuki walking beside him and asked if that was the rumored rookie. The crowd stared in surprise, whispering that there was no way a rookie could walk next to Mr. Izumi unless he was an awakened on Teiwajin's level. Itsuki looked around quietly and wondered to himself if this person was really that famous. Thinking that, he walked toward the stage entrance and saw the display showing the Disaster Beast level inside. Level 10. He noted that it was only 2 levels higher than the skeleton soldier he had faced earlier and wondered how strong that really was. But what surprised him more was that even though several people were gathered nearby, none of them seemed prepared to enter the stage. He wondered why that was. Someone nearby muttered that the rookie looked way too confident and assumed that a high-level awakened must be accompanying him. Another wished they could be taken along too, while someone else joked that the rookie probably came just to flirt with the receptionist, saying that with a decent face he was getting cocky. At the counter, the receptionist approached him with a polite smile. She asked if he wanted to enter the stage and how many challengers there would be. He calmly replied that it would be just him. Hearing that, the area fell silent as the receptionist stared at him across the counter. Suddenly, she leaned forward and yelled angrily. She told him not to make unfunny jokes and asked if he was messing around. She warned him that if he was just there to hit on her, it was pointless. She explained that even if the place was an artificial stage, it was still dangerous. People could get hurt or even die. Itsuki stared at her in confusion, wondering what she was even talking about. Behind them, several people watching from afar started laughing. They joked that he really was there to hit on her. Some said that there were always people who treated the stages like dating spots, and those people usually got scolded and went home. Itsuki looked at the receptionist calmly and explained the misunderstanding. He told her he had absolutely no interest in her. He said he only came to challenge the stage, nothing more. But the receptionist sighed and rubbed her forehead. She told him he didn't have to act tough just because he was embarrassed. She even said she would give him her contact information, so he should just go home. But Itsuki's expression darkened. A shadow fell over his face. He told her not to make him repeat himself. He didn't care about her contact information at all. He only wanted her to let him enter the stage. Hearing that, the receptionist reluctantly agreed and told him not to blame her if he died. She held out a metal bracelet with a nervous expression, clearly shaken. Seeing that, Itsuki muttered that she should have just given permission from the beginning instead of making him repeat himself. The people watching from behind whispered among themselves. One man called Itsuki an idiot, saying he could have gotten her contact information but chose to act tough instead. Another pointed out that a level 0 rookie challenging a level 10 stage was basically suicide. They guessed he would run out in less than a minute. Someone else noticed how confident he looked and wondered if he might succeed since he also had a special grade gift. But another person reminded everyone that for awakened people, gifts were just bonuses. The most important thing was level. No matter how special the gift was, it meant nothing if the level was low. On the other hand, standing in front of the gate, Itsuki checked his bracelet. He said that his personal information was registered on it, so scanning it would let him enter. A glowing screen appeared above his hand, confirming, "Entry by awakened Tenma Itsuki has been approved." Itsuki stretched his hands forward and took a breath. He reminded himself that the promise was within 3 minutes. Then he said it was time to begin. A bright digital timer appeared, showing 0001 in green numbers. And just as the gate opened, Itsuki moved with explosive speed. Red energy surrounded his body as he dashed forward, his eyes glowing sharply. He looked around and noticed the vast area. He thought that the interior space was much bigger than he expected. As he ran across the grassy field toward a tall black tower, he told himself that it was his first time entering a stage, even if it was an artificial one. Suddenly, Itsuki noticed a creature rush in and said that it was coming. That creature jumped toward him. It was a wooden monster from the Kodama tribe. A blue window appeared beside it showing its information. Kodama #137 from Kodama tribe, level 4. Gift, none. Attack, 49. Agility, 48. Defense, 53. Magic, 24. Total, 174. Seeing it coming, black spikes formed on Itsuki's hand. In the next moment, he slashed downward with overwhelming force. A sharp strike of energy cut through the target as he launched his attack. Itsuki stood calmly with the massive black spike axe hand. He smiled and remarked that an axe was always the best tool for trees. He then asked the remaining monsters how it felt to see their comrade cut in half. Dozens of Kodama creatures rushed at him. He stood tall and called them rotten trees. Outside, Choha spoke to her father, Commander Nento. She asked why. Out of so many rookie stages, he had made the newcomer enter this one specifically. Commander Nento answered that Itsuki claimed he would surpass Jin, so he simply brought him to the same stage Jin first challenged. Hearing that, Choha frowned and said that surpassing Jin was impossible unless someone stepped outside the bounds of humanity. Hearing that, Commander Nento asked Choha if she believed Jin had already transcended humanity. Choha recalled the time she met Jin for the first time. She had once thought Jin was kind and approachable. Then she saw Jin instantly kill a level 97 disaster beast. She recalled that Jin's eyes during that fight were different. She remembered those eyes clearly, cold, solitary, and transcendent. She felt that they didn't seem human at all. She described Jin's gaze, saying his eyes were like the eyes of a god. Hearing that, Commander Nento told Choha that Itsuki also had potential comparable to Jin, but at the moment he was nothing more than an unpolished gemstone. He added that if Jin could be compared to a godlike existence who saved people, then Itsuki was the opposite, a demon consumed by hatred. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Itsuki stood among the fallen wooden beasts. He stated that overmimesis wouldn't even activate against disaster beasts of this level. Just then, a dark silhouette appeared behind him, its eyes glowing red. His own eye glowed the same way as the shadow towered over him. In the next moment, his body moved at extreme speed, cutting through the enemies with a sharp motion. Itsuki stood before the fallen creature and looked down calmly. He asked if that was the end. He examined the broken body and wondered if level 10 disaster beasts were only this strong. But then he thought that if that were true, this place wouldn't be called the Rookie's Graveyard. There had to be something else. Just then, a blue system window appeared before him. It displayed B-rank skill, self-regeneration detected. Overmimesis activated. Another window followed. Analysis started. Then a second one. Analysis progress 5%. Itsuki turned as a sudden sound caught his attention. His expression shifted slightly. That level 10 disaster beast rose again behind him, its entire form twisting upward with glowing green eyes. Its long vine-like limbs burst outward and lunged at him. Itsuki braced himself, thinking in surprise that he had cut off half its head, yet it had regenerated. The moment the towering monster regenerated, Itsuki narrowed his eyes and muttered that he knew things wouldn't be straightforward. A glowing blue system window appeared in front of him, revealing the creature's details. It identified the monster as regenerated Kodama #520 of the Kodama tribe, a level 10 beast with a grade 2 gift. Its defense had dropped by 50%, but its self-healing ability had greatly increased. Another blue window listed its stats clearly. Attack a 110, Agility 100, Defense 60, Magic 180, total 450. As the creature's roots and branches whipped wildly, Itsuki tightened his fist. A system alert flashed. Black wall activated. The next second, his hand was covered by black spikes cutting through the roots. Itsuki jumped at the monster. While dodging the monster's attacks, he quickly analyzed the situation. He realized the beast couldn't regenerate if he damaged it fast enough. He told himself that he had to deal massive damage in a short amount of time. The analysis window appeared beside him. 17%, then 19%, rising slowly. Itsuki smashed forward with his armored arm, splitting through the Kodama's defenses as sparks and debris burst around them. His eyes glowed red as he moved like a shadow, slicing through the forest of wooden limbs. Each step sent shockwaves across the ground, and each strike pushed the progress window higher. Itsuki surged forward again, his blade-like arm shining with a cold blue light. 21%. Then he shot upward before crashing down like a falling spear, splitting the monster's giant body in half. Light from his attack cut straight through the Kodama, illuminating the entire battlefield. The towering creature's body split down the middle, a glowing crack running from its head to torso. Its golden eyes shone through the gaps as its massive frame began to fracture. Itsuki watched with sharp red eyes, a grin forming on his face. He said he wasn't done yet. He said he would mince the creature completely, so it wouldn't regenerate. In the next moment, he raised both arms. A blinding vertical slash of light tore downward, cutting the giant monster clean in half. Cuts spread across the creature's body, and the wooden shell shattered into countless pieces. The fragments scattered through the air, glowing faintly before breaking apart completely. As the dust settled, Itsuki lowered his arm and exhaled. He said this should be enough. He added that using Black Wall for so long was draining his magic. But before he could rest, vines and roots twisted together again in front of him. That wooden creature's form surged upward with glowing yellow eyes, rising from the remains and preparing to attack. The glowing display in front of Itsuki showed 60%, but the fight still raged on. Wooden tendrils whipped toward Itsuki as he moved between them with sharp, fluid steps. He glanced back with an annoyed expression, thinking that even after all of this, the monster still refused to die. He quietly muttered that it was becoming a real pain. The attacks continued to strike from every angle. As he dodged, he noticed something important. Every time the monster regenerated, Overmimesis's analysis speed increased. His eyes narrowed. That meant the longer this continued, the faster the analysis would complete. He realized he needed a new approach. He decided to cancel Black Wall to conserve his remaining magic and instead rely on Thunderbreaker to avoid the attacks while keeping his distance. Continuing this pattern until the analysis finished would be the winning strategy, but there was a problem. He didn't have much time left before the 3-minute limit ran out. Lightning crackled across his arm as the display climbed to 75%. Determination hardened his expression. He activated Thunderbreaker and Black Wall at the same time, pushing his offense to the extreme, while forcing the monster to repeatedly regenerate. Doing so, he thought, would increase the analysis speed even further. Power surged around him, arcs of lightning dancing across his arm as he charged forward with a cold, focused expression. The creature's wooden body split down the middle, its golden eyes glowing through the cracks. Electric sparks flashed violently as he fought. If Overmimesis failed when his magic hit 0, he knew he would die right there. The percentage rose to 80%, then 85%, as he forced his body forward through the storm of wooden strikes. He told himself that if he died now, then everything he'd done would amount to nothing. Lightning gathered in his arm as he unleashed another powerful strike. But right before hitting the monster's head, his magic power hit 0. Finally, his body staggered. Blood dripped from his mouth. He lowered his head and quietly muttered, "Damn it." Itsuki stood pierced by sharp wooden spikes, his body battered and barely holding on. He lowered his head as white steam drifted off his wounds. He quietly admitted that his magic seemed to have finally run out. Then a glowing window appeared beside him, showing 99%. Seeing that, Itsuki's expression sharpened. Blood streamed down his chin as his eyes glowed coldly. He declared that, just as he thought, Overmimesis did not need magic to activate. With a strained smile, he announced that this match was his win. The window in front of him then showed. Analysis progress, 100%. A bright lotus-shaped energy began expanding around him, glowing blue and cracking the wooden spikes. A system window appeared, saying, Self-regeneration analysis complete. Lotus burst acquired. The lotus continued to bloom outward, pushing everything away as more spikes shattered. Another window displayed the details. Lotus Burst, LV2, active effect, consumes magic to deal explosive damage to enemies within a 5 min diameter. Power scales with magic consumption, passive effect. Each time Lotus Burst defeats a living creature of level 1 or higher, all skill ranges increase by +1%. The Lotus opened fully. A pink glow surrounded Itsuki as his wounds rapidly healed. Another window appeared. Lotus Burst, LV2 acquired. All stats +20. Remove all debuffs and fully heal injuries. The monster watching him narrowed its glowing yellow eyes. A final window appeared. Lotus Burst activated. Itsuki brought his hands together and clapped. A burst of force erupted instantly, followed by a roaring explosion of flames that engulfed everything in front of him. A blazing wave swept outward, and the monster's shadow shot through the smoke and sparks. When the flames settled, He stood there with blood running down his cheek, his hand still extended from the technique he had just used. With a calm breath, he looked ahead and said that Lotus Burst wasn't bad. Smoke rose around the scorched crater at Itsuki's feet as he examined the destruction. He noted that using only a third of his magic produced this much power, and sweeping away weak disaster beasts would now be far easier. But he admitted he never expected Overmimesis to restore magic that had already reached zero. As he stepped forward, something on the ground caught his attention. He stopped, staring at a glowing green crystal beside him, and quietly asked what it was. Meanwhile, outside, the receptionist stared anxiously at the bright red screen. She said that almost 3 minutes had passed since the rookie Itsuki went inside, yet there was still no sign of him coming out. She pointed at the display where the status window showed, Challenge in progress. Stage level 10. Challenger Tenma Itsuki. Time used, 2 minutes 09 seconds. Seeing this, she nervously added that they should call the rescue team quickly. Choha adjusted her glasses and spoke calmly. She said she didn't think Itsuki would lose to level 10 disaster beasts, but clearing the stage within 3 minutes seemed impossible. Her sentence trailed off as silence fell between them. But suddenly, a new message appeared on the large screen, saying new record achieved. Seeing that, everyone in the hall froze. Shocked whispers spread through the crowd. One woman stepped forward, staring at the green screen in disbelief, whispering, "No way." Choa widened her eyes. She asked aloud how Itsuki managed to clear it, unable to believe what she was seeing. And the most shocking thing was that even 3 minutes hadn't passed. A final notification flashed brightly on the monitor. Challenge success. Stage level 10. Challenger Tenma Itsuku. Time used 2 minutes 14 seconds. Stage clear record updated. The room fell silent as everyone stared at the unbelievable result. The leaderboard screen displayed the results. It showed first place belonging to Tenma Itsuki with a clear time of 2 minutes 14 seconds. Second place belonged to Taewajin, who cleared it in 3 minutes 14 seconds. Third place was Hiten Sho with a time of 7 minutes 17 seconds. Just then, Itsuki came out of the gate, his clothes torn and stained with green liquid. Around him, people reacted in shock. One person exclaimed that Itsuki had really survived, asking whether the green liquid on him was disaster beast blood. Another shouted that Itsuki was a full minute faster than Taewajin. Someone else pointed out that the beasts inside were level 10 disaster beasts and couldn't understand how a level 0 rookie managed it. Another voice added that there was no way a level 0 rookie should have survived. As Itsuki stepped forward, someone began to speak, saying Mr. Izumi was coming. Izumi Nento turned toward Itsuki, who asked him if he could now officially receive Commander Nento's guidance. Itsuki looked at him with a faint smile and addressed him as teacher. Commander Nento responded with pride, saying that Itsuki had done well, just as he expected from his student. Standing nearby, Choha watched quietly. She wondered if her father was happy, saying she hadn't seen this expression from him in a long time. In the crowd, people continued whispering. One person shouted in disbelief that Itsuki was actually Izumi Nento's student. Another said it was no wonder he could break Taewajin's record. But someone else added that even if he truly was Izumi's student, as long as his level didn't increase, there would be no room for growth. Just then, the receptionist came forward nervously with a decorated box in her hands. She explained that it was a gift for breaking the record and asked Itsuki to accept it. Her expression softened as she apologized for the rude things she had said earlier. Itsuki looked surprised as he received the box, asking if he truly got something for his achievement. He said that it was fine, because a level 0 rookie challenging a stage like that really did seem reckless. He added that he was a complete stranger to them, and it wouldn't have mattered to anyone if he had died. But since she tried to stop him, it proved she was worried. Hearing that, the receptionist blushed deeply. She stuttered as she insisted it wasn't like that. Itsuki simply thanked her, which only made her blush even harder. Not far away, Choha called out, telling Itsuki that she was leaving and not to lag behind. She tightened her glasses, annoyed, and warned him not to get cocky just because he had become her father's student. Itsuki straightened up and replied quickly, agreeing. Then Commander Nento, beside Choha, studied Itsuki and commented that a stage of this level now seemed too easy for him. He suggested raising the difficulty. He continued, saying that Itsuki should be able to challenge advanced stages now. Itsuki looked at him, surprised, and repeated the words, advanced stages? As the three of them walked together across the rooftop at sunset, Commander Nento continued explaining. He said that a disaster beast's strength was not determined by level alone. The most important factor, he stated, was something else entirely. He explained that the true deciding factor was species. Choa explained that species without intelligence, which moved only by instinct, were usually easy to deal with. but some species possessed intelligence equal to or greater than humans. She explained that such species were far more troublesome than ordinary disaster beasts. Choa continued. She said that awakened beings and disaster beasts were essentially the same type of creature, but with one difference. Only humans were said to possess jobs. Because of that, stats differed depending on species. She went on to explain that advanced stages contain these powerful species, or intelligent disaster beasts. Their difficulty was several times higher than normal stages. Most of the northern continent's advanced stages were located in North District 4, and she told Itsuki that this would be his next destination. She asked whether Itsuki had any other questions. Hearing her explanation, Itsuki suddenly remembered the two beasts he had defeated earlier. He thought about them in silence. They hadn't shown any signs of intelligence, and they hadn't screamed even when attacked. He wondered if that meant they didn't even have pain receptors. Itsuki's eyes glowed with sharp intensity as he looked up. He asked Choa whether intelligent disaster beasts had pain receptors or not. Hearing that, Choa suddenly felt a chilling pressure behind her. As she turned, her expression stiffened. She wondered what this terrifying aura was and what Itsuki was thinking. Behind them, a group of people gathered and whispered among themselves. One of them asked if anyone had heard that Mr. Izumi planned to make Itsuki challenge an advanced stage. Another replied that Itsuki, who broke Tewajin's record, should be fine. But one man explained that advanced stages were completely different from normal ones. More importantly, almost all the stages in North District 4 were under a single man's control. He said that every awakened person who had entered an advanced stage there had gone missing, and rumors claimed that the man had killed them. Someone immediately asked if he meant Kinoshita Reiji. Another man began to speak disrespectfully, asking who Kinoshita Reiji even was, and suggesting he acted like a king. His friend quickly covered his mouth, hushing him in panic. He warned him that he would be killed too if that man heard him. After all, he said, that man was the son of the North District 4 governor, Kinoshita Reiji. The scene shifted to a luxurious room. A young man lounged confidently while servants stood around him. He was the infamous Kinoshita Reiji. A subordinate asked him when he would be departing. Reiji smirked as he answered. He said that all the stages in North District 4 were under his control, so he would go whenever he wanted. To him, waiting in line was something only commoners did. He lifted his glass with a satisfied smile. After leaving from there, Itsuki opened the small ornate box, revealing a shining stone resting on a red cushion. As the three of them sat together beneath the shade of the trees, Itsuki looked at the stone and muttered that it was from that time. Hearing that, Commander Nento beside him asked if he had seen a karma stone before. Itsuki nodded and explained calmly. After defeating the disaster beasts inside the stage, something identical to this had dropped, but then he paused and added that there was a slight difference. He took out a green crystal. He stared at the one in his hand and said the color was green, but something about it wasn't the same. Hearing that, Choha's eyes widened in shock. She exclaimed that it was an intermediate karma stone appearing inside a beginner stage. She stepped closer, adjusting her glasses to take a look. Itsuki asked what exactly a karma stone was. Choha turned to him and began explaining. She reminded him that he had been a rookie. She said karma stones were also called experience stones. She explained that when a disaster beast or an awakened being died, karma, or an invisible energy similar to experience points, came from their corpse. Absorbing this energy increased a person's level. In other words, a karma stone was an object that contained karma. A figure glowing with energy appeared in her explanation, demonstrating how someone could use a karma stone to absorb the karma inside. She continued, saying that karma stones didn't occur naturally, which made the situation strange. Choha wondered aloud why such a stone had appeared in that stage. Beside her, Commander Nento quietly said it was probably because of Itsuki's gift. Hearing this, both Itsuki and Choa looked confused and asked again about the so-called gift. Commander Nento explained that normally, the karma of a defeated enemy would be absorbed by the one who killed them. Yet even though Tenma had defeated 2 disaster beasts, he never leveled up. That meant the karma had not been absorbed. He added that manifested karma never disappeared without a reason. He continued, saying that if his speculation was correct, the karma of the disaster beast that attacked the school had been absorbed by the awakened individuals present, meaning the people standing there. He explained further that a stage was an enclosed space. Because Tenma was unable to absorb the generated karma and there was no other recipient inside, the leftover karma clumped together and formed a karma stone. Hearing this, Choha looked startled. She asked how Itsuki's stats increased if he truly could not level up. Hearing that, Commander Nento suddenly stood up and reminded Choha that an awakened person's gift was top secret and could not be disclosed. Startled, she apologized immediately. Commander Nento then turned back to Itsuki. He told him that he could choose whether to keep the Karma Stone or sell it. He added that he would be leaving soon for a Commander-in-Chief meeting of the 5 continents, and that during his absence, Choha would look after him. Before departing, he said there were several things he wanted him to remember. Commander Nento spoke calmly as he listed out the rules. He told Itsuki to keep their relationship confidential, then added the second rule, never disclose his gift to others. The third rule followed. Itsuki had to clear at least 6 advanced stages before the teacher returned. A fourth instruction echoed after that. He told Itsuki to do what he believed was right without hesitation, promising that no matter what happened, he would be behind him. Hearing this, Itsuki smiled with determination and answered, "Yes, teacher." At the same time, at North District 4, Flaming Rock Execution Ground, groups of students argued with suited guards blocking an entrance. One of them shouted that they had arrived first and demanded to be let in. The guards refused. They said the stage had been reserved by the Kinoshita family's son, telling everyone to go home. The students grew angry. One yelled that having money didn't give someone the right to do whatever he wanted. Another pointed out that the privileged boy wasn't even there yet and insisted they should be allowed in first. Their frustration rose. One threatened to report the situation to the Awakened Guild, saying he didn't care who the rich kid was. But before he could finish, a dark figure with glowing red eyes appeared behind them, cutting off their complaints. In the next moment, a powerful attack blasted forward. The students were thrown aside as a muscular fighter struck with overwhelming force, scattering them in an instant. Another student rushed forward, attacking the muscular man. A sharp white arc cut through the air as it struck with full power, but the attack landed directly on the muscular man's body and bounced back, sending shockwaves bursting outward. The impact echoed loudly across the ground. The blonde student watching from behind stared in horror. He muttered in disbelief that his B-rank skill, Earth Spine, had not worked at all. The muscular man turned, his face shifting into a terrifying form with glowing red eyes and metallic markings. He shouted that the attack didn't hurt or even itch. The blonde student trembled. He thought to himself that Earth Spine was a technique meant to pierce anything. He wondered if the man in front of him was actually a monster. Before the student could react, the monstrous man lunged forward and grabbed him, his red aura flaring violently as he towered over the frightened student. The muscular man smacked the blonde student's head. The blonde student slammed down violently. Blood burst from his mouth as his eyes rolled back, his body twisting from the impact. Around him, the spectators reacted in shock. They whispered that a level 7 and a level 8 student had been killed instantly without being able to defend themselves. They said the big guy was far too strong. Someone identified him as Oga Takaru, one of Kinoshita Reiji's 4 pillars and a level 12 gold elementalist. Hearing that, the crowd understood why things had turned out this way. Oga held one of the defeated students by the neck and warned everyone. He said he would not forgive anyone who tried to enter the stage without Reiji's permission. If anyone resisted, he would treat them the same way he treated the 2 lying on the ground. The other students watched nervously as Takeru lifted the struggling blonde student off the floor. The blue-haired student remained unconscious beside him. Oga shouted that nobody should think about helping them. The group of bodyguards in suits stood nearby laughing. One of them told Oga not to go too far because the trash was watching. Another warned that if he kept beating weak students, the teacher would hear about it. Their laughter echoed through the area. Oga only scoffed. He tossed the blonde student aside with a flick of his arm, showing no concern at all. The injured blonde student collapsed forward, but before he could hit the ground, Itsuki caught him. Blood dripped from the student's nose as his body went limp in Itsuki's hands. Around them, the other students whispered in shock. One of them asked who the newcomer was and wondered why he didn't listen when they told him not to interfere. Another panicked voice said that a level 0 person was definitely going to die. Someone else stared at Choha and muttered that the beauty beside him looked familiar. Not far away, Oga glared at Itsuki. He shouted that nobody was allowed to pass without Reiji's permission. He warned that if Itsuki didn't want to end up like the unconscious student, he should just go home quietly. Hearing that, Itsuki lowered his head slightly. He calmly said that he understood. He wouldn't be able to enter the stage unless he defeated this man. Beside him, Choha raised her hand, saying she would contact the North District 4 administrator because this kind of behavior couldn't be allowed. But Itsuki stopped her. His eyes glowed bright blue as he said it wasn't necessary. He repeated what his teacher had told him, that he should do what he believed was right without hesitation. He then turned to Choha again and spoke plainly. He said he would leave the treatment of the injured students to her. Then he turned to Oga. As Atsuki stepped forward, a thought appeared in Oga's mind as he stared at him. He wondered who this man was. A status window floated beside Atsuki, showing his information. Tenma Tsuki Human. Level 0, Fixed. Job. Order Breaker. Gift, Special Grade. Skill, Undisclosed. Status, undisclosed. Seeing this, even though Itsuki was level 0, he stood firmly without any fear. Oga wondered if Itsuki had a rare job that allowed him to stay calm like this. Oga suddenly felt something strange. Even with his higher level, he felt pressured. He told himself that rare job or not, he was 12 levels ahead. The stat difference shouldn't be something Itsuki could bridge. Another window appeared beside Oga, showing his status. Oga Takeru, Human, Level 12, Job, Elementalist. Gift, Grade 2. After metallization, defense plus 50% in stationary state. Skill, metallization, C rank. Status, attack 110, agility 100, defense 250, magic 145, total 605. As Oga stared, his expression changed. His eyes widened, and in the reflection of his pupil, he suddenly saw Itsuki rushing toward him at incredible speed. In the next moment, Itsuki's fist collided with Oga's body with overwhelming force, sending a shock through the frame as the impact landed cleanly. The crowd watched in shock as two students stared ahead, sweat running down their faces. One of them exclaimed that the speed was unreal, and wondered if Itsuki was really level 0. The other admitted that even though he was level 8, he wasn't sure he could keep up with that kind of movement. But as the dust settled, it was revealed that Itsuki's fist had struck Oga's metal head, sending steam rising from the impact. Oga had blocked the blow with his metallization skill, his face hidden behind the shining metal layer. Seeing this, Itsuki pulled back slightly, his eyes narrowing as he realized the strike had been stopped. Oga then raised both hands, his arms transforming completely into polished metal. He looked down at Itsuki and commented calmly that the speed was good. Then he moved and lunged forward with overwhelming force, shouting that Itsuki's attack still lacked power. The floor shattered beneath him as debris exploded outward. Itsuki braced himself, analyzing the situation in silence. He thought about what it would take to successfully land a surprise attack on an enemy above level 10. As his body blurred into motion again, he concluded that he needed to further increase his agility, using Thunderbreaker. Just then, a system window appeared. The display showed Tenma Itsuki's status. It listed him as a human at level 0, with a fixed job called Order Breaker, Nirvana Gift, a special grade ability. His Nirvana skills were shown: Over Mimesis, Z rank, Thunderbreaker, LV1, Black Wall, LV2, and Lotus Burst, LV2. All of his stats, attack, agility, defense, and magic were listed as 250, totaling 1,000. Then another screen appeared. It detected a C-rank skill, Metallization. At the same moment, Over Mimesis activated and began analysis. The progress bar rose to 1%. Itsuki crouched on the ground, watching his opponent. He wondered if the threat level was high enough for Over Mimesis to activate. He decided he needed to get serious. A new screen showed the analysis increasing to 5%. Itsuki observed Oga's metal-covered body in front of him and thought that normal attacks couldn't break through the metallized areas. He concluded he would have to aim for the parts that were still flesh. His foot slid across the ground as he accelerated, but Oga looked at him and laughed, calling him a weakling with no power or speed as he raised his shining, hardened arms to counter. Itsuki tightened his gaze as he thought to himself that his opponent had let his guard down, believing that the speed Itsuki had shown earlier was his maximum. His expression remained calm and focused, a faint glow of blue lightning beginning to trace along his body. Lightning wrapped around him as he prepared to accelerate. He readied his fist, and in that moment he decided to increase his speed using Thunderbreaker. Across from him, Oga widened his eyes in shock when he saw the lightning erupt. He shouted in disbelief, wondering how Itsuki possessed the lightning element. Before he could react, Itsuki surged forward, lightning crackling violently around him. Itsuki declared that he wouldn't give him time to metallize. Itsuki continuously attacked Oga. Dozens of blue screens appeared around them, showing percentages climbing: 25%, 37%, 59%, 66%, tracking the rapid progress of the attack. Spectators from the side watched in shock. One man asked why Itsuki could use skills from another job. Another said the speed was too fast for his eyes to follow. Someone else muttered that the level 0 boy might actually defeat Oga. Oga himself struggled to react. Sweat ran down his face as he realized he had no time to metalize. He gritted his teeth, questioning how a level 0 could move so fast. Desperation grew inside him as he admitted that, at this rate, he would lose. Electricity wrapped around his entire body, trapping him. He couldn't even scream. Panic overtook him as he shouted in his thoughts for the others to stop watching and help him. As the lightning surged around him, Oga clenched his teeth. His expression twisted in desperation, and he thought to himself that he had no choice left. He would have to try that technique. With a loud shout, he suddenly tore off his shirt and released a burst of power. Waves of force exploded from his body as he activated his ultimate skill. Before Itsuki, Oga's entire body turned metallic from head to toe. Itsuki stared in shock, realizing that his opponent had managed to metalize his entire body at once. A system window flickered beside him showing C-rank skill, metalization, analysis progress 88%. Oga glared down at Itsuki with glowing eyes. He said he was grateful. He had never managed to metalize his entire body before, but Itsuki had pushed him enough to finally achieve it. He explained that metalized areas increased his defense by 50%, and his personal gift added another 50% whenever he remained still. With both effects combined, his current defense exceeded 500. His face twisted into a cruel grin as he looked at Atsuki. He said that he had originally planned to cut Atsuki in half, but as thanks for helping him complete his new skill, he would at least allow Atsuki to die easily. Watching from the sidelines, the other trainees were stunned. One of them exclaimed that a defense over 500 at level 12 was impossible to break. Another admitted that they had thought the level 0 newcomer would win, but the opponent was too much of a monster. Suddenly, a glowing blue aura wrapped around Atsuki. He looked ahead with calm eyes and said that if his guess was right, a full-body metal transformation required a large amount of magic. The screen beside him showed the analysis reaching 98%. Itsuki continued, saying that if Oga had used most of his stat points on defense, then his magic shouldn't be very high. The percentage rose again, reaching 99%. Across from him, Oga growled and denied it, calling Itsuki's reasoning nonsense. Even while refusing to believe it, he wondered if Itsuki was truly level 0, surprised by his sharp intuition. Itsuki kept his relaxed smile. He said he wouldn't bother using a boring tactic like draining Oga's magic down to 0. Instead, he declared he would finish the fight quickly. At that moment, the blue screen flashed. Analysis progress reached 100%. High above, a blue lotus-shaped aura began to bloom. Choa, watching, whispered that the lotus had appeared again and realized that Atsuki was about to become even stronger. Others stared at the giant lotus forming around him. One man questioned if this lotus was really a level 0 skill. Another wondered how Itsuki planned to defeat Oga, since it didn't look like an offensive technique. A notification window appeared. The analysis of the metallization skill was complete, and a new skill called Clear Orb had been acquired. Another window described the skill, Clear Orb Level 1. Active effect. It shoots a perfect sphere along a fixed path. The sphere travels at 1 meter per second and pierces through every enemy in its path while ignoring all defense. Passive effect. Every time an enemy with higher defense than the user is defeated with Clear Orb. Seeing that this new skill had defense ignored, Itsuki thought that if he hit with this, he could definitely deal damage. But the problem was flight speed. At 1 maces, even ordinary people could dodge it, so timing was crucial. But then Itsuki thought that against that sandbag Oga, who wouldn't even move, he didn't even need to think about timing. Itsuki's eyes glowed blue as he looked at Oga and declared that Oga's prized absolute defense would be thoroughly smashed to pieces. Just then, a system window appeared, saying, Clear Orb LV1 acquired. All stats plus 10. Remove all debuffs and fully heal injuries. Status. Attack went from 250 to 260. Agility from 250 to 260. Defense from 250 to 260. Magic from 250 to 260. Total from 1000 to 1040. The blue lotus petals opened as Itsuki stood in the middle, pointing his finger at Oga. Right above his finger, a small lotus flower appeared. As the lotus spun and bloomed, Itsuki told Oga to now try to dodge this. A system window displayed that Clear Orb has been activated. The students stared at the glowing sphere and whispered among themselves. One of them said he had never seen that skill before. Another explained that this must be the Order Breaker, the job known as the most mysterious among the four. Someone questioned whether a skill released by a level 0 could break through the defense of a level 12 specialist. Another pointed out the confident look on Itsuki's face, saying that the technique must be incredible. A glowing lotus-like shape opened, revealing a small black orb. The orb floated forward, shining as colors scattered around it. The onlookers watched silently as the orb drifted through the air. Some students stared in confusion. One boy complained, saying it was just a tiny ball. Another asked if they were being serious and called it disappointing. Oga glared at the orb. He mocked the attack, saying that such a small sphere couldn't make him move or cancel his gift, calling it naive. He stepped forward confidently. He asked if this was Itsuki's trump card. Then, the orb continued floating toward him. With a mocking glare, Oga shouted that Itsuki was going to die pathetically. For a moment, he remained certain of his victory, until his expression suddenly shifted. His eyes widened as the orb began to sink into the side of his metal-coated body. A faint crack appeared where it touched him. A heartbeat later, a violent burst of blood exploded from the wound. Oga screamed in agony as the clear orb tore through his arm, ripping it apart in a single clean line. He collapsed to the ground, clutching the bleeding stump, shouting desperately about his arm. Itsuki walked toward him calmly. He told Oga that he had warned him to dodge. Itsuki said that because Oga was human, he had only aimed for the arm. If he had been a disaster beast, the attack would have been aimed at the neck. Itsuki then looked at Oga's men standing frozen nearby. He ordered them to stop staring and take Oga to a hospital, asking if they couldn't hear him. When no one moved, he turned back with cold eyes and repeated sharply that he was telling them to get lost. Immediately, Oga was carried away by the guards, blood covering his back and dripping onto their suits. One guard looked shaken while another wiped sweat from his face. In the distance, the crowd began cheering. Showa smiled proudly as the students around her celebrated. Someone shouted that Itsuki won. Another yelled, "Well done," and others said it served Oga right. Immediately, two students rushed up to Itsuki. One asked if he wanted to team up with them, saying 3 people could clear the mission quickly. The other quickly insisted he should join their team instead, explaining that with only 2 members, he would get more experience points. They argued again, asking if he planned to challenge the Flaming Rock execution ground with 3 people. They warned that all the disaster beasts inside had defense equal to Oga's. One of them added that their team had a healer who could restore his magic and let him fire the orbs endlessly. Itsuki looked ahead calmly. He thought that beasts with defense equal to Oga's were perfect. He reminded himself that Clear Orb's flight speed increased each time he defeated an enemy with higher defense. He decided he would increase the orb's speed inside that stage. The 2 boys leaned forward eagerly, asking Itsuki to let them know which team he would choose. Itsuki lowered his gaze and spoke quietly. He said he was going alone. Around him, the others reacted in shock. One person shouted in disbelief that he was challenging a level 15 advanced stage by himself. Another complained that he had become overconfident just because he defeated Oga. Those 2 students walked away. One of them admitted that Itsuki was strong, but insisted there was a limit to arrogance. The other added that they must not meet his standards and suggested they look for someone else instead. Showa stepped forward and spoke calmly. She explained that all the disaster beasts in this place had defenses similar to Oga's. She said she understood he had a way to defeat them, but questioned whether his magic would last long enough. Itsuki turned toward her with a small, confident smile and told her not to worry, he would be fine. Hearing that, Choha's face immediately reddened. She replied sharply that she wasn't worried. She said she only asked because her father would blame her if he died. Then she turned away, saying she would go treat the injured and that he could do as he pleased. Before she left, she adjusted her glasses and added one more warning. She explained that the Stone Tribe had no intelligence, but they moved in groups. She told him to be careful about his magic consumption. Itsuki stepped toward the glowing entrance device and raised his hand. A soft beep echoed through the air as the system confirmed him. A notification projected beside the door, stating that entry for the awakened Tenma Itsuki had been approved. Once inside, Itsuki looked ahead with sharp eyes. He muttered that there were more enemies than he had expected. Right in front of him, countless stone beasts filled the rocky canyon, their bodies made of thick boulders and glowing yellow eyes. The ground cracked under their weight as they charged. Itsuki watched them and noted that the disaster beasts in this advanced stage had levels and stats far higher than before. A blue system window appeared in front of him, showing the information of a stone statue from the Stone Tribe, level 9, with its gift converting all magic power into defense. As one of the stone beasts rushed toward him, Itsuki held out his glowing purple orb. He spoke calmly, saying he would test whether these enemies met the clear orb's passive conditions. The purple aura around the orb burst outward as he activated it. The clear orb shone brightly, its power swirling in layers of violet and blue light. The stone beast charged forward, its massive body bursting through the dust as Itsuki raised his hand. The purple orb floated above his palm, swirling with bright light as he aimed it at the incoming monster. The orb shot out instantly, tearing straight through the beast's rocky body. A large hole opened behind it, and Itsuki stepped through the fading purple glow as the system window appeared. The screen displayed the message, "Stone Statue, Level 9, defeated." Another line followed, "Clear orb, flight speed increased by 100%. Itsuki watched the notification and nodded. He thought to himself that it was exactly as he expected. More stone beasts roared as they appeared in front of him, their yellow eyes shining from within the broken cliffside. Itsuki stood calmly among them, the purple light reflecting across his silhouette. Lightning began crackling around Itsuki's body, and his eyes glowed red. He looked ahead and said that these slow beasts with poor evasion were perfect prey for the clear orb. System windows continued to appear one after another. Stone Statue Level 9 defeated. Clear orb flight speed increased by 100%. Stone Statue Level 8 defeated. Clear orb flight speed increased by 100%. Pieces of broken stone scattered across the ground as the notifications filled the air. The glowing status window floated above Itsuki, showing magic a 110/260 remaining. He stood on top of a mountain of shattered stone beasts. Looking down at the battlefield, he calmly calculated the situation. Using the clear orb once consumed 50 magic points, which meant he only had 2 uses left. Ahead of him, the ground trembled as 2 massive stone beasts charged straight toward him. He noted that the remaining enemies were 3, including a boss that still hadn't revealed itself. Seeing the 2 stone monsters rushing in at full force, he understood what he had to do. He thought that he needed to defeat 2 enemies at once with a single orb. Itsuki lowered his stance and gathered the purple energy swirling from the clear orb. With a powerful jump, Itsuki left the ground and shot upward. Then the beasts crashed with explosive force, shattering the rocky ground. As dust and stone fragments blasted outward, Itsuki leapt forward. "Now," he said, moving straight through the debris. His eye glowed blood red as he pushed through the shockwave. A fierce grin formed on his face. "Take this," he shouted, preparing the next strike. The purple orb shot downward with blinding speed, its light stretching across the sky as Itsuki hung in the air above it. Immediately, glowing system windows appeared one after another displaying Stone Statue LV9 defeated. Clear orb, flight speed increased by 100%. Stone Statue LV10 defeated. Clear orb, flight speed increased by 100%. After the impact, Itsuki collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. Sweat dripped down his face as he lay flat on the rocky floor. He muttered that the exhaustion he felt right before his magic ran out was rough. He hoped he would someday get a magic recovery skill. He slowly sat up and looked at the glowing screen in front of him. He said that with the orb now flying at 5 meters per second, he could catch up to running enemies. The system window displayed the details of the skill. Clear orb, level 1, active effect. Fires a perfect sphere with a fixed trajectory. The sphere flies at 5 ms and penetrates all enemies in its path, ignoring defense. Passive effect. Each time an enemy with higher defense than yourself is defeated with clear orb, flight speed plus 100%. Current flight speed increase, 500%. While he was checking the details, suddenly the ground shook, and a massive stone arm dropped toward him with a loud crash. Itsuki looked up in surprise as the enormous mass slammed into the earth, sending dust and rock exploding in every direction. A massive stone giant charged forward, its rocky body trembling with each step as dust exploded around it. A system window appeared, detecting a B-rank skill and revealing the monster's details. Giant Stone Man #28. Level 15, Stone Tribe. Grade 2 gift. Converts all magic power into defense. Attack 239. Agility 60. Defense 478. Magic 0. Total 777. Itsuki looked up at the towering creature and gasped that it was huge. Lightning wrapped around his body as another window announced, Thunderbreaker activated. Agility plus 50%. Crackling with blue electricity, he sprinted toward the giant. As he dashed below the monster's massive frame, he wondered if he could defeat it with a single clear orb hit. He looked up at the stone giant's head and thought that maybe aiming for the head would work. Lightning trailed behind him as he climbed the monster's rocky body. He spotted a moment of opportunity and shot a clear orb at the monster's head. However, Itsuki soon realized something troubling. He told himself the orb was too small, and even if it penetrated, it wouldn't deal much damage. The massive stone giant swung its enormous arm, and the impact sent wind blasting through the air. Itsuki leaped upward, light and energy swirling around him as he tried to avoid the attack. His eyes widened when he realized he was stuck in the air. He clenched his teeth and thought that this was bad. He couldn't dodge while mid-air. A system window appeared as dark spikes wrapped around his arm. Black wall activated just as the giant's blow landed. Itsuki smashed into the rocks with a violent explosion, kicking up dust and debris across the rocky ground. When the dust settled, Itsuki was wedged into a stone wall, breathing heavily. He muttered that this big guy was tougher than he expected. Another system window flickered in front of him. A B-rank skill, Gigantification, was detected. Over-mimesis activated and began progressing at 1%. Seeing that, Itsuki looked up with a confident grin. Realizing the monster grew huge because of a skill, he said this would be easy. With one hand, he grabbed onto the giant's stone body and prepared for his next move. Meanwhile, outside, one of Kinoshita Reiji's men got the news of what had happened to Oga and froze in shock. Sweat rolled down his face as he shouted, "What?" Behind him, Kinoshita Reiji, dressed in a golden vest, sat calmly. He narrowed his eyes and warned his man not to make noise in front of him. The suit-wearing man bowed his head and apologized, saying it was just so unexpected. Kinoshita asked him what had happened. The man reported urgently that someone had defeated Oga and forced their way into the stage. Hearing that, Kinoshita clenched his teeth and broke the wine glass in his hand. He questioned what Oga was even doing. He reminded himself that Oga always bragged that no one below level 30 could break through his defense. He wondered if a level 30 or higher awakened had shown up, but his man quickly explained that with the recent surge in descending monuments, all awakened above level 30 were busy dealing with them and shouldn't have time to come here. He added that challengers at the Flaming Rock execution ground were mostly level 10 rookies. Hearing that, Kinoshita shouted that there was no way a level 10 could beat Oga. His guard behind him looked down with a serious expression and said that if he was given some time, he would gather detailed information. Kinoshita adjusted his vest and tie and said that gathering information was unnecessary. Even if the opponent was level 30, he himself was already here. He mentioned that the Flaming Rock execution ground was known for its stubborn disaster beasts that slowed down challengers. He added that if they headed there now, they would make it in time. However, his guard said that since the opponent's identity was unknown, they should still be cautious. Hearing that, Kinoshita's expression grew sharp. His glasses glowed as he told the guard that he had already said they were heading there now, and that he shouldn't have to repeat himself. The guard stiffened, sweating nervously, and replied with a quiet, "Yes." Kinoshita then threw his arm upward confidently and declared that he would make them regret opposing the Kinoshita family. At the same time, in the dungeon, blue energy lotus surged around Itsuki. A glowing screen appeared behind him, showing 100%. Seeing that, Itsuki smirked and said that he no longer had to run around like a mouse anymore. He was standing on top of the massive stone beast, and a bright blue lotus had formed on the beast's forehead. At that moment, a system window opened in the air, announcing that the B-rank skill Gigantification had been fully analyzed. Itsuki looked at the window in surprise. He muttered that instead of gaining a new skill, something else had happened. He realized that Clear Orb had leveled up to level 2, and he checked for new effects. Another set of windows appeared, explaining the changes. Clear Orb, level 2, now fires a perfect sphere at 5 meters per second, piercing all enemies while ignoring defense. New effect. After activation, the orb's size can now be adjusted by consuming additional magic power. Passive effect. Each time an enemy with higher defense than your own is defeated using Clear Orb, flight speed increases by 200%. Current accumulated speed boost, 500%. Itsuki stared at the window, shocked that the passive effect had risen from 100% to 200%. More importantly, he was excited that he could now control the size of the orb with magic. Power surged around him as the blue energy lotus opened. Itsuki said he wanted to try the new ability immediately, and glowing energy surrounded his body. Another window appeared, confirming the upgrade. Clear Orb level 2 acquired. All stats plus 20. All debuffs removed. Injuries fully healed. A second window showed his new status. Attack went from 260 to 280, agility from 260 to 280, defense from 260 to 280, magic from 260 to 280, and total stats from 1040 to 1120. Itsuki then jumped above the massive stone beast, and a massive dark glowing flower appeared beside him, pulsing with power. He thought to himself that it was consuming all his magic to create the maximum orb it could produce right now. The stone beast glared up at him with bright yellow eyes as cracks of energy spread across its body. Itsuki shouted, telling the stone beast to take the biggest clear orb. The giant flower opened like petals and released a powerful clear orb. The massive orb shot downward and struck the stone beast, blasting through its body as Itsuki unleashed the attack with full force. After landing the blow, Itsuki lowered his hand and smiled. He joked to himself, asking if he had pushed it a bit too far. A small window beside him showed that his magic had dropped to 0 out of 280. As the stone man was destroyed, a system window appeared, announcing that the giant stone man, level 15, had been defeated, and the clear orb's flight speed had increased by 200%. Amid the collapsing stone debris, Itsuki looked at the destruction around him. He realized that the orb he created by consuming all his magic had grown this huge. He examined its power calmly. The orb's flight speed had reached 7 meters per second. He thought to himself that if he cleared this stage 2 more times, it would become as fast as a car. Just then, a new system panel displayed the skill information. Clear orb, level 2, active effect. Fires a perfect sphere on a fixed path. The sphere travels at 7 memotas and penetrates all enemies, ignoring their defense. After activation, the orb's size can be adjusted by spending more magic. Passive effect. Each time he defeats an enemy with higher defense than his own using Clear Orb, the orb's flight speed increases by plus 200%. The current total increase had reached 700%. Itsuki held a glowing green crystal in his hand while reading the information. He admitted that he had ignored passive effects until now, but now saw how useful they actually were. Dust settled around him as he walked forward. He then thought about another passive skill. Lotus Burst's passive expanded the range of all skills. That meant Clear Orb's range should also increase along with it. He then checked Lotus Burst's passive effect. Each time Lotus Burst defeats a living creature of level 1 or higher, the range of all skills increases by plus 1%. Seeing this, Itsuki smiled slightly as he looked at the system panel floating beside him. Itsuki imagined and thought to himself that if he kept increasing Lotus Burst's passive effect, he could eventually defeat disaster beasts from thousands or even tens of thousands of meters away. Then, outside, a bright green display screen lit up. It showed the result of the challenge. The challenge was successful. The stage level was 15. The challenger was Tenma Itsuki. The time used was 3 minutes and 1 second. The stage clear record was updated. Seeing that, the crowded group reacted immediately. One man shouted in disbelief, saying that 3 minutes and 1 second was impossible. Another said that even a 5-person party needed more than 10 minutes. Someone else wondered if Itsuki had defeated all the disaster beasts in a single hit. Another person pointed out that he had even broken Tiwajin's 3-minute 19-second record and asked what kind of monster he was. They all turned as someone announced that he was coming out. More voices followed. One person questioned why he was still level 0 and wondered if the clear notification was a bug. They looked at him and said he wasn't even injured, only a little dirty, so they didn't believe he had cleared it at all. Choha, in armor, stepped forward with a smile as a green butterfly flew around her. She was happy that he had cleared the stage unscathed again, and he had broken Jin's record again. She admitted that he always managed to surprise her. Shoha then adjusted her glasses and, with a restrained tone, admitted that the challenge had ended unexpectedly quickly. Itsuki answered casually. He said the disaster beasts inside were weak against defense, so he had taken them down easily. The glowing butterfly hovered in front of Itsuki. He looked at it with surprise and asked what it was. Cho explained calmly. She said that her job was a Shikigami user, and the glowing butterfly was her Shikigami. Itsuki watched the butterfly flutter near his hand. He softly repeated its name, Tamacho, and admitted that this was his first time seeing a Shikigami. To him, it looked beautiful. Curious, he asked Choha what kinds of awakened jobs existed. His question startled her, and she asked why he didn't know something so basic. She then began explaining. Jobs, she said, were divided into 4 major types. According to her, he should have already encountered 3 of them by now. She raised her hand and continued her explanation. The first type she mentioned was Elementalist. Elementalists controlled 7 elements: fire, water, wood, metal, earth, wind, and lightning. She said elementalists had the largest population among awakened jobs and also possessed the highest minimum combat capability. She then explained that his classmate, who used electricity attacks, and also the Oga muscular, iron-skinned man from earlier, belonged to that same type. She then introduced the second type, Shikigami user. She explained that Shikigami users could summon Shikigami that obeyed only their master. A blue system window appeared beside the butterfly, displaying that it was Tamachu B rank, level 15. ITS skill is undisclosed. Stata is undisclosed. Shoha continued explaining that a Shikigami stayed with its master from birth. Then another system window appeared showing her own status. Izumi Choha, human, level 6. Job B, Shikigami user. Gift, grade 2, undisclosed. Sekigami, undisclosed. Status, undisclosed. After explaining everything, she asked him if he had any questions so far. Itsuki looked at her Shikigami and then asked why her own level was lower than her Shikigami's level. He wondered aloud if she was really a veteran awakened. His words hit Choha like arrows. She wondered to herself if Itsuki had no concept of sugarcoating things. Choha touched her forehead with a tired expression and explained that Shikigami also absorbed experience and leveled up. Because of that, they were basically always at a higher level than their master. Hearing that, Itsuki's expression darkened. Half of his face sank into shadow, and his eyes glowed coldly. He stated that in that case, when fighting a Shikigami user, it was faster to target the person themselves. Seeing that, Shoha's eyes widened. She noticed the negative aura seeping out of him again and wondered what was going on with him. Itsuki then looked at her calmly and asked what else there was, pointing out that she had only introduced 2 types so far. Choha straightened herself and explained that the third job was currently the most mysterious one, with the least information known about it. She pointed at Itsuki and told him that his job was Order Breaker. Itsuki listened quietly as she continued explaining. She said the reason this job was mysterious was because every Order Breaker possessed different abilities, like the Blue Lotus Flower ability he had shown earlier. She then explained that there were Order Breakers who could change the size of their bodies at will, others who could create infinite clones, and even some who could stretch their bodies freely like rubber. Next, she compared Order Breakers to regular awakened jobs. She explained that normal jobs had skills divided into 4 ranks, C, B, A, and S, while Order Breakers had only Z-rank skills, abilities that stood completely outside that ranking system. Choha said that Order Breakers were treated differently because of these rare exclusive skills. She warned that if an Order Breaker's abilities became known to their enemies, they would lose their greatest advantage. That was why her father had scolded her earlier when she tried asking about his skills. She looked at him seriously and added that he was an irregular existence even among Order Breakers. From what she had observed, he could already use at least 3 different skills, and 2 of those skills were normally only possible for elementalists. Hearing her words, Itsuki looked uneasy as he realized the teacher wasn't there. He thought to himself that he would be in trouble if Choha continued talking about him. Itsuki then asked her about the last job, adding that he had never seen it before. When Choha heard Itsuki asking about the last job, she kept a calm expression and told him she would only explain it after he actually saw it. She added that this was his punishment for never telling her anything about himself. Hearing that, Itsuki let out a quiet sigh and answered with a simple, "Fine." As she turned away, Choha reminded him that the students he saved were now safe. Then she asked what he planned to do after this. Itsuki replied that he was thinking of clearing the stage a few more times. Choha looked back at him sharply. She asked him if he really didn't know anything, explaining that stages had cooldown times. She warned him that this one had an especially long cooldown, meaning he couldn't enter again for at least 2 days. Hearing that, Itsuki's eyes widened in surprise. He wondered aloud if cooldown times really existed. He realized that this must be why Kinoshita monopolized the stages. Determined, he decided that if he couldn't raise the passive effect of his Clear Orb skill, then he would increase the power of his Lotus Burst instead. Itsuki then turned and asked Choha if there was a stage filled with disaster beasts. Choha thought for a moment, trying to remember any stage filled with disaster beasts. She then smiled confidently and chose a stage for him. She explained that in that stage, the levels of the disaster beasts were not very high, but the number of them was enormous. The place was called Locust Wasteland. She explained that there were at least 100 locust-type disaster beasts, even by a conservative estimate, and many awakened people backed out just from seeing how many there were. She then looked at him seriously and asked what he planned to do, since it would be difficult without AoE skills. For those who didn't know, AoE meant Area of Effect, or area attacks. Itsuki answered firmly that he was going. In his thoughts, he remembered that he hadn't used Lotus Burst in front of her yet, so she didn't know he actually had an area attack. A shocked Choha asked him again if he was really going. She reminded him once more that without AoE skills he would have a really hard time, but Itsuki told her not to worry, saying he would be fine. Some nearby awakened individuals became shocked as they listened. One of them asked if he was really going to the Locust Wasteland and said he must not know fear. Another person whispered that once Kinoshita Reiji heard about Oga, he would definitely come. The group decided to leave quickly. They said they should get out before getting caught in the crossfire. Then, a few minutes later, Kinoshita Reiji arrived there and looked around the empty area. He asked in shock why there wasn't a single person present. His bodyguard in a suit stood behind him and reported that the target had gone somewhere. Kinoshita Reiji asked how it was possible. It had only been 30 minutes since the target entered, yet the target had already cleared the Flaming Rock execution ground. His bodyguard said it was hard to believe but seemed to be true. He then asked what Kinoshita planned to do now. Kinoshita Reiji gritted his teeth and said the target was making a fool out of him. He then said that if the target had used skills, there should still be magic traces left behind. He ordered his bodyguard to contact the hound and make it track the target. Kinoshita Reiji shouted angrily for them to capture the target alive no matter what, saying he would make the target taste what living hell was. At the same time, inside a dim alley lined with machinery, a man pressed his back against the wall, hidden in the shadows. His panicked thoughts echoed as he regretted taking the assassination request. He muttered to himself that he never knew Kinoshita Reiji had such a strong subordinate, and cursed himself for accepting the job. That same man slumped to the ground, exhausted and trembling. He breathed heavily and admitted that, without his earth escape technique, he would have been killed. Sweat dripped down his face as he caught his breath. He slowly peeked around a corner, whispering that he should be safe now that he had gotten this far. His eyes widened with fear as he carefully watched his surroundings. Suddenly, a massive beast lunged toward him with its jaws wide open. The monster's sharp teeth and glowing red eyes filled his vision as it attacked. Before he could react, the creature pinned him to the ground. He choked as its fangs pressed against him. A voice spoke nearby, calm but cold. The speaker approached and looked down at the scene. He ordered the beast, called Death, to loosen its grip, saying the man seemed to have something to say. The giant wolf-like creature eased up slightly as the man lay helpless beneath it. The wounded man lay on the ground with blood on his face. With fear in his trembling voice, he asked how they had managed to find him. In front of him, the long-haired man in the coat explained calmly. He said that their beast, Death, had a sharp sense of smell. The creature could sense the scent of death coming from people like him. That man was the hound Kinoshita Reiji had been talking about. His name was Charles. He stepped forward, tipping his hat as he walked. He said that Death could smell the death they were giving off. Filled with terror, the injured man begged for his life. He cried and pleaded for them not to kill him. Charles looked down at him with a cold smile. He said that the request was difficult because Mr. Kinoshita would get angry. He added that Death had not eaten human flesh in a long time. Then Charles' eyes glowed red. He gave a sharp command, telling Death that it was mealtime. The massive black wolf lunged forward with its jaws wide open, fangs bared as it roared fiercely. A moment later, it ate the man. The wolf stood beside the long-haired man in a trench coat. The man looked at it calmly and said that it had finally leveled up. A glowing blue panel appeared, showing the creature's details. Death Hound, B rank, level 16. Skill, Death Smell, C rank. Detects all magic traces in an area and identifies the magic source. Second skill, Respawn Desire, B rank. After the Shikigami dies, its respawn time is greatly reduced. Status, Attack 250, Agility 250, Defense 150, Magic 150. Just then, the man's phone began vibrating. He glanced at the screen and answered the call. He told the person on the other side that he had finished things there. As he listened, his expression changed. He asked if Oga had been badly injured. He wondered aloud if someone had struck that stubborn Oga's weak point. Finally, he replied that he understood and said he was on his way. He ended the call and turned back toward the wolf. With a small gesture, he told it that a new prey had appeared and ordered it to move. Sometime later, in a bright golden field labeled as the Locust Wasteland, a dome-shaped building stood in the distance. Itsuki and Choha approached it along a narrow dirt path. Itsuki looked at the structure and asked softly, "Here?" He stared across the endless wheat fields and wondered aloud if there were really that many locusts in a place that looked so quiet and peaceful. Walking beside him, Choha explained calmly. She said that disaster beasts always chose environments that suited them when invading this world. Because of that, predicting the type of beast based on the surrounding terrain was an important skill for awakened individuals. Hearing that, Itsuki nodded. As they moved closer, he noticed there wasn't even a reception desk. Choha touched her forehead and explained that the danger level of this stage was extremely high, so high that it had already reached the point of a dismantlement resolution. Confused, Itsuki compared it to the Flaming Rock execution ground, noting that this stage was actually below level 13. He asked why such a drastic decision was made. Choha replied that in normal stages, people could still escape if they couldn't win. But here, the disaster beasts were unnaturally aggressive and appeared in overwhelming numbers. As they studied the stage's environment, Choha explained the danger. She said that if an awakened person let their guard down even a little, they would quickly be surrounded by countless locusts. She continued, saying that anyone caught like that would be devoured completely, down to the marrow of their bones. Hearing all of this, Itsuki only smirked. He said that it was perfect if there were really so many disaster beasts here. His excitement made Choa stare at him in disbelief. She asked if he was in a rush to die. He calmly replied that he wasn't desperate enough to die by being eaten by bugs. Moments later, he stepped toward the entrance of the glowing stage gate. Choa watched him, noting from his attitude that he seemed confident enough. She reminded herself that he had entered this stage by his own choice, and she had already given him all the advice she could. With a quiet sigh, she accepted the situation. If something happened inside, it would be entirely his own responsibility. But Choha suddenly froze as worry washed over her face. She wondered what she should do. She realized she had forgotten to tell Itsuki an important detail. Locusts inside the stage would continue spawning endlessly unless the boss was defeated. Panic rose as she decided she had to enter the stage and warn him herself. But suddenly, she heard some noise from behind. Just as she turned, her expression stiffened. Someone had appeared behind her. She saw a tall man wearing a hat, with glowing red eyes, standing beside a giant hound. The man looked at her and spoke with a cold smile, saying he was looking for someone. On the other hand, inside the stage, Itsuki stepped across a ruined field. Dirt and trampled crops surrounded him. He looked around and muttered that it was a mess. Then he clapped his hands together lightly and smiled with confidence. He called out to the unseen swarm, telling the pests to wake up. He had come to exterminate them. A lone scarecrow stood in the middle of the dry, cracked wasteland as countless small insects flew around it. Itsuki looked at the scene and noted that the enemy's individual levels were surprisingly low. He said that since they met the requirements for Lotus Burst, there would be no problem. Information windows appeared one after another. Evil Locust, Shaft 22301. Insect Tribe Level 1, Gift None, Status Undisclosed. There were also some Level 2 Evil Locusts mixed in. Itsuki stared at the dark sky as an enormous swarm of locusts covered everything. He commented on the incredible number of enemies, but instead of being worried, he said that this worked in his favor. Flames rose around him as he formed a glowing lotus of light in his hands. He explained that the more the locusts clustered together, the less effort he needed. Once they entered the range of Lotus Burst, he said he would crush them all at once. The ground shook as a vortex of locusts formed around him. When the moment was right, he shouted a single command. Now, a bright red explosion ignited in the air as the system message appeared, stating that Lotus Burst had been activated. Then there was a huge explosion. Right after the blast, notifications flashed one after another. Each one reported that an evil locust had been defeated by Lotus Burst, increasing all of the user's skill ranges by 1%. More messages followed, showing both Level 1 and Level 2 locusts being wiped out instantly. When the smoke cleared, Itsuki stood calmly in the middle of the scorched ground. Sparks drifted around him while charred insect bodies lay scattered at his feet. Another notification floated beside him, confirming the defeat of a Level 2 locust and awarding another 1% increase. New windows opened, explaining Lotus Burst's abilities. The active effect consumed magic to deal explosive damage within a 10.5-meter range, its power proportional to how much magic was spent. The passive effect stated that every time Lotus Burst killed a living creature of level 1 or higher, all skill ranges increased by 1%. Itsuki glanced at the numbers and made a small comment. He had defeated 110 enemies, which meant a 10% increase, therefore receiving 10% at once. Lotus Burst's range had now expanded to 10.5 meters, which he considered impressive. He analyzed the situation calmly. Against disaster beasts of this level, consuming 10% of his magic to output 10% of his firepower should be enough. Taking his remaining magic and recovery speed into account, he could probably use about 10 more shots. If he gained even 100 kills per use, he could increase his total skill range by 1000%. Another screen displayed his magic level, 252 out of 280. He looked at it and muttered that things would go much more smoothly if stages didn't have cooldown times. But suddenly, Itsuki noticed something. He stared at his bracelet with a confused expression. He noticed that the usual challenge success notification was missing. He muttered that something felt odd. As he frowned, a thought crossed his mind, and he wondered if the reason was something unexpected. Just then, a system window suddenly appeared. It reported that a C-rank skill called Mother's Will had been detected. It also stated that over-mimesis was activated, and that the analysis progress was at 1%. Itsuki looked up sharply. He realized that one locust had survived. Dust and broken ground swirled around him as more locusts flew through the air. He turned, watching the locust swarm gather again. He questioned whether Mother's Will was the boss monster's skill. At that moment, several locusts lunged at him. He jumped back and blocked the attacks with the crystal armor covering his arms. He admitted to himself that he had let his guard down. He had truly believed there was no boss monster in this area. He narrowed his eyes, thinking aloud, He said it was good that he could still expand his skill range by using Lotus Burst again, but he also stated the bigger problem. He had no idea where the boss actually was. The glowing lotus-shaped energy expanded from Itsuki's hands as he activated his skill. His expression hardened with resolve. He declared that he would defeat all the small enemies first and force the hidden boss to reveal itself. A bright explosion erupted around him. The ground shook as countless evil locusts were blown apart by the blast. System notifications appeared one after another. Each message showed that an evil locust, either level 1 or level 2, had been defeated with Lotus Burst, and every kill increased all his skill ranges by 1%. The notifications continued stacking until the Lotus Burst total experience reached 220%. His Lotus Burst leveled up. Another message explained the updated skill. Lotus Burst LV2 now consumed magic to deal explosive damage within a 16-meter diameter, and its power increased based on how much magic was used. Itsuki looked at the smoking battlefield and murmured that the range had expanded to 16 meters, calling the new effectiveness outstanding. But even after defeating 10 small enemies, the boss still hadn't appeared. Deep underground, inside a dim nest filled with shifting shadows, many insect-like creatures began to crawl and move. Their wings rustled as more of them gathered around a glowing cluster hidden in the darkness. As the locusts crawled out of the cracked ground, a notification floated in front of Itsuki, showing the analysis progress rising to 27%. He looked ahead sharply and muttered that they had spawned again. Another screen appeared, showing his magic at 232 out of 280. He noted that he could still use Lotus Burst 9 more times. Fire erupted around his hand as he stepped forward, declaring that no matter how many times the monsters appeared, he would thoroughly deal with them. His arm swung through the flames, and he shouted that he would sweep them all away. A fiery explosion burst across the battlefield, and several notifications appeared one after another, stating that evil locusts of level 1 had been defeated with Lotus Burst, and that all skill ranges increased by 1%. More screens stacked up endlessly, showing the same message again and again. A blinding explosion tore through the ground as Lotus Burst activated again, scattering debris in every direction. Bright light flashed across the stage, and the blue notification window appeared with the same message, Lotus Burst. Another massive blast followed right after, engulfing the area in a wave of yellow flames and flying rubble. The screen repeated the skill name, Lotus Burst. A new system panel displayed the updated description of the skill. It stated that Lotus Burst LV2 consumed magic to deal explosive damage within a 54.5-meter diameter. Its power tied directly to magic consumption. Below it, another panel explained the passive effect. Every time the skill defeated a creature of level 1 or higher, all skill ranges increased by plus 1%, now reaching a total of plus 990%. Itsuki ran forward through the burning battlefield, sweat rolling down his face. He glanced at the glowing screen. He said that up until now, he had wiped out large groups 9 times and expanded Lotus Burst's range by 990%, but he only had enough magic left to use it one more time. He wondered why the monsters kept appearing non-stop. His magic display dropped to 52 on 80. He looked up as the sky darkened with swarming insects. He muttered in frustration that there was no end to them. The swarm grew thicker overhead, but even after all the destruction, he saw no trace of the stage boss. He frowned and said that there was still no sign of the boss appearing at all. He considered withdrawing temporarily from the stage and returning after the analysis finished. But even as he thought it through, the endless swarm closed in around him. Itsuki narrowed his eyes sharply as a thought erupted in his mind. He declared that behaving like that was what third-raters would do. Fire gathered in his hand, and flames wrapped around his arm. With determination burning in his expression, he stated that no matter how many disaster beasts appeared, he would defeat every single one of them. A massive explosion erupted like a lotus blooming in fire, sending shockwaves across the ground. As smoke rose around him, Itsuki steadied himself and muttered that, with this attack, but before he could finish, countless more insects filled the air. Swarms surrounded him, and he realized in frustration that there were still more, and their numbers hadn't decreased at all. A glowing system screen appeared before him, showing the analysis progress at 91%. Itsuki's eyes widened as he tried to make sense of the situation. He wondered what was happening. All the disaster beasts that had appeared since the first defeat were still only level 1. Their bodies were small too, as if they had just hatched. As he connected all the dots, he realized the truth at once. The boss's ability was infinite reproduction. A massive golden insect, the queen locust, crouched in the darkness as glowing eggs shot out from its abdomen. A system window identified it. Queen locust #0379. Insect tribe, level 13. Gift. Grade 1. Lays large quantities of evil locust eggs. Skill. Mother's Will, C rank, remotely controls up to 110 hatched evil locusts. Itsuki looked up, sweat trailing down his face. If the queen could reproduce endlessly, then fighting the small ones meant nothing. The only way forward was to defeat the boss itself. His magic was nearly gone, but the analysis bar floated in front of him, rising steadily. 98%. 99%. He clenched his teeth as the final percentage completed. The blue sphere of the analysis pulsed outward. Analysis progress. 100%. A new message appeared. Mother's Will analysis complete. Skill acquired. Magic Detection LV1. Another window followed. Magic Detection LV1. Active effect. After activation, continuously consumes magic to sense magic flow within a 100 m diameter. Passive effect. Range expanded to 1100 m because of Lotus Burst's passive effect. Additional passive. Each time one enemy unit is detected, the user's magic recovers by 10%. Seeing this, Itsuki's eyes widened as he read the description. A detection skill. Its effective range now stretching over 1,000 meters, and every enemy detected would restore his magic. A smile curved across his lips. The passive effect was perfect for this stage. Hunting the smaller creatures again and again would now benefit him greatly. He tilted his head slightly, his eyes shining with confidence. He thought that leaving the queen alone for a moment and clearing out more enemies wouldn't be a bad plan at all. As he lowered his gaze, he thought quietly to himself. He realized he had been keeping Choha waiting. For now, he decided to finish clearing the stage before returning. A blue system window appeared before him, announcing that Magic Detection LV1 had been acquired. All of his stats rose by 10 points, all debuffs were removed, and his injuries were fully healed. Another window displayed the up. His attack increased from 280 to 290. His agility rose from 280 to 290. His defense moved from 280 to 290. His magic stat climbed from 280 to 290. His total grew from a 112-20 to a 160. Itsuki then raised his hand to his forehead as swirling energy surrounded him. He activated the new skill, focusing intently. He began locating the boss using magic detection. Wide ripples of energy spread out from his body, expanding across the entire area like rings on water. The waves traveled far into the distance, lighting up the surroundings as they moved. Down below, the massive golden insect boss lifted its head, its yellow eyes glowing as the waves passed over it. Itsuki's eyes suddenly sharpened. In the next instant, he spotted the reaction in the distance. He slowly raised 2 fingers and pointed them forward, a confident smile forming on his face. A surge of dark, swirling energy formed at his fingertips, twisting the air around him. He was going to use his clear orb skill. Amid the chaos, his steady voice echoed. He said that even if the enemy used its children as shields, it would be useless. The clear orb began to glow, merging with the power of Lotus Burst. A bright lotus-shaped light burst outward, illuminating the battlefield. He declared that with Lotus Burst's passive effect and the clear orb's current flight range, the attack would definitely reach its target. A system window appeared, stating that the clear orb's flight distance was now 120 meters. In the next instant, the glowing orb shot across the field like a streak of purple lightning. Wind burst apart in its wake as the queen locust recoiled in shock, spreading its golden wings wide to escape. But Itsuki was already behind it, surrounded by crackling blue crystal. His transformed figure loomed like a shadow, sparks dancing across his body as he struck with overwhelming power. Lightning surrounded Itsuki as he appeared above the queen. Looking at her, he said, "Checkmate." He slammed his attack down, overpowering the queen with sheer force. He cut down the queen into pieces. Immediately, the whole insect swamp was disturbed. Seeing that, he realized the swarm fell into chaos after losing its queen. Itsuki turned toward them with cold eyes. Flames erupted from his crystal-covered arm as he promised to send the remaining creatures to their mama right away. After the Lotus Burst explosion, all insects fell to the ground. Itsuki stood in the settling dust, looking at the battlefield calmly. He stated that all his skill ranges had increased by 1,210%, that Lotus Burst's explosion radius now reached 65.5 meters, and that the clear orb's flight distance had expanded to 131 meters. A system window appeared, describing Lotus Burst at level 2. It explained that the active skill consumed magic to cause explosive damage within a 65.5 meter diameter, its power tied to magic consumption. The passive effect showed that every time Lotus Burst defeated a living creature of level 1 or higher, all skill ranges increased by 1%, now totaling plus 1,210%. A second notification appeared, showing the flight distance of the true ball, 131 meters. Itsuki looked at the result and smiled, saying it had been a good harvest. He held a green leaf in his hand while sitting on the ground, surrounded by rising dust. He then thought to himself that when the cooldown ended, he would challenge it again and raise Lotus Burst's passive effect to 5 digits. As he returned to exit the dungeon, a new notification appeared, stating, "New record achieved." Another line reported, "Time used 17 minutes 7 seconds." Standing in front of a glowing blue portal, Itsuki looked at the timer and noted that it had taken 17 minutes. He thought that Choa must be worried. He imagined Choa waiting outside. He believed that when he returned safely, she would probably act aloof again, yet he knew she was actually kind and considerate. He thought her inability to be honest was somewhat cute. Stepping out of the portal, surrounded by a swirl of blue energy, he lifted his hand and greeted her, saying he was back and sorry for worrying. But then his eyes widened sharply, shock filling them. Right in front of him, Choa appeared injured, blood on her lips. A man with glowing red eyes held her up by the collar. He looked down at Itsuki and spoke coldly. He said that going solo and coming out of the stage safely could mean only one thing. Itsuki was the guy Reiji had been looking for. Charles in the wide-brimmed hat looked at Itsuki and spoke calmly. He said the timing was perfect. He had been trying to get information about Itsuki from Choha, whom he had captured, but even in her current condition, she refused to talk. Charles added that Choha had more backbone than most men. Across from him, Itsuki stepped forward. His voice was cold as he told Charles to let go of Choha with his filthy hands. He warned that if Charles did not do so now, he would only be half killed. Hearing that, Charles laughed loudly. He mocked Itsuki and told him not to get cocky, calling him just a level 0 rookie. But in the next moment, blue electricity burst from Itsuki's body as he shot forward with incredible speed. His eyes glowed with a sharp red light as he charged toward Charles. Charles flinched in fear, shouting that he was fast, then called out to Death. Before Itsuki's blow could land, Death, a giant black beast, suddenly leapt between them. Itsuki's lightning-covered punch slammed into Death instead, sending sparks and force blasting outward as Death roared. Just as Death appeared in front of Itsuki, a glowing system window appeared, announcing that a B-rank Shikigami called the Death Hound had been detected. Another window followed, showing that overmimesis had activated, with analysis beginning at 1%. When Itsuki saw the notification, he realized the truth. This dog was a Shikigami, which meant the man wearing the hat was its user. The analysis window continued to rise, reaching 12%. Charles narrowed his eyes as he watched Itsuki move. He noted that there were no wasted movements and that his opponent's speed was extremely high. He understood now why Oga had lost. Oga likely did not even have enough time to metalize before being defeated. But Charles showed no fear. He grinned and declared that he had Death and a hostage. Behind him, Choa struggled weakly in his grasp. Hearing this, Itsuki shouted her name, his expression tightening in alarm. Itsuki, who stood firm and was holding Death's snout with one hand, got distracted. Death broke free from his grip and roared, baring its sharp teeth as it lunged. The monster's glowing red eyes locked onto him. Charles smirked as he spoke. He said that Death's bite force could crush any enemy with a defense lower than 30. At best, he said, Itsuki would get his arm bitten off. But the next second, Charles's expression suddenly froze. His eyes widened in shock as he looked ahead. In front of him, black spikes grew around Itsuki's body, blocking the beast's bite. Immediately, Itsuki used his Lotus Orb skill, aiming at Death. With a violent burst of energy, the Lotus Orb was released from Itsuki's hand and hit Death directly in the head. It tore through Death's skull, ripping out its core and ending its life instantly. A blue window appeared, showing the analysis progress climbing. The number reached 77%. Itsuki stood calmly over the defeated hound. He explained that without a Shikigami user was basically defenseless. Charles stared at him in disbelief. He wondered if Itsuki did not know that as a rookie, the Shikigami could respawn. On top of that, because of the B-rank skill Respawn Desire, Death's respawn time was greatly reduced. The next second, Death respawned and attacked Itsuki from behind. Charles warned Itsuki that staying careless like that would make him Death's prey. The beast charged, jaws wide open, but suddenly, waves of magical detection spread out as Itsuki activated his skill, Magic Detection. Itsuki sensed Death's attack and moved with lightning speed to counter it. He thought to himself that keeping Magic Detection active ever since he acquired it had been the right choice. The analysis progress climbed. 89%, 90%, 91%. Itsuki glanced at Charles, who was watching while holding Choha, and noted that the analysis would finish soon. He thought that if the Blue Lotus appeared from over mimesis, Charles might become wary. The progress bar reached 95%. Seeing Itsuki move and kick Death without even looking back, Charles started sweating. He realized the truth. This opponent had more power and more speed than Death and even possessed detection skills. He panicked, realizing he could not launch a surprise attack at all in this situation. Charles pulled Choha in front of him and tightened his grip around her neck. His voice trembled with panic as he warned that if Itsuki resisted any further, Choha's life would end. Itsuki watched quietly. He wanted to finish his analysis without revealing the Blue Lotus, but the situation made it difficult. Just then, a bright system window appeared before him, showing the message, "Analysis progress 100%. Another screen followed. Death Eater analysis complete. Shikigami Eater has been acquired. It explained the active effect. By directly touching a Shikigami, he could take ownership of the opponent's Shikigami. Itsuki looked at the result and realized he could even control whether the Blue Lotus appeared, because the analysis had completed without revealing it. More system messages appeared. Shikigami Eater, LV2, acquired. All stats increased by 20. Then a system notice explained that because Over-Mimesis had activated incompletely, debuff removal and full recovery had failed. Itsuki's updated status flashed. Attack, agility, defense, and magic increased from 290 to 310, and his total stat points increased from 1060 to 1240. Seeing the notification, Itsuki thought to himself that skipping the Blue Lotus came with a price since it lost its recovery ability, but he had already fully recovered once during the last stage. Because of that, he could still fight at almost full strength even without recovering now. Just then, Death charged forward with its jaws wide open, roaring as it rushed toward Itsuki. In that moment, Itsuki realized something important. He understood that this new skill allowed him to steal other people's Shikigami. He looked down at the glowing energy gathering in his hands, calm despite the danger. He thought to himself that if that was the case, then he already knew what he should do. Blue energy burst around him as he raised his hand. With sharp determination, he placed his hand on top of Death's head, deciding that he would take Charles's dog. Blue flower petals erupted like a storm. Death's body was wrapped in swirling petals of energy as the power pulled it away. The next second, Itsuki stepped forward with overwhelming speed and kicked Death, sending it blasting across the field. Death went flying and fell behind Charles. Seeing that, Charles panicked. He stared at the scene and cursed angrily, calling Death a useless mutt. He shouted in frustration, demanding to know what he had fed it all that experience for. Charles tightened his grip on the injured Choha and shouted in rage. He warned that if Itsuki resisted any further, he would snap her neck. Choha, battered and barely conscious, forced her eyes open. With a trembling voice, she told Itsuki not to worry about her. Across from them, Itsuki slowly raised both his hands in surrender. He called out, telling Charles not to touch her. Seeing that, Charles smirked coldly. He said that if Itsuki had been obedient from the beginning, Choha wouldn't have had to suffer like this. Itsuki glared at Charles and asked why he was being targeted, saying he didn't remember doing anything to earn such a grudge. Hearing that, Charles sneered, accusing him of still trying to probe for information. He then explained that it didn't matter because Itsuki would meet him soon anyway. He told Itsuki that Kinoshita Reiji was furious that Itsuki had entered a North District 4 stage without permission. He introduced himself, saying he was Charles the Hound, sent under Reiji's orders to capture him. Hearing that name again, Itsuki muttered that he needed to meet Kinoshita directly and talk things out. Charles grinned and said that Itsuki would meet him soon, but only in a battered body. He then announced that Death would bite off his legs next and warned that if Itsuki wanted Choha to stay alive, he was forbidden from using that strange ice again. Charles pointed at Itsuki and gave the command, telling Death to bite off both of Itsuki's legs. Hearing that, Itsuki narrowed his eyes. Instead of fear, a cold determination filled them. He told Death to prove it was worthy of being his Shikigami. In the next instant, Death turned and lunged. Not at Itsuki but at Charles, sinking its teeth into its former master. Taking advantage of the moment, Itsuki moved at lightning speed, appearing behind Choha. Blue sparks burst around him as he caught her gently in his arms, pulling her away from danger. Charles screamed as he stared in shock. Sweat ran down his face as he shouted, asking why Death was attacking him, its own master. Shikigami Death stood beside Itsuki with glowing red eyes. Death growled quietly as Itsuki praised it, telling it that it did well. Itsuki then held the injured Choha in his arms. Blue energy surrounded him as he spoke coldly. He said he would return the pain Choha suffered 10 times. No, 100 times over. He warned that Charles would regret laying hands on them, crying and wailing. Hearing that, Charles fell back terrified. He begged for a chance to speak, claiming he had only followed Reiji's orders. His voice shook as he suggested they team up instead. He said he would lure out Reiji for him. Itsuki's eyes glowed red. He looked down at him and said that it was a good proposal. Seeing this, Charles's expression changed. A sharp grin spread across his face as he muttered that he had found an opening. He threw a blade toward Itsuki and shouted for him to die. The attack flashed forward with blinding light, but Itsuki was calm and easily dodged the blade. His eyes narrowed as he watched the attack pass by. He muttered that he alone was more than enough to kill Kinoshita Reiji. Beside him stood Death, its eyes glowing red, ready. Itsuki ordered Death to make Charles suffer the same treatment Choha had endured. Death's jaws opened wide, revealing sharp fangs as it prepared to strike. Seeing that, Charles froze in terror. Sweat dripped down his face as he begged for mercy. He insisted that his hand had slipped earlier and that he would apologize. Trembling, he pleaded for one more chance. But Itsuki didn't falter. Holding Choha in his arms, he stared coldly and told Charles that it was mealtime. Death, with glowing red eyes, rushed forward, its fangs bared as it charged at the man. Charles panicked as he stumbled back. Tears streamed down his face as he shouted, asking if Death had forgotten who its master was. He reminded Death how much he had fed it. His voice shook as he tried to speak again, but Death opened its jaws wide, revealing rows of sharp teeth as it lunged at him. Death finished off Charles. A short distance away, Itsuki stood while carrying the injured Choha in his arms. He had sensed someone watching them. Itsuki told the hidden person that he had been watching them ever since Itsuki left the stage. Itsuki then turned and asked how long the hidden person planned to stay hidden, telling him to show himself. Hearing his words, nearby tall grass rustled as someone began to move, stepping out into the light. It was a hooded blonde young man who stepped out from the tall grass, scratching the back of his head with an awkward smile. He said softly that they had caught him. Itsuki held the injured Choha in his arms as a dark aura spread behind him. His eyes glowed as he asked the blonde man if he was working with Charles from earlier. Startled, the blonde man waved his hands frantically and shouted that he wasn't an enemy. He begged them to listen. Itsuki glanced at him coldly and said fine. He didn't have time to deal with him. Behind them, Death continued eating Charles it had taken down. Itsuki ordered Death to follow him after finishing the meal. The blonde man watched in shock. Even a savage beast like Death obeyed Itsuki without hesitation. He thought that someone like Itsuki might actually be able to help him. He quickly approached and introduced himself as Iberia, asking for Itsuki's name. Excited, he said the fight earlier was amazing, even though there were some terrifying moments. He added that Itsuki must be the mysterious man who defeated Oga Takeru. Itsuki answered calmly. His name was Tenma Itsuki, while continuing to hold the unconscious Choha in his arms. Iberia nervously followed beside Itsuki. He smiled awkwardly and asked if Itsuki could lend him a hand. He said he would pay him, or he could give him karma stones, or even a weapon. Itsuki stayed silent, walking forward with the injured Choha. Iberia watched him leave, sweat forming on his face. He wondered why Itsuki wasn't responding. His father had once told him that anyone would happily help if given enough compensation. Now he questioned if that had been a lie. A memory surfaced, his father hammering steel in front of a blazing forge. His father explained that compensation required creativity, just like how a cup of water was more valuable than treasure in the desert. His father said that for someone seeking revenge, one must offer a blade. For someone injured, offer medicine. He said that was enough compensation for them. Back in the present, understanding flashed across Iberia's face. He clenched his fist with excitement and said he finally understood. Iberia called out from behind, reminding Itsuki that he had come on foot. He said that with an injured person, it was impossible to move quickly, and that the nearest hospital was dozens of kilometers away. He warned that if Itsuki walked that slowly, the woman he was carrying would die. Iberia then reached into his bag and held up a glowing scroll. He said that he happened to have healing items, but even hearing that, Itsuki continued walking. Iberia shouted in a hurry that he could save her. Hearing this, Itsuki stopped and turned his head, asking if that was really true. Iberia explained that he couldn't fully heal her right away, but he could save her life. The two of them knelt beside the injured Choha. Itsuki asked if the healing could be done through her clothes. Iberia replied that the bandage he was using wasn't ordinary. He wrapped the glowing bandage around her, explaining that it was a rare karma tool made from bandages worn by the Shadow tribe and bark taken from the Kodama tribe. Itsuki looked at Iberia and repeated the unfamiliar term, asking what a karma tool was. Iberia studied him and said that, at his level, he must have just become an awakened. He explained that it was no surprise Itsuki didn't know. Iberia explained that modern weapons didn't work on disaster beasts. Guns were useless against them, so firearms couldn't be used in real combat. However, crafters were able to forge special anti-disaster beast items known as karma tools, created from monument materials and the body parts of disaster beasts. He said that karma tools were divided into 4 ranks depending on the crafter's skill and the materials used. The 4 ranks were normal, rare, epic, and unique. Iberia then explained using a simple longsword as an example. Normal karma tools weren't much different from regular weapons, except they were capable of damaging disaster beasts and awakened beings. The sword was labeled an ordinary longsword. The next weapon was the ocean sword, rare, which increased agility and magic. Iberia said that rare karma tools boosted their owner's stats. The third weapon was the blood sword, epic, which increased attack power and absorbed blood to raise the blade's temperature and reduce an enemy's self-healing by half. Iberia explained that epic karma tools not only boosted stats, but also possessed special effects. Iberia continued by explaining the final rank of karma tools, which was the holy sword, unique. It granted increased attack and agility. Its unique effect allowed the user to obtain the inexhaustible magic sealed inside it, enabling infinite magic usage. Iberia said that the ultimate goal for every crafter was to create a unique karma tool, weapons with massive stat boosts, and powerful one-of-a-kind effects. Iberia went on to explain that crafters themselves didn't have much combat power, and there were very few of them. But because they could forge karma tools, all awakened people respected them. Hearing that, Itsuki asked Iberia if his father was a crafter. Iberia smiled and replied that his father wasn't just any crafter. He explained that countless crafters couldn't create a unique karma tool even once in their entire lives. Across the 5 continents, there were only 10 crafters who had achieved that level. Then he proudly added that 3 of those 10 unique tools were made by his father. That was why everyone called his father the Crafter King of the Northern Continent. Saying that, Iberia grinned proudly. Finally, he turned and saw that Itsuki wasn't even looking at him. He got angry and shouted, asking Itsuki if he was even listening. He complained loudly that he was explaining everything kindly while Itsuki was being rude. He shouted at him not to ignore him, but Itsuki didn't respond. Instead, he quietly examined the crossbow in his hands and said that it was the same crossbow Charles had been using. Iberia was shocked, seeing that even after hearing about his father, Itsuki didn't look surprised at all. He muttered that any normal awakened person would have already been flattering him. Meanwhile, Itsuki kept studying the weapon and thought that having it would let him reduce how often he needed to use the clear orb and also lower the risk of exposing his abilities. Iberia looked at it and told Itsuki that this weapon was a rare karma tool. Hearing that, Itsuki commented that it was unfortunate there were no arrows left. Iberia explained that projectile karma tools didn't need normal arrows. Any ordinary ammunition could be assimilated into karma tool ammunition, so there was nothing to worry about. Just then, a screen appeared showing the name Hunter's Crossbow, rare, with an agility increase of +50. Then the crossbow vanished. Itsuki looked surprised and asked why it disappeared. Iberia told him that this was another feature of karma tools. Once a karma tool linked with its owner, it would be stored away and reappear whenever the owner wished to use it. Hearing that, Itsuki said it was convenient. He thanked Iberia for the treatment and told him to let him know if he ever needed help. He added that once he finished his own business, he needed to go find Kinoshita Reiji. Hearing that name, Iberia reacted and said he thought he had misheard earlier. He said Itsuki must be incredibly bold to go against someone like Kinoshita Reiji in North District 4. Hearing his words, Itsuki looked at him calmly and asked if he was also going to tell him to give up. Iberia told Itsuki that if his target was Kinoshita Reiji, then they were after the same person. Itsuki asked calmly if Iberia had angered Reiji as well. Iberia said it wasn't exactly like that, and explained that he wanted the two of them to team up for the Salvation League National Tournament preliminaries, happening the day after tomorrow. Hearing about the preliminaries, Itsuki remembered Shoha mentioning that only the top 10 would advance to the main tournament, and he had been grinding stages non-stop these past few days to prepare. Itsuki asked Iberia what the tournament preliminaries had to do with Kinoshita Reiji. Iberia explained that the preliminaries were divided by continents, and for the northern continent, the venue was located in North District 4. He explained that as the son of the North District 4 administrator, Reiji was determined to compete in the main tournament. His older brother was also a savior, so failing to reach the top 10 would disgrace the Kinoshita family name. Hearing that, Itsuki then understood why Reiji monopolized all stages in North District 4 to level up quickly. He looked at Iberia and asked why someone like him would want to team up with him, especially since he had been receiving help from him this whole time. Iberia raised his voice confidently, saying it was because Itsuki was strong. He believed that if they teamed up, they would definitely pass the preliminaries. Itsuki then asked why Iberia was so fixated on this year, pointing out that he was younger and had plenty of opportunities ahead. Hearing Itsuki ask that, Iberia looked tense as he clenched his fist. Then he answered softly that there was a reason. He recalled his childhood. Since he was young, he had watched his father create karma tools right in front of him. His eyes had always sparkled as he watched. Every completed karma tool looked perfect, like a piece of art. His admiration for his father kept growing. He remembered his dream. He had always wanted to become an awakened one someday. He imagined himself fighting disaster beasts using the karma tools his father made. In that memory, a month ago, he finally awakened. Excited, he begged his father for a karma tool. But his father refused, telling him it was too early. His father said that only saviors could use his karma tools. Iberia didn't give up. He kept begging. Finally, his father set a condition. If he passed this year's preliminaries, he would receive one. Iberia clenched his fist tightly. With determination in his eyes, he declared that this was why he had to win this year's preliminaries, no matter what. Itsuki looked at Iberia and spoke calmly. He said that with such an amazing father, Iberia should have plenty of options. There was no need for him to team up with someone like a level 0. Iberia lowered his eyes and replied that his father had thought of that too. So before he left, his father told him to pass the preliminaries with his own skills. His father warned him that if he teamed up with strong partners using his father's name, he would not receive any karma tools. Hearing that, Itsuki commented that his father seemed strict. Iberia explained further that according to his information network, most strong participants had already been bought off by Kinoshita. What remained were lone wolves who disliked teaming up, or groups with fixed members. He had no prospects for teammates. With excitement, Iberia grabbed Itsuki's hand and explained that 2 days ago he had heard news that someone had defeated Oga Takeru, one of the 4 pillars, and even broken stage records. Because of this, he dug for information continuously and eventually found his way here. Itsuki first freed his hand and then agreed to team up. He said the team was no problem, but first he wanted to take Choha to the hospital. With excitement, Iberia declared that he would come along. From now on, they were a duo. Iberia then said they needed a duo name. He brought up possibilities, combining Tenma Itsuki and Iberia. He suggested Ibiten, but rejected it because it sounded like a store name. He tried Ibulaitsu, then Tenmaria, then Tenibei, changing ideas one after another. Nearby, Itsuki carried the unconscious Choha in his arms. He looked tired and thought to himself that he was in trouble because Iberia talked even more than Rikuru. Suddenly, Itsuki thought about Rikuru and Saya. He wondered how they were doing and whether they were participating in the preliminaries now that both had awakened. Just then, Iberia suddenly brightened with an idea. He said that since both of their names contained the letter I, they could call their duo Double I. Far away, as Itsuki thought of Rikuru, Rikuru suddenly sneezed while training. Saya looked at him and asked if he had caught a cold. Rikuru scratched his head and said maybe someone was talking about him. Maybe Itsuki. Saya lowered her gaze and quietly asked how long it had been since the attack incident. She said she never expected them to be apart for so long, and wondered if Itsuki was doing well. Rikeru looked at her strangely. He said that if she was that worried, she should have gone to see Itsuki after the disaster beasts were defeated. Saya blushed deeply and bowed her head in embarrassment. A moment later, she thrust her hands forward and released a burst of water, sending Rikeru flying back as he shouted in surprise. Rikeru shouted that attacking suddenly was unfair, but Saya quickly replied that fair or not, it was sparring practice, and he was the one who left an opening. Just then, their teacher appeared behind them. Both students straightened up in shock. Rikuru called out, "Sensei," while the teacher scolded them, reminding them that the national tournament preliminaries would start the day after tomorrow. He asked if this was really the time to fool around. Saya's eyes lit up. She said she was excited to finally fight other awakened people, because sparring only with Rikuru had become boring. A glowing screen appeared beside her, revealing her stats as an awakened water elementalist. Rikuru looked at his own status window as well. He said he had never been to North District 4 and had heard it was a prosperous town. He said he wanted to see it with his own eyes soon. Elsewhere, someone opened a metal case holding 3 sharp crystal stones. It was Kinoshita. He looked at the crystals and frowned impatiently. He commented that the hound still hadn't arrived and said it was unusual for him to be late. His bodyguard standing behind him wondered if something unexpected had happened. Hearing that, Kinoshita's expression darkened. He muttered that those useless fools had failed again. His glasses glowed red as a message appeared, saying the Karma Stone had been used and experience had been gained. His bodyguard asked if they should send people to search. Kinoshita looked frustrated and said to forget about that person. The national tournament preliminaries were the top priority now. He muttered that if he failed, his father would lock him in the confinement room again. Then he asked about the matter he had assigned his bodyguard. His bodyguard reported the results. Out of the 3,113 participants in the northern continent, he had persuaded 87 to cooperate. All of them were level 5 or above, just as ordered. Hearing that, Kinoshita smiled and said his subordinate had done well, and that he was the only one he could rely on. He then took another glowing stone. His bodyguard told him that it was the last Karma Stone. Light surrounded Kinoshita as he broke it. The experience was absorbed, and his level went up. Power surged around Kinoshita as lightning burst from his body. He said it was enough, and that he would use this strength to crush the commoners. A status screen appeared, showing Kinoshita Reiji, level 12, job, Lightning Elementalist, gift grade 2, attack 135, defense 130, agility 168, magic 170, total points 603. A bright blue teleportation column formed outside the hospital as Itsuki stood calmly in the center of it. He lowered his head and spoke softly, saying he was sorry to his teacher. He explained that he had let Choha end up in such a condition. His teacher came out of the teleportation portal and asked what he wanted to do. He said he could dispose of Kinoshita if Itsuki wished. Itsuki looked up and answered firmly, telling his teacher to leave Kinoshita to him. His teacher agreed. He told Itsuki to explain the details of what happened later. Nearby, Iberia watched in amazement. He realized that the Northern Continent Commander-in-Chief had been Itsuki's teacher. Iberia understood why Itsuki wasn't surprised, even after hearing who Iberia's father was. Iberia thought that Izumi Nento was truly a mysterious person. He even wondered if he should ask for his autograph later. Then, in the hospital room, Itsuki calmly explained what had happened and told his teacher that that was why he chose to participate in the Salvation League National Tournament preliminaries. His teacher said he understood and turned toward Choha, asking how she was feeling. Choha smiled softly. She said Tamachu had treated her, so she had fully recovered. A glowing green butterfly floated near her hand. She added that Iberia's rare karma tool had also helped in her healing. Hearing that, Izumi Nento looked at Iberia in surprise. He said that since Iberia possessed the rare karma tool Kodama Bandage, crafted by Aiden, he must be Aiden's son. Iberia was surprised to hear that. Realization hit him as he thought to himself that Izumi Nento knew about karma tools and even recognized his father. He reminded himself that he needed to show the dignity of the Crafter King's eldest son. He pointed proudly at himself and shouted with confidence that he was Aiden's father. Hearing that, everyone stared at him in silence. Then Itsuki told him that he had gotten it backwards. Hearing that, Iberia lowered his head, hiding his red face behind his hand. In a shaky voice, he apologized and admitted that Aiden was his father. Commander Nento cleared his throat and tried to shift the atmosphere. He said he was grateful that Iberia had saved his daughter. He added that once the preliminaries ended, he wanted to visit Aiden together with Tenma. He then reminded Itsuki and Iberia that they had to prepare for the tournament and told them to head out. He promised that he and Choha would come to watch tomorrow. Iberia raised his fist excitedly and agreed. He told Commander Nento that he could relax because they would definitely pass the preliminaries. Beside him, Itsuki stood quietly and nodded. After they left, Choha commented that her father had really taken a liking to Tenma because she remembered how, when he used to meet with Jin, he would always bring her along to meetings. Hearing that, Commander Nento told her that because of childhood trauma, whenever Itsuki faced disaster beasts, powerful self-destructive impulses would awaken inside him. But Itsuki's self-destructive impulses weakened only when someone he wanted to protect was nearby. He explained to Choha that this was the reason he placed Choha by Itsuki's side. Hearing that, Choha realized that her father wanted her to become Itsuki's friend, become his weakness, and become the person he wanted to protect. Choha repeated the thought quietly, wondering if she was truly the one Tenma wanted to protect. While she was lost in her thoughts, the commander then stood up and revealed to Chohei that the disaster beast attack at Itsuki's school had been planned, not a coincidence. Hearing that, Chohei reacted with surprise. Commander Nento added that more traitors were joining the disaster beasts, and that similar attacks on commanders-in-chief had happened across other continents as well. The commander turned toward a large window, his silhouette dark against the night. He said that for now humanity's future was pitch black. Then he added softly that Itsuki would surely be the one to illuminate it. His voice rang out that Itsuki would become a light of hope. Then, at the national tournament preliminary venue in North District 4, the massive circular arena sat in the middle of the wasteland. Inside, a crowd gathered. Itsuki looked around and remarked that there were more people than expected. Iberia explained that once news spread that Commander Nento would be watching, many who originally refused suddenly decided to participate. The number of contestants rose from about 3,000 to nearly 5,000. On the side, Reiji glared in frustration. He muttered that Izumi Nento had increased the number of unpredictable variables far more than expected. His subordinate tried to calm him, saying the newcomers were just last-minute riffraff who didn't have time to form teams, so Reiji's side still held the numerical advantage. He told Reiji that he had ordered the recruits to tie red ribbons on their right arms so they could be identified as allies. On the other side of the arena, Rikuru and his group noticed the ribbons. Rikuru asked if red ribbons were trending now and wondered if they should wear them too. Saya beside him commented that since Commander Nento was coming to watch, maybe Itsuki would also appear. Then the host of the national tournament preliminaries, Shinshihara Soryu, stepped forward and addressed the crowd. He told everyone that he would explain the rules before the preliminaries began. He said the preliminary venue was divided into two areas, an external area and an internal area. In the first stage, the participants would start from 4 different directions in the external zone. A large diagram of the arena appeared on the screen, showing the outer ring and the inner circle labeled as the internal area. Soryu continued explaining that the first challenge was a race based on time. Everyone had to reach the internal area as fast as possible. The moment someone entered the inner zone, their rank would automatically be recorded on the bracelet they were wearing. Only the first 50 to arrive would advance to the second stage. Then a hologram of the bracelet lit up, showing how it displayed the rank of the participant. Some competitors reacted immediately. Rikaru raised his arm and commented that the bracelet had a surprising function. Hearing that, Saya beside him thought that eliminating thousands of people in just the first stage was extremely harsh. Next, Soryu explained that each person was allowed to carry up to 2 karma tools. Participants were also free to team up with anyone they wanted and use any method necessary. Results were all that mattered. As the rules were being announced, Iberia nudged Itsuki and pointed ahead excitedly, asking Itsuki to look. He was pointing at the Reiji team in front of him. As the host announced that the first stage would end with rankings and an explanation of the second stage, Iberia pointed at Kinoshita Reiji standing in the middle of a group and told Itsuki that he was Kinoshita. Meanwhile, Kinoshita ordered the people he had recruited to obstruct anyone running ahead of him. Watching from the side, Iberia guessed that the people standing near Kinoshita were the ones he had bought off. He suggested that they should rush into the internal area as soon as possible. His plan was to launch a surprise attack once Kinoshita lowered his guard after entering the interior. But before he could continue explaining, Iberia suddenly froze with a shocked expression. He saw Itsuki walking toward Kinoshita. Shocked, Iberia asked if he had even been listening. One of Kinoshita's men noticed Itsuki approaching. He asked who Itsuki was. Another man warned everyone to be careful because Itsuki didn't have a red ribbon. Just then, from high above, the host raised his voice and declared that the first stage was beginning. The host looked at the students and commented that more and more young people wanted to join the Salvation League, which he found reassuring. But suddenly, a voice told him that having numbers without quality was meaningless. It was a black-haired man. He said that in their time, there had been many participants above level 15. This black-haired man was also an instructor. A blue screen appeared, showing Heitan Akira's information, but most of it was hidden. Instructor Soryu corrected him, saying that only 2 participants had reached that level in Heitan's year. That year, Heitan Akira was at level 18 and along with him was Taewajin at level 21. Remembering the past, Instructor Heitan commented that things were boring now without rookies like Taewa. He said he hoped someone similar existed in the current group, but Instructor Soryu shook his head and replied that geniuses like that did not appear easily. Instructor Heitan stepped forward and asked Commander Nento about a rumor. He said he had heard that a student from the northern continent had defeated a level 8 skeleton soldier right after awakening, and later became Commander Nento's pupil. Instructor Soryu widened his eyes and asked if it was true, calling it ridiculous for someone to defeat level 8 monsters immediately after awakening. Commander Nento, covered in dark flames, answered calmly, saying that the rumor was true. Hearing this, Instructor Heitan asked if that person was in the group they were watching. Instructor Soryu thought that since this was Izumi's second recognized pupil after Taewajin, it meant the student must possess exceptional talent. Examiner Soryu looked at the participants list and wondered who the mysterious participant could be. The tablet displayed the first candidate. It showed Harino Rikaru, a level 10 metal elementalist. Examiner Soryu noted that Rikaru's gift was only an ordinary grade 2, and decided it couldn't be him. Another profile appeared. Kisaragi Saya, a level 11 water elementalist with a grade 1 gift. She specialized in support type abilities, so he assumed she wasn't the one either. The next image revealed Hanyu Kana, a wood elementalist at an unusually high level 16. Seeing this, he guessed she must be the hidden talent. But when he looked at Commander Nento, he didn't say anything. Seeing that, Instructor Soryu realized that his guesses seemed incorrect, even though Hanyu had the highest level among all participants. Just then, Instructor Heitan pointed out that among this year's participants, there was even someone at level 0. But Instructor Sorya didn't think much of it, and remarked that there was always one person every year who joined the tournament, out of curiosity, only to get beaten badly and withdraw soon after. On the other hand, Kinoshita's group burst into laughter as Kinoshita pointed toward Itsuki, shouting in disbelief that a level 0 had really joined the competition. His team laughed loudly, mocking Itsuki and asking if he had gotten lost. Hearing them, Itsuki stepped forward silently and raised his hand, showing the mechanical glove of Charles on his hand. Kinoshita froze when he saw the glove. He stuttered, recognizing it as something belonging to Charles. Fear spread across his face as he demanded to know who Itsuki was. Itsuki stared directly at Kinoshita and asked if Kinoshita was the one who had been looking for him this whole time. Hearing that, Kinoshita grew furious. He refused to believe it. He shouted that there was no way a level 0 could have defeated Oga. He insisted that Itsuki must have been sent by someone just to shake him up. He then pointed forward and yelled for his group to attack. The men beside him grinned confidently and stepped forward. They said they would handle it and make Itsuki regret provoking them. While Kinoshita's men stayed back to block Itsuki, with a burst of purple lightning, Kinoshita rushed toward the center, saying he didn't have time to deal with trash like Itsuki. As Kinoshita left, his remaining men formed a circle around Itsuki, ready to attack him. From the watchtower, Instructor Heighten watched everything and thought that there were 3 level 6 fighters and 2 level 7 fighters present, so there was no need to wait for the results. He thought that if Itsuki just begged for mercy now, he might survive. On the ground, Iberia also grew nervous and started calculating the situation. He thought he could take down one opponent, but even with Itsuki's strength, fighting 4 enemies at once would be impossible. That meant he had no choice but to use a certain technique. Thinking that, he stepped forward slowly while reaching toward the item at his side. Suddenly, one of Kinoshita's men, a red-haired man, smirked as he looked at Itsuki. He said he had expected a strong opponent to appear, but the first one they encountered was just level 0 trash. Hearing that, Itsuki lowered his head slightly, his face hidden in shadow as he told the man in front of him to move. The red-haired man widened his eyes in surprise on hearing that. He hadn't expected such blunt words. For a moment he froze, then burst into loud laughter, throwing his head back. He mocked Itsuki's attitude, but Instructor Heaton smirked instead when he heard Itsuki. He said he liked that attitude and offered to step in later, claiming he would save Itsuki when things got bad. Then the red-haired man leaned forward with a twisted grin. He told Itsuki to let him crack open his head and see what was inside. Itsuki didn't reply to him. Instead, the next second, Itsuki struck. His fist slammed into the red-haired man's face with overwhelming force, sending blood and broken teeth flying. As the red-haired man fell backwards, screaming, Itsuki repeated in a cold voice that he had already told him to move. Instructor Heaton was shocked to see that Itsuki's opponent had been 7 levels higher than him, yet Itsuki had defeated him instantly. He couldn't believe that Itsuki had instantly killed the red-haired man. Kinoshita's other fighters stared in shock. One man shouted that Handa was level 7 and couldn't understand how a rookie defeated him. Another tried to calm him, saying the rookie must have caught Handa off guard. Flames swirled violently in the hands of that fighter as he growled that he would burn the rookie to a crisp. A system window appeared beside him, showing that he was using the B-rank skill flamethrower at full output. A massive wave of fire shot out. Iberia, watching, gasped, saying the attack was so fast he couldn't even use his karma tool in time. The flames roared across the arena. One of Kinoshita's fighters commented that the attack was overkill for a level 0, but the fighter who threw the fire said deaths in the preliminaries were common. He added that if the rookie wanted to resent someone, he should resent himself for acting cocky at level 0. But another fighter suddenly pointed forward, shouting that something wasn't right. As the flames cleared, everyone looked toward the center of the blast. Itsuki had created a huge black ice wall. Flames danced around it. One fighter stared at the scene and yelled, asking what this was. Inside the black ice wall, Itsuki and Iberia stood unharmed. Iberia stared at the scene with wide eyes. He shouted in shock that Itsuki had blocked such a wide-range flame attack completely. To him, it was exactly what he had expected from someone that strong. Itsuki didn't react to the praise. Instead, he looked to the side and told Iberia to get away from him. A system window appeared beside him. It stated that he had blocked a B-rank fire skill using Black Wall, and his defense increased by 10%. Another window listed his updated stats: Attack 3110, Agility 3110, Defense 341, Magic 3110. His total rose from 12040 to 12,071. Seeing that, Itsuki noted that his defense had increased by 31. He thought to himself that he needed to confirm whether Black Wall's passive effect would activate again if he blocked the same skill more than once. From a distance, one of Kinoshita's fighters pointed at Itsuki in disbelief. He asked how Itsuki was still unscathed and wondered if that strange ice-like shield was really his ability. He looked around in confusion, saying there wasn't even a water elementalist present, so how could Itsuki use ice skills? Itsuki then stepped forward and raised a finger. His voice was steady as he told the fire user to use that technique one more time, saying that this time he wouldn't block it. Hearing this, the fire user glared angrily at him as flames rose around his hands. He asked if Itsuki was making fun of him. He shouted that Itsuki shouldn't go back on his word. Itsuki calmly replied that he promised. Hearing that, the fire user gathered even more flames. He yelled that he would finish Itsuki for sure this time, using his strongest technique. A massive fiery blast formed in front of him as he used his B-rank skill flamethrower, Overheat. Seeing the fireball coming, Itsuki just stood there, unfazed in front of the swirling firestorm. He noted that the power was stronger than before, but it was still just a fire attribute skill. A wave of flames roared forward, engulfing Itsuki and the whole area around him. Seeing that, the fire user pushed both hands out desperately. Another fighter behind him looked shocked and said he was taking things too seriously. But the fire user muttered that the attack's power probably rivaled level 8. Sweat dripped down his face as he felt his magic drain instantly. He thought to himself that this was his ultimate technique. It felt wasteful to use against a level 0, but he declared that the farce would end now. But the next second, the fire user fell back in shock, his eyes wide and sweat dripping down his face. He stared at Itsuki standing calmly before him and shouted that it was impossible. Across from him, Itsuki examined the black ice covering his arm. He muttered to himself, realizing something. When the same skill came from the same target, Black Wall's passive effect no longer activated a second time. With a quiet nod, he said that he understood. He stepped forward confidently. Cracks of heat and smoke spread across the ground as he declared that the verification was over, and now he would finish this. Seeing this, the fire user trembled. He couldn't believe that his ultimate technique had been defeated so easily. Standing beside him, another fire user clenched his burning fists and insisted that he had already figured out the weakness behind the ice skill. He charged in with blazing attacks. Flames burst around him as he unleashed his B-rank skill Fire Barrage. Fireballs shot toward Itsuki from every direction. Surrounded by heat and swirling flames, he looked unfazed. He asked calmly if they were planning to win just by numbers. His whole body got covered by black ice as a glowing notification appeared, saying Black Wall activated. The explosion of flames erupted across the arena, shaking the ground. The large fire user shouted confidently that even if their opponent had a powerful skill, a level 0's magic capacity was meaningless. He claimed that if they drained all of Itsuki's magic so he couldn't produce water anymore, they would win. As the flames roared, suddenly someone grabbed that large fire user's hand. The fire user's eyes widened in shock as he asked what was happening. He was shocked to see that Itsuki closed the distance between them instantly. Itsuki now chose to fight hand-to-hand because he realized that even after being hit by so many fireballs, the passive effect of the Black Ice Wall skill had only activated once. That large fire user rushed forward, shouting that if speed was Itsuki's strength, then power was his. But Itsuki stared at him calmly and asked if he was truly putting his full strength into this. Itsuki told the fire user that he looked strained, so he would make it easier for him. Saying that, he pulled the fire user near, and before the fire user could do anything, Itsuki stepped in and kicked him in the face. The blow landed so hard that the fire user's face twisted. He staggered, unable to get up. Itsuki looked down at him calmly. He analyzed the system message, noting that his defense increased by 31, not 34, which meant the calculation was based on his original defense before enhancement. Just then, another window appeared, showing that he had blocked a B-rank fire skill, gaining a 10% defense boost. His total defense now stood at 310, with an additional 62 from Black Wall. Turning away, Itsuki noticed two lightning users standing nearby. He muttered to himself that lightning elementals were perfect targets and decided to increase Thunderbreaker's passive effect next. Seeing Itsuki, those two lightning users panicked. Watching both of their allies fall, they shouted that Itsuki's stats must be fake. One of them cried out that they should run. Itsuki glanced back with cold eyes and asked if they really thought they could escape. The two lightning fighters roared in desperation. Lightning burst around their bodies as they charged at Itsuki, yelling that this wasn't a fire attribute and the same trick wouldn't work. Their combined skill, C-rank Silver Serpent, activated in a surge of electricity. As the lightning attack hit Itsuki, a system message appeared again, showing that Itsuki had absorbed the C-rank lightning skill with Thunderbreaker, raising his agility by 5%, twice in a row. His new stats displayed: attack increased to 310, his agility to 341, defense to 372, and his magic to 310, making his total 1333 points. Instructor Highton, watching from the control room, was shaken. He realized that Itsuki before him was defeating awakened individuals several levels higher than himself, and he was doing it as if it were nothing. On the battlefield, Itsuki stood calmly among unconscious enemies, lightning wrapping around his body. Instructor Haiten, watching him, trembled and wondered what kind of monster he was facing. Itsuki analyzed the situation. He thought about how Thunderbreaker's passive effect worked, the same as Black Wall. It only increased once for the same skill coming from the same target. Nearby, Iberia checked the fallen enemies and was surprised to see that everyone had been knocked out. He admitted that he expected a difficult battle, but never imagined Itsuki would be this strong. Just then, one of the fire users who was badly injured asked from behind what ability Itsuki was using. His voice shook as he shouted, insisting that Itsuki wasn't level 0 at all. Hearing the fire user ask who they were, Iberia stepped forward with a grin. Seeing that, Itsuki realized that Iberia was going to do something. Iberia looked back as his smile widened. He proudly declared that together they were double I, and that one day they would become the strongest duo on the northern continent. He told the fire user to remember them. But before he could finish his proud introduction, Itsuki cut him off and said they should stop talking and chase Kinoshita. Iberia flailed in frustration, shouting that what he was going to say next was the good part of his speech. From the side, the fire user whispered double I to himself in disbelief. He muttered that it sounded lame. On the other hand, Kinoshita, who was running at full speed surrounded by crackling purple energy, noticed the commotion. He assumed that the level 0 participant was probably being beaten badly by now, but then he hesitated. He remembered the crossbow he had seen on Itsuki earlier. It had definitely belonged to Charles. He told himself that he needed to investigate later because he knew that, other than the saviors, there shouldn't be many people on the northern continent capable of capturing Charles. While he was lost in thought, something in flames passed him. It was another participant who shot into the sky. Kinoshita's eyes widened in surprise as the fiery trail blurred past his face. That brown-haired participant, moving with extreme confidence, smirked as he rushed forward. He thought to himself that he had passed another opponent with ease and had overtaken yet another one. Unlike the brute force types, he considered himself someone who specialized in pure speed. But before he could enjoy that pride, a violent surge of purple lightning hit him from behind. It swallowed him completely. The brown-haired boy screamed as the electricity tore through his body. He crashed onto the ground, coughing out smoke. Still stunned, he muttered in disbelief, wondering how an attack managed to hit him even while he was running at full speed. He struggled to understand who could possibly land such a blow. Just then, a shadow appeared behind him, followed by a sharp kick smashing that brown-haired boy's head into the ground. It was Kinoshita, wrapped in purple lightning, stepping forward. He looked down coldly and declared that this was what happened when someone dared to run ahead of him. He then turned and shouted at the group he had hired, telling them to get it together. He reminded them that they needed to conserve stamina for the second stage and ordered them not to waste time on the trash in front of them. Commander Nento, seated in the control room, looked down at Kinoshita and asked Instructor Soryu if that arrogant boy was the son of the North District 4 Administrator, Kinoshita Genkyo. Instructor Soryu said yes, and wondered what kind of education he had received to act like that. Choha was also there and was very angry, but Instructor Soryu told them that what Kinoshita was doing wasn't against the rules, so they couldn't intervene. Kinoshita stood surrounded by flames and crackling power. He said that thanks to the others clearing obstacles for him, their stamina was almost full. He confidently declared that they could pass the second stage easily like this. He looked at the gigantic blue barrier ahead and said that the internal area was right in front of them. He called the entire process surprisingly easy, but suddenly, lightning burst across the sky and someone shouted, calling Kinoshita's name. Kinoshita's eyes widened in shock. A cold sweat rolled down his cheek as he turned his head sharply, startled by the sudden shout calling his name. He asked who called him by name. The group behind him immediately panicked. Some of them raised their hands in fear, insisting it wasn't them. One man stuttered that he didn't do anything. Another voice said the call came from behind. Just then, someone suddenly pointed, saying it was the level 0 rookie. Whispers spread through the crowd as they cleared the way to look back. From behind, two shadows appeared, moving forward. Hearing that it was level 0, Kinoshita was shocked, thinking it shouldn't be them. But as those two figures came forward, they turned out to be Itsuki and Iberia. Kinoshita recognized Itsuki instantly and shouted that it was that guy. Kinoshita froze. His eyes trembled as he realized that his men had been taken down. He gritted his teeth, saying there had been too many enemies for just a level 0 and level 7 to handle. But then his expression twisted. He convinced himself that Itsuki must have bought them off. Kinoshita leaned forward with a furious glare. His voice dropped into a snarl as he demanded to know how far a level 0 trash planned to follow him. Rain poured heavily as Itsuki and Iberia stood side by side. Itsuki told Kinoshita that he would stay here until the matter was settled. Standing beside him, Iberia admitted that he had made it this far only because of Itsuki. Every enemy they met had been taken down instantly, and without Itsuki he would have been defeated long ago. Ahead of them, Kinoshita turned and raised his hand. He said he was too busy to deal with them himself, but he would prepare some playmates to handle them. Then Kinoshita's eyes glowed red as he shouted for his men to take out Itsuki. Hearing that, his group of armed men stepped forward. One of them mocked Itsuki, saying he was just a level 0 kid. Another said he had guts for calling Kinoshita by name and promised to drill manners into him. Someone else laughed and said he would show them hell. Iberia stared in shock as he counted their numbers. It was no less than 100 people. Fear tightened his voice as he asked what they should do. Itsuki grabbed him by the hood and pulled his head down, telling him to keep it low. Iberia looked up in surprise and confusion. Blue lightning ripped across that group of men before they could understand anything. Itsuki, using his lightning skill, moved very fast. He reached Kinoshita and grabbed him from behind. Kinoshita's expression froze as the lightning wrapped around his collar. Before anyone could react, Itsuki pulled Kinoshita off his feet and slammed him into the ground with overwhelming force. And before Iberia could understand anything, Itsuki threw him toward the blue barrier. Both Iberia and Kinoshita landed on the ground. Shock filled their faces as they didn't understand what had just happened. In front of Kinoshita, Itsuki stepped forward and said it seemed he hadn't been clear. Then he corrected himself and told Kinoshita and his men that until everything was settled, no one was going anywhere. His cold gaze made everyone freeze where they stood. Inside the internal area, Saya dropped to her knees, breathing heavily. A screen beside her showed her result. Internal area arrival rank, 4th place. She complained that the guys wearing red ribbons had all teamed up and obstructed them again. Beside her, Rikuru lay on the ground, catching his breath. His own screen showed internal area arrival rank, 5th place. He said that if they had acted separately, they might have fallen before reaching the area. Rikuru looked up, shocked, saying he thought they were pretty fast. But now he realized there were people even faster. A huge man holding a large hammer stood nearby. He was Gale, who ranked in 3rd place. He clicked his tongue, annoyed that he only placed 3rd. At his feet, a cat-eared girl stretched lazily. She was Akagami Shion in 2nd place. There was a cat on her back that yawned. Akagami Shion told her she had just eaten and was already hungry again. Then the two looked toward another girl across the room. She was Hanyu Kana in 1st place. She sat calmly on the ground, a cloak draped around her. They whispered that she was already level 16. Looking at all of them, Saya thought about Itsuki. She said he would definitely act alone, and if he was obstructed like they were. But suddenly Rikuru pointed upward, panicked, saying someone was flying toward them. She slowly lifted her head, eyes widening as she looked up at the sky. A man was thrown across the ground, landing hard as the notice showed internal area arrival rank, 6th place. That was Iberia, who pushed himself up and shouted desperately, calling out Itsuki's name. Saya and Rikuru both heard it. Rikuru stared in surprise and asked if that boy had really said Itsuki. Saya looked over and confirmed that she heard the same thing. As they looked out into the arena, they saw a silhouette standing in the rain. Saya recognized the posture and muttered that there was no doubt. They realized the truth. It was Itsuki. The scene then shifted to Itsuki himself. He stood firm under the falling rain and repeated his earlier words that until they settled this, he wasn't letting anyone go anywhere. From inside the control room, Instructor Soria watched the scene unfold. He noted that the rookie was only 1 step away from entering the internal area. He wondered why he was so focused on Kinoshita Reiji. Choa watched Itsuki with a worried expression. Sweat slid down her cheek as she looked toward the scene in front of her. Instructor Soria then turned to Instructor Heighten beside him and told him calmly to help Itsuki if things became dangerous. But Instructor Heighten's eyes widened slightly as he looked at Itsuki. He muttered the name Tenma Itsuki, remembering how just moments earlier Itsuki had moved with incredible speed. He admitted to himself that he wasn't sure he could have done something like that at the same age. Far away, under the rain, Kinoshita was furious. He spoke with frustration, saying that Itsuki kept interfering again and again, so he warned Itsuki to prepare himself. He lifted his gaze, and his voice grew heavier. He said that what was about to begin wasn't just a battle. It was complete subjugation. Across the field, a huge group of fighters stepped forward through the rain. Their eyes glowed red as they surrounded Itsuki. Kinoshita's voice explained what it meant. A 100-on-1 group attack. The moment rain slid down his face, Itsuki's eyes narrowed with cold determination. Passing the preliminaries didn't matter anymore. Right now, his top priority was avenging Choha. Across the field, Kinoshita screamed with bloodshot eyes. He pointed forward and yelled for everyone to kill Itsuki. In an instant, dozens of fighters charged toward him, lightning and flames clashing as the battlefield erupted into chaos. One man, covered in blazing fire, rushed ahead of the others. He shouted that nobody was allowed to get ahead of him and claimed Itsuki's head as his own. Flames wrapped around his arms as he used his C-rank skill, Fire Punch, and lunged straight at Itsuki. But Itsuki didn't move. He simply raised his arm and grabbed the fiery fist with his bare hand. The fire user froze, shocked. In the next second, Itsuki swung his fist and punched him in the face. He slammed him into the ground with overwhelming force, ending the attack in a single motion, the impact cracking the floor around him. The others watching were shocked. One of them shouted in disbelief that their companion had been knocked out with just a single punch. Another quickly tried to calm everyone, saying they had many people on their side, and there was no way they would lose to someone who was still level 0. More voices joined in, urging everyone to attack together. Itsuki stood calmly as they prepared to charge. He muttered the word, "perfect," as a system window appeared in front of him. It stated that he had blocked a C-rank fire skill using Black Wall, and his defense had increased by 10%. Itsuki then raised his clawed arm, flames swirling around him. He declared that he would end this farce quickly. The fiery lotus in his hand glowed brighter as the system announced, "Lotus Burst activated." The flames wrapped around his whole body, spinning wildly, and then Itsuki clapped. A massive explosion erupted. The fire burst outward like a wave, blasting everyone off their feet and sending bodies flying across the arena. The dust settled and everyone stared at the ruined ground. Rikuru trembled as he looked at the destruction. He asked in shock if this overwhelming attack was really Itsuki's skill. Behind him, Saya covered her mouth, unable to speak. Gaku rushed over asking what had just happened. Beside him, Shion calmly stroked her small cat, saying that Mi-chan should be able to swallow an explosion of this size without any problem, speaking as if the blast meant nothing. Not far away, Kana sat silently with her sword, her expression unreadable as sparks drifted through the air. From inside the control room, Instructor Soria stared at the screen in disbelief. He shouted that the explosion had been caused by a level 0. He couldn't understand how someone with such a low rank could use so much power. What shocked him even more was how Itsuki used skills that didn't belong to his job class at all. Instructor Heighten was also shocked. Choha couldn't believe her eyes because she never knew Itsuki had learned an AoE skill. She thought back to the Locust Wasteland incident and finally understood why he had been so confident back then. She looked at him, wondering just how many trump cards he had. On the battlefield, Itsuki stood calmly. His suit was torn, and faint flames glowed around his clawed hand. He thought that 30% of his power would be enough. Since his opponents were human, he reminded himself to hold back and not to kill them. Kinoshita looked at the destruction in front of him. Smoke filled the air as the ground cracked open. Bodies lay scattered across the arena. Itsuki was standing in the middle. He looked straight at Kinoshita and said that he was the only one left. Seeing that, Kinoshita panicked, sweating heavily. He shouted that there had been over 100 people, and they were all taken out instantly. He asked why Itsuki was targeting only him. Itsuki stepped forward through the smoke. He repeated Kinoshita's words and said that it was Kinoshita who had attacked him first and seriously injured his friend. Itsuki said now he would return the pain she had suffered back to him. Enraged, Kinoshita released a surge of purple lightning. He called himself the young master of the prestigious Kinoshita family, saying every stage in the area was under his control. He bragged that with his family's karma stones, he could reach levels commoners would never achieve without even fighting disaster beasts. He raised his crackling hand and shouted that he and Itsuki were on completely different levels, and that he would definitely kill him. Purple lightning gathered as he unleashed his B-rank skill, Lightning Cannon, Purple. But at the same moment, Itsuki's system activated. It detected the skill, and Overmimesis started copying it. The analysis began at 1%. Lightning fired at Itsuki, but he dodged easily. He then moved with lightning speed and punched Kinoshita in the stomach. Kinoshita fell to the ground as shock spread across his face. He couldn't understand how a supposed level 0 could move that fast. Real fear replaced his confidence. He realized there was no way he could win. Desperate, he screamed for help, calling out to 40. A bald man with glowing red eyes suddenly charged forward into the arena to help Kinoshita. He admitted it broke the rules, but he couldn't care anymore. He had to help. Seeing him coming, Kinoshita shouted proudly that 40 was a level 35 awakened and ordered him to tear Itsuki to shreds. Watching from the control room, Commander Nento called out to Haiten. Haiten, who stood in front with a sharp grin, nodded and answered that he understood. Rain poured over the arena as Itsuki's magic detection flared. He sensed something. Someone was rushing toward him at incredible speed. His analysis window appeared again, showing analysis progress 19%. But before Itsuki could do anything, he suddenly realized that it wasn't just one attacker. Multiple people were coming. A figure crashed down from the sky, landing on Kinoshita's bodyguard 40 with heavy force. Dust shot up everywhere as Itsuki stood calmly watching with sharp, focused eyes. His expression didn't change. He simply observed the incoming threat, but then he realized that it was Instructor Haiten, who sat calmly on top of Kinoshita's bodyguard. Without even looking back, he told Itsuki to keep going. Itsuki then turned and stood in front of Kinoshita, surrounded by glowing purple lightning. He stared down at the trembling Kinoshita and said that it looked like his lifeline wouldn't be coming anymore. Seeing Itsuki, Kinoshita panicked. He stuttered and begged for a moment, explaining that his father was the North District 4 administrator and his brother was a member of the Salvation League. Sweat rolled down his face as he warned that touching him would cause trouble. Before he could finish, a scream tore through the air, long and painful. The next moment, Kinoshita lay flat on the cracked ground, unconscious. Rain fell lightly around him. Itsuki walked away slowly, his coat swaying in the wind. He then looked up at the control room and muttered softly that this settled the score for Choha. From the control room, Choha looked toward him while blushing, realizing that he did this for her. Instructor Sorya was surprised to see that Itsuki had really beaten Kinoshita Reiji, but he wondered why Itsuki was suddenly looking their way. Meanwhile, the system window showed Itsuki that his analysis was at 99%. He thought to himself that if he paused it now, he could reset his condition once during the second stage. He stopped the analysis just before completion. Just then, from the internal area, Saya shouted Itsuki's name. Hearing her voice, Itsuki froze for a moment. His eyes widened as he recognized it. He turned slowly toward the sound. He whispered her name, Saya, as he saw her standing in the internal area with Rikuru and Iberia. Saya stood in the rain, holding her arm as the cold wind hit her. She looked up and softly asked Itsuki to hurry inside. She told him he would catch a cold if he stayed out any longer. As Itsuki came inside the internal area, Saya smiled gently and said it had been a while. In front of her stood Itsuki, whose arrival rank in the internal area was 7th place. Just then, suddenly, Rikuru and Iberia rushed toward Itsuki, shouting his name. Rikuru cried that he wanted to see him, calling him a bastard out of frustration and relief. Both of them hugged him tightly, crying that they were glad he was safe. But when both of them saw each other hugging Itsuki, they glared at each other. Rikuru demanded to know who he thought he was, crying on Itsuki like that. Iberia pointed at himself in confusion, asking who he was. With a proud grin, Iberia raised his fist and declared that he was Itsuki's partner. Hearing that, Rikuru shouted angrily at Itsuki, saying he never heard about him teaming up with someone else. He called him a traitor. Saya looked at them with surprise while Itsuki stood quietly beside them. Sorya thought it was rare for Itsuki to make friends. Iberia and Rikuru started arguing. Iberia asked how Itsuki was a traitor and whether Rikuru had been in a duo with him. He demanded to know their duo name. Rikuru yelled back, asking why a duo name even mattered, and saying they weren't kids. He then asked if they themselves had a duo name. Iberia immediately puffed up with confidence and said, "Of course." Hearing that, Rikuru asked him to say it. Itsuki, watching from the side, quietly whispered for Iberia not to say it. But Iberia's eyes shone dramatically as he proudly announced the duo name, Double I. He insisted it took a lot of effort to come up with it. Hearing that, Rikuru fell to the ground laughing, saying Double I sounded lame. Iberia became frustrated and shouted that it was a good duo name. Just then, Instructor Sorya walked out onto the high platform. He announced that 500 people had reached the internal area, and those who had not arrived were eliminated. He said the second stage would begin shortly. He told them that in the second stage they would fight disaster beasts alone in the trial grounds for 1 hour. Hearing that, Rikuru got very excited, saying finally it was the second stage, but Iberia was shocked when he heard that he had to be alone in the second level. A wide smile appeared on Instructor Hitten's face when he heard that the second stage was finally here. He had been looking forward to it. He looked at the top 7 participants, wondering what they had got. These 7 participants were Kana at first stage rank, 1st, Shion at first stage rank, 2nd, Gaku at first stage rank, 3rd, Saya at first stage rank, 4th, Rikuru at first stage rank, 5th, Iberia at first stage rank, 6th, and Itsuki at first stage rank, 7th. Then sometime later, as the large metal structure stood in the center, countless participants gathered around it from all sides. Itsuki and the others walked toward the entrance. Rikuru looked up and asked if the second stage venue was inside the building. Iberia said that this place felt gloomy and scary. Rikuru asked Itsuki that it had been a while and he was still at level 0. He asked if his level was still fixed at level 0. Itsuki quietly answered yes. He then asked how Itsuki became stronger if his stats never increased. Iberia agreed, saying he was also curious why Itsuki was so strong despite being level 0. Itsuki looked away awkwardly and said his teacher told him not to tell people. Saya reminded them that they learned in class that order breaker skills were state secret level. She told Itsuki he didn't have to deal with the questions. Then suddenly, far ahead, the instructors and Commander Nento, along with Choha, appeared. They walked forward with serious expressions. Instructor Soria asked if everyone was ready. Hearing that, Iberia suddenly stiffened in shock, turning his head sharply. Up on the raised platform stood several well-known figures. Someone in the crowd whispered that the man in front was Fujiwara Soryu, the one who oversaw the national tournament every year. Another person explained that the muscular man beside him was Hiton Akira, a war veteran known for having the strongest physique. They also pointed out the masked individual and called him the legendary Izumi Nento. The murmurs spread as people recognized them as all legends. Instructor Soria then stepped forward and began speaking. He announced that he would now explain the second stage rules and told everyone to listen carefully. He continued, saying that various disaster beasts would appear in the trial grounds and kill points would differ based on difficulty. A screen appeared showing the values. A hard-class disaster beast gave 1,000 kill points. Another screen listed the full chart. Beginner class 100, normal class 500, hard class 1,000, and nightmare class 5,000 points. He explained that after defeating each disaster beast, participants would receive a 1-minute break before being forced to advance to the next difficulty. Hearing that, Gaku, holding a long staff, smirked confidently. He declared that he would go straight to Nightmare class. A status window appeared beside him, displaying his information. He was Ui Gaku, human, level 13, Job Elementalist, Earth Gift, grade 2, status undisclosed. Just then, Itsuki stepped forward slowly, his voice low as he said that he had a question. Seeing that, from around him, several contestants whispered among themselves. They pointed at him and mocked him, saying he was only level 0. Some wondered how he even passed the first stage. Others laughed, claiming he must have been carried. They joked that now that he knew the second stage involved individual combat, he was probably scared and thinking about withdrawing. Up on the platform, Instructor Soria looked down and told him not to hesitate. He could ask anything. Itsuki raised his head and asked calmly if Nightmare class was the highest difficulty. His question made several people freeze. Instructor Soria and Instructor Hiton both looked surprised. Hiton even grinned with interest, but in the crowd, the mocking continued. Some said he was acting tough. They whispered that if a level 0 encountered a nightmare-class disaster beast, he wouldn't stand a chance. Others scoffed, saying he couldn't even beat a beginner-class beast. One of them clicked his tongue, calling him trash who only talked big. Instructor Soria then explained further. He said that, theoretically, there was no upper limit to disaster beast difficulty. He told them they would understand once they actually defeated a nightmare-class beast. Hearing this, Itsuki's expression darkened as he repeated that there was no upper limit. Rikoro told Itsuki that thinking about such things was pointless because Nightmare class required at least level 10, and defeating a hard class would already be amazing for them. Instructor Soria continued explaining the rules. He said that points earned in the preliminaries carried over to the main tournament. In other words, today's performance would greatly affect whether they could join the Salvation League in the future. Down below, hearing that the points earned here would also become points in the main tournament, Rikuru got very excited. But Iberia got nervous, thinking he had no choice but to use that thing. Itsuki watched silently. He thought about Taewajen's record of 115,000 points, which included what he earned in the preliminaries. To surpass him, Itsuki believed he needed to take advantage of this opportunity. Soon the order was given. The instructor announced loudly for everyone to enter the trial grounds. The announcement echoed through the dome, declaring that the second stage of the preliminaries had begun. Itsuki stepped into the vast arena and quietly noted that the trial grounds didn't look much different from the regular stages. Just then, from the darkness around him, multiple red eyes appeared, watching him. A moment later, disaster beasts rushed out. A system window showed their details. Beginner class disaster beasts. Mad Dogs of Calamity, level 1. There were 10 of them, and killing them gave 100 kill points. Seeing them, Itsuki tightened his stance, saying he could finally fight disaster beasts. A blue notification flashed around Itsuki showing that Black Wall had been activated. He moved forward, focused, thinking that he couldn't increase his stats with low-level monsters like these, so he needed to finish the battle quickly. Meanwhile, in the control room, Instructor Soria looked at the screen and asked if Instructor Haiten was monitoring Itsuki again. He added that he also wanted to see that Hanyu girls battle. But Instructor Haiten beside him stared at the screen with a grin. He said that Itsuki was more interesting. Suddenly, he pointed at the screen with excitement and shouted for Instructor Soria to see. Instructor Soria beside him looked confused and asked calmly if it was really so surprising every single time. On the battlefield, Itsuki moved like a flash. In just 1 second, he cut through the pack of disaster beasts. The system window appeared, stating that 1 second had passed and 100 points were earned. Back in the control room, Instructor Soria stared at the numbers in shock. He muttered that it normally took several minutes. Instructor Heaton only laughed and reminded him that he had already said this. Itsuki guy was far more interesting. Instructor Soria explained that the Mad Dogs of Calamity came in large numbers but were only level 1. Someone strong enough could instantly kill them if they went all out. But the next opponent was level 8, and instant killing something that strong should be impossible. Inside the trial grounds, a massive red salamander covered in flames appeared. The system window identified it as a level 8 salamander worth 500 points. Itsuki stepped forward to face it, his expression calm. From the control room, Instructor Soria commented that fighting a disaster beast 8 levels higher would make anyone struggle, but Instructor Haiten disagreed, saying the level 8 salamander didn't seem like much of a threat. Just then, Commander Nento, standing behind, asked them how the other participants were doing. Instructor Soria apologized, saying he got too focused and switched the display to multi-screen mode so they could watch the top 10 contestants at once. Choha beside him narrowed her eyes and remarked that her father was clearly trying to divert attention away from Itsuki's performance. Instructor Soria checked his screen and spoke calmly, saying that most participants were still fighting beginner-class beasts. On the screen, Saya unleashed swirling water as she attacked a beast while Gaku slammed his giant hammer down with force. Instructor Soria continued watching and noted that only Hanyu Kana was managing to keep up with Itsuki. Kana stood in the trial grounds surrounded by disaster beasts, her staff glowing brightly as she fought them back. While they were watching the others, suddenly Choha, watching Itsuki, grew worried. Shock filled her face as she exclaimed that something bad was happening to Itsuki. On the battlefield, Itsuki was swallowed by a massive explosion of flames from the salamander. The fire roared around him as the monster unleashed its attack. Watching from the monitoring room, Instructor Soria panicked. He wondered if Itsuki had used too much stamina on the earlier enemies and failed to dodge. He shouted that taking those flames head-on would end badly and ordered the medical team to be called. But Instructor Haiten beside him stopped him with one arm. He told Instructor Soria to wait and watch a little longer. With the speed Itsuki had shown earlier, he believed dodging this level of attack should be easy for him. On the battlefield, as the flames disappeared, Itsuki came out covered in dark ice-like armor, wrapped around his entire body. A system window appeared beside him, announcing that Black Wall was activated. In the next moment, he rushed forward. Blue flames flared around him as he swung his arm, creating 2 bright arcs of power that sliced past the massive monster. The creature's huge body trembled, a clean cut appearing across its scales, its giant body splitting apart. In front of it, Itsuki stood calmly, smoke drifting from his shoulders. A system window appeared in front of him, displaying that time used was 5 seconds, and he earned 500 points. Watching from the control room, Instructor Soria stared at the screen in shock. He shouted in disbelief, wondering how Itsuki remained completely unharmed and whether the ice armor covered his entire body. Instructor Hiten beside him narrowed his eyes, questioning why Itsuki chose to take the monster's attack instead of instantly killing it. Just then, another system notification appeared beside Itsuki, showing that he blocked a C-rank fire element skill with Black Wall. His defense increased by 10%. Itsuki looked at the message and thought to himself that he needed to take every chance available to increase his stats. Just then, a blue screen appeared beside Itsuki, showing his updated stats. It stated that his defense had now risen to 484. A full status window opened. It displayed Tenma Itsuki, Human, Level 0, Fixed. Job, Order Breaker, Nirvana Gift, Nirvana Special Grade. Skills: Over Mimesis, Z-Rank, Thunderbreaker Level 1, Black Wall Level 2, Lotus Burst Level 1, Clear Orb Level 1, Magic Detection Level 1, and Shikigami Eater Level 1. His status was Attack 310, Agility 341, Thunderbreaker increased 10%, Defense 434, Black Wall increase 40%, Magic 310. Total, 113.95 points. Then another screen appeared, counting down, remaining break time, 58 seconds. There was an option to skip break. Itsuki lifted a finger toward the yes option and pressed it. He calmly decided that he wanted to test his enhanced defense against the next disaster beast. From the control room, instructors observed the next trial. Instructor Highton asked Instructor Soria if this upcoming difficulty would test a participant's speed and combat sense. Instructor Soria nodded. On the battlefield, as the next stage monster, a glowing blue creature appeared next, an Eleki rhino. Instructor Soria continued the explanation that the rhino stored electricity in its horn when charging and could unleash a double physical lightning attack. A status window showed that it was a hard-class disaster beast, level 10 Eleki rhino, that gave 1,000 kill points. Instructor Soria warned that taking the attack head-on carried two risks. With low defense, the horn would pierce the body, and with low lightning resistance, the shock would paralyze the body, leaving the person unable to move. Instructor Soria quietly explained that to defeat the Eleki rhino, there was only one method. He said a fighter had no choice but to rely on speed, using clever movements to wear the beast down, and strike only when it was exhausted. But then his eyes widened. He suddenly leaned forward, shocked, and asked aloud what Itsuki was planning. Inside the arena, Itsuki calmly stood before the massive blue rhino. He reached out and placed his hand on the creature's glowing horn. Itsuki examined the horn closely and said that this horn was perfect for testing his defense. The rhino didn't like Itsuki touching it. The Eleki rhino let out a heavy breath, electric sparks rippling across its body as it prepared to attack. Power surged through its horn. The next second, the rhino hit Itsuki with its thunder horn, sending him flying upward, heading straight toward the rooftop. The impact sent Tenma flying backward as swirling energy wrapped around his body. Choa saw him fall and screamed his name in panic. Instructor Hiton watched quietly and remarked that Itsuki always acted unpredictably, yet his results always went beyond imagination. A massive explosion shattered the rooftop as Itsuki hit it hard, but he was completely fine. A system window appeared, stating that Itsuki had absorbed a C-rank lightning element skill called Thunderbreaker, increasing his agility by 5%. Itsuki crouched amid the broken rooftop and noted that the test was complete. Attacks from disaster beasts below level 10 could no longer injure him. With his eyes glowing red, he lifted his head and declared that it was time to settle this. Lightning wrapped around Itsuki's body as the system announced that Thunderbreaker had been activated. His speed shot upward as his agility increased by 50%, and he launched himself forward like a bolt of blue lightning. The Eleki rhino exhaled steam, its glowing horn crackling with electricity as it braced for impact. Itsuki's swirling sphere of lightning tore across the ground. Before the rhino could even react, Itsuki's speed overpowered it. In a flash, the lightning sphere struck. A moment later, Itsuki stood over the fallen rhino. He had pinned his hand, covered by ice wall, into the rhino's head. Mist swirled around him as the result window appeared. Time used, 7 seconds, 1,000 points earned. From inside the control room, Instructor Heaton stared at the screen in disbelief. He said that the total time Itsuki used so far was under 15 seconds. He laughed, saying Itsuki was even faster than he had been in his youth, and it still didn't look like Itsuki was using his full power. But then Instructor Soria narrowed his eyes, his tone shifting. He said softly that what came next was on a completely next level. Its sharp claws moved swiftly, slicing enemies into shreds. Iron chains shot out, and a giant mouth opened wide, ready to swallow everything. The creature's massive body was covered in a rigid, armor-like exoskeleton. Instructor Soria explained that a ferocious disaster beast possessed all these traits. It was the most powerful creature in the preliminaries, and the greatest goal for every participant. A system window appeared, showing the identity of the monster. Nightmare-class disaster beast, Inferno Giant, level 15, kill points 5,000. The giant charged forward with a roar as chains rattled around its body. Seeing that, Itsuki raised his hand and purple energy gathered around his hand. A system notification came, saying his skill Clear Orb activated. The next second, a beam of dark purple energy shot forward, striking the giant. The impact tore through its body. Itsuki lowering his hand after using his skill. A system window appeared below him. It announced that the Inferno Giant, level 15, had been defeated, and the Clear Orb's flight speed had increased by 200%. Inside the control room, both instructors and Commander Nento stood frozen. Their eyes widened in shock as they stared at the screen. The remains of the Inferno Giant lay on the ground as Itsuki stood beside it. A system window appeared soon, saying that Clear Orb flight speed was 9 meters per second, and its flight speed increase was 900%. On the giant display screen, Itsuki's face appeared, telling the instructors that he would now move on to the next stage. Instructor Soria watched in disbelief that even the Nightmare-class Inferno Giant had been instantly killed. Just then, a new window flashed as Itsuki killed another beast. It showed that time used was 3 seconds, and he earned 5,000 points. On the other hand, a massive beast with glowing red eyes opened its jaws wide to attack, but a torrent of blue energy burst out like a violent stream and killed it. A system window appeared, announcing that a C-rank skill, Water Bullet, had been activated. The one who used that skill to kill the beast was Saya. She stepped forward with her fingers pointed like a gun as water swirled around her hand. She told herself that if she defeated the remaining 2 monsters, she could advance to normal class. Another window displayed her current status. Beginner class, clear progress, 80%. On the other side, Gaku faced a giant monster. Flames burned beside him as he spoke confidently. He said that since the other person skipped the break time, he would definitely reach normal class first. His panel showed, normal class clear progress, 0%. Meanwhile, Hanyu Kana stood atop a defeated creature, surrounded by bright green magic. She said she needed to recover the magic she used before moving on. Her window displayed, normal class clear progress, 100%. Just then, there was an announcement saying, Nightmare class clear confirmed, time used, 21 seconds, rank first. Hearing the notification, Saya reacted first. She said the one who finished must be Asuki. Gaku was shocked, shouting that someone finished faster than him and wondering if it was Hanyu. Hanyu remained silent, only staring calmly ahead. On the other hand, Itsuki stood on the cracked ground and pointed forward. In a calm voice, he told the inspectors to move on. Inside the control room, Instructor Soria stared at the screen in shock. He couldn't believe that the level 15 Inferno Giant had been instant killed. He questioned how something could pierce through its armor and wondered what that black sphere was. Instructor Heighten grinned and told Instructor Soria to raise the difficulty, saying he wanted to see how far Itsuki could go. A new system message appeared showing Nightmare Class Phase 2 starting. Now 2 level 15 Inferno Giants would appear, and they would give 10,000 kill points. Itsuki looked up as the 2 giant monsters appeared. He said he had been expecting something, but the challenge had only increased in number. Both Inferno Giants roared as they charged. Their bodies blurred as they rushed forward. Itsuki watched them calmly. He lifted his hand again and said that while one of them was still roaring, he might as well take care of one first. Purple energy wrapped around his arm as he prepared to attack. The clear orb activated, glowing as one Inferno Giant was struck down. The system window appeared, announcing that the level 15 Inferno Giant had been defeated, and the clear orb's flight speed had increased by 200%. Another window followed, showing the orb's speed, 11 meters per second, with its total increase reaching 1100%. From the control room, Instructor Soria stared in shock. He shouted that it was another one-hit kill and questioned what that strange sphere was. He wondered aloud if there was no limit to how many of those spheres could exist. Instructor Heighten stepped forward, watching the screen closely. He admitted that Itsuki's skill was extremely powerful, but warned that it carried a fatal flaw. Instructor Soria beside him turned slightly and asked what flaw he meant. Back inside the battlefield, the remaining Inferno Giant crashed down in front of Itsuki. Dust exploded upward as the huge creature roared with glowing red eyes. Itsuki looked at the charging beast and muttered that its speed was faster than any disaster beast he had ever encountered. Watching from the control room, Instructor Heighten explained that Inferno Giants were often mistaken for being slow because of their large bodies, but that assumption was wrong. Instructor Soria asked what he was trying to say. At that moment, Itsuki moved forward. Purple energy wrapped around Itsuki's arm as he aimed. His eyes glowed sharply, and dark cracks of power spread around him. A system window appeared, announcing that the Clear Orbi skill was activated. Itsuki shot, and at the same moment, the Inferno Giant rushed toward him with chains rattling and red light burning in its skull. At the same time, Instructor Heighten explained the Inferno Giant's traits. He said that as a racial trait, the Giants had no magic power, but their other stats were greatly enhanced. Despite their huge bodies, they were technically a speed-type race. Just as he said that, on the battlefield the Inferno Giant moved to the side with lightning speed and dodged Itsuki's clear orb. A glowing window displayed its information. Inferno Giant of the Giant Tribe, level 15, unable to use magic, but all other stats raised by 25%. Its attack, agility, and defense numbers flashed on the screen. Itsuki stared in shock. He couldn't believe that such a big monster moved that fast and dodged his attack. Back in the control room, Instructor Heighten analyzed the situation. He said Itsuki's black ball caused massive damage but wasn't actually very fast. Itsuki had taken advantage of the giant's habit of roaring before fighting to catch the first ones off guard. He added that Itsuki clearly had good combat sense, but if he couldn't increase the Black Ball's flight speed, he wouldn't be able to advance any further. As he said that, the Inferno Beast charged at Itsuki with overwhelming force to punch. The Inferno Giant hit Itsuki with so much power that Itsuki's body shot forward like a cannonball, tearing across the battlefield and smashing into the ground with explosive impact. Dust and shockwaves rippled outward as the ground cracked under the force. Through the cloud of debris, Itsuki pulled himself up from the crater. He calmly noted that from mid-range, this Inferno Beast's attack could still be dodged. In the control room, Instructor Soria commented that even knowing the attack wouldn't land, Itsuki still used it, meaning he probably had no other moves left. But Instructor Hiton didn't believe it. He wondered if that were the case, then why was Itsuki smiling? Lightning flickered around Itsuki's face as he grinned, blood running down his cheek. He admitted that the monster's speed wasn't bad at all. Then he said he would simply close the distance and finish the fight his own way. Saying that, Itsuki moved. A blue notification appeared in the air, stating that Thunderbreaker had activated. Lightning burst across the ground as the shockwave exploded. He shot upward like a streak of blue light, electricity trailing behind him. The giant monster looked up as he rose through the air. The monster swung its massive fist, wrapped in spinning force, aiming straight toward him. Its punch landed hard, crashing into the ground as the impact spread in wide circular shockwaves. From the control room, Choha covered her mouth in shock, her eyes trembling as she watched. Instructor Soria stared at the screen, panic rising in his voice. He said this attack was nothing like the Aleki Rhinos. If Itsuki took a direct hit, even he wouldn't survive unharmed. He ordered the rescue team to be called immediately. But Commander Nento told Instructor Soria to wait. Instructor Soria was shocked to hear that. Instructor Haiten watched the battlefield and spoke calmly. He said the monster's strike had tremendous power, but power meant nothing if the attack didn't land. Down below, the monster raised its massive metal fist, but there was no blood. The monster looked at the crater, its red eyes glowing and its chains rattling. It looked around for Itsuki in confusion. Then a voice called out from behind, telling the monster he was here. The monster turned, its jaw opening wide in surprise. Its glowing eyes widened even more when it realized Itsuki had slipped behind it without it noticing. Before the Inferno monster could react, Itsuki's powerful clear orb tore through its neck, purple energy spraying out violently. High above, Itsuki hovered in the air, lightning and violet aura swirling around him. His expression was fierce and focused as he looked at the monster. The Inferno giant collapsed, its huge frame slamming into the ground. Chains cracked apart, and its body shook violently before falling still. System messages appeared around him, showing Inferno Giant, level 15 defeated. Clear orb flight speed increased by 200%. Itsuki landed lightly amid the dust and smoke, red eyes glowing as he surveyed the fallen foe. More notifications followed, saying, Clear orb flight speed 13 Miesishas, flight speed increased by 1300%. Then another message appeared beside Itsuki, showing time used 12 seconds, 10,000 points earned. Watching from the control room, Choha smiled brightly and shouted that Itsuki did it. Instructor Soria, watching from the side, commented that it was rare to see Choha so fired up. Hearing that, Choha started blushing. She stammered that she was only praying for everyone's safety. She explained that if young people who carried humanity's future died, it would be a huge loss. Their families would be sad. So she simply wanted everyone to survive. She insisted that she didn't think Itsuki defeating the Inferno Giant was cool at all. Even if it wasn't Itsuki, she would have reacted the same way, so they shouldn't get weird ideas. Instructor Soria and Commander Nento stared at her silently, surprised. Instructor Soria muttered that Choha had become quite talkative since the last time he saw her. Instructor Soria then turned to Instructor Haiten and asked how he knew Itsuki would dodge the attack. Instructor Haiten replied that Itsuki's normal speed wasn't much different from the Inferno Giant's, but when electricity ran through his body, his speed increased dramatically. And once his speed reached that level, the Inferno Giant's attacks would never land. Instructor Soria agreed and said that Itsuki had succeeded in defeating 2 of the giants, but there were dangerous moments. With his current points, first place was already guaranteed, so if it were him, he would stop there. But Tenma was aiming higher. He was thinking about surpassing Teiwajin, humanity's strongest. Itsuki raised his hand and got ready, shouting that he couldn't stop even for a second. A system window appeared showing that Nightmare Class, Phase 3 had started, with 3 level 15 Inferno Giants and 15,000 reward kill points. 3 Inferno Giants appeared in front of him as chains rattled around their bodies. Tenma activated his clear orb. A bright purple blast shot upward toward the first giant's head, killing it instantly. Back in the control room, Instructor Heighten smirked proudly. He said that, as expected, Aisuke chose to continue. But suddenly, Instructor Soria turned to Instructor Heighten and asked if he hadn't also gone all the way to Phase 4 in a single attempt. Instructor Heighten replied that he had only gone there once. Hearing that, Instructor Soria said that even with Instructor Heighten's strongest physique, he had only made it to Phase 3. They both turned to the monitor again, wondering how far Aisuke would go. On the battlefield, another giant lunged at Itsuki, but Itsuki darted forward, lightning exploding from his feet. The monster tried to catch Itsuki in its hand, but Itsuki disappeared from there and appeared behind the monster's back. Itsuki's plan was to increase his agility using Thunderbreaker, get behind the monster, and close the distance. He succeeded and shot his clear orb again. The system window flashed as Itsuki finished his second kill. One more level 15 Inferno Giant was defeated, and his clear orb flight speed increased by 200%. A second notification came, showing that clear orb flight speed was now 17 meters per second. Flight speed increase 1700%. After killing the second monster, Itsuki floated in the air, breathing heavily, because now it was the third monster's turn. That third monster was right behind Itsuki. It opened its massive jaws, its rows of blade-like teeth glowing red. The monster swallowed Itsuki completely and closed its mouth shut, its eyes glowing with bloodlust as the sound of cracking bone filled the air. After swallowing Itsuki, the monster stood up, thinking it had won, but Itsuki was still alive inside it. His eyes burned red as he glared at the creature. Flames curled around his arms as he shouted that he would tear it apart from its guts. A system notification, a blast of fiery light erupted inside the monster's jaws as Itsuki's attack struck. The creature let out a distorted roar as flames burst through its mouth. A massive explosion followed. The system window appeared, stating that the Inferno Giant level 15 had been defeated with Lotus Burst, and that all skill ranges had increased by plus 1%, now totaling plus 1110%. Another window showed the results. The time used to kill was 13 seconds, and the kill reward was 15,000 points. Itsuki stood alone on the scorched battlefield, surrounded by smoke and molten ground. Back in the control room, Instructor Soria stared at the screen, shocked. He whispered that this was the same skill that had blown away a huge number of participants in the first stage. On the battlefield, Itsuki exhaled weakly. He said his magic had completely run out. His system window showed that his magic power was 0 out of 310. Itsuki stood over the scorched battlefield, looking at his status window. He muttered that as long as disaster beasts kept spawning, the passive effect of magic detection would continue to replenish his magic. His magic detection was at level 1. Its passive effect was that upon detecting one enemy unit, his magic recovered by 10%. Suddenly, multiple Inferno Giants emerged. Another window displayed, Nightmare Class, Phase 4 starts with 4 level 15 Inferno Giants. Kill points were 20,000 points this time. As the 4 monsters' presence registered, Itsuki's magic recovered up to 124. For every monster, his magic power recovered by 31 points. As 4 enemy units were detected, Itsuki's magic recovered by 40%. Back in the control room, the instructors watched the screen. Instructor Soria stated that Phase 4 had begun, and if Itsuki passed it, he would surpass Instructor Heaton's past record. Instructor Heaton replied with a simple yay and added that aside from humanity's strongest, Tewa, no one had ever cleared Phase 4. He said it would be interesting to see how far Itsuki could go. On the battlefield, Itsuki flashed forward, electricity trailing behind him as a giant lunged. He noted that every time the clear orb's flight speed increased, its accuracy also improved. He realized that if he raised the flight speed a few more times, he wouldn't need to get close to point-blank range anymore. Another giant swung through the storm, purple lightning on Itsuki's hand as he stared ahead and reminded himself that his magic was limited. He couldn't afford to waste even a single clear orb. Itsuki rushed forward through swirling purple energy. Dark lightning wrapped around his arm as he threw his hand out, aiming the spinning orb in his palm. But before he could shoot, one inferno beast with red glowing eyes lunged toward him, its metal-like jaws wide open. Chains rattled around its body as it shot forward and grabbed Itsuki's hand. Another similar monster crawled beside it, both of them towering over him. Itsuki's eyes widened in shock when he noticed the iron chains, as he had completely forgotten about them. The Inferno Beast snapped its head upward, the chains pulling tight across its armored mouth as it roared. Itsuki was dragged by the chains, but as he dashed past the Inferno Beast at high speed, he struck it with the purple energy, clear orb. The monster moved slightly and dodged his attack. The Inferno Beast swung back violently, punching with full force where Itsuki had been standing. The Inferno Beast's massive armored hand pinned Itsuki down. He struggled beneath it, his body crushed against the cracked ground. Then the giant tightened its grip, dragging him upward as dust and debris scattered everywhere. Its claws clamped around his torso, squeezing harder. Itsuki was in very bad shape, as he couldn't put any strength into that position. A sickening crack echoed as the giant's grip twisted violently. A skeletal image of Itsuki flashed, showing all the bones in his body snapping under pressure. The giant then slammed him brutally into the ground. The impact split the earth, sending shards of stone flying. His body lay inside the crater, blood covering his clothes as smoke rose around him. Both his arms and legs were completely broken. Back in the control room, Instructor Soria panicked and shouted for Instructor Heighten to go help quickly. Instructor Heighten watched the screen with worry. Sweat slid down his face as he stared forward. He murmured that this must be Itsuki's limit. A memory flashed before his eyes. Just like Itsuki, he himself had once collapsed at the same point. Determined, Instructor Heighten turned away from the monitor. He said he was going to help right now, but before he could move, someone called out for him to wait. It was Commander Nento, who looked at the large screen. He said that Itsuki hadn't given up yet. Hearing that, Instructor Soria stepped forward urgently. He told Mr. Izumi that this wasn't the time to talk about such things. Choa agreed, saying that if they didn't act quickly, Itsuki would die. Instructor Hiten beside him also said that Itsuki's situation was desperate, but Commander Nento kept his eyes on the screen. He spoke with certainty, saying he could tell Tenma still had a trump card left. Instructor Soria looked surprised and asked how Commander Nento knew about a trump card. Commander Nento answered quietly, saying it was because of his eyes. The scene shifted to Itsuki's face. His eyes glowed fiercely. Commander Nento said these were not the eyes of someone who had accepted death. Itsuki stood battered and bloody, remembering the looming blue phantom Linga behind him. He thought about how he had exhausted every method to grow strong enough to kill that Linga who had killed his parents. Just then, a system window appeared, showing Overmimesis activated, resuming the analysis. This happened because during the battle with Kinoshita, Overmimesis had activated from Kinoshida's skill, B-rank skill Lightning Cannon, but Itsuki had chosen to stop the analysis at the very last moment. At that time, the system displayed analysis progress at 99% when Itsuki paused it. Now, when the analysis resumed, the progress reached 100%. Blue energy wrapped around Itsuki's body as he rose upward. He stated that he had prepared exactly for a situation like this. A system window appeared, showing B-rank skill Lightning Cannon analysis complete. Thunderbreaker Level 2 acquired. Shoha suddenly pointed at the screen with excitement. She said that the usual blue lotus had appeared again. Beside her, Instructor Soria stared in shock and asked if that blue lotus was also one of Itsuki's skills. But he wondered aloud what use it could possibly have in Itsuki's current condition. Instructor Hiten looked toward Shoha. He noticed how happy she seemed and wondered whether she knew something they didn't. A system window appeared, explaining Tenma's new power. It showed the details of Thunderbreaker Level 2. Active effect. He could absorb B-rank and lower lightning attacks into his body. When releasing the absorbed lightning energy, his agility would increase by 100%. Absorption count 0/5. Passive effect. Each time a B-rank lightning attack was absorbed, his agility increased by 10%, currently increased by 15%. Blue energy swirled around Itsuki's body. His legs lit up first, then his hands slowly clenched as the power surged. Another window appeared, showing that Thunderbreaker Level 2 had been acquired. All stats plus 20, all debuffs removed, and injuries fully healed. Just then, the Inferno Beasts attacked the blue energy lotus as lightning burst outward, but Itsuki pushed himself up from the shattered ground, covered in swirling energy, and blocked their attacks. He declared that his warm-up was over. From that moment on, he said he would be going all out. A status screen appeared beneath him, showing that his attack, agility, defense, and magic had increased from 310 to 330 points each. The total rose from 1,240 to 1,320 points. Instructor Soria stared in shock. He said that Itsuki had been brutally beaten, yet had recovered completely in just a few seconds. He shouted that the healing was stronger than what a dedicated healer could do. He continued, saying that along with that absurd area attack, he couldn't understand how many abnormal skills Itsuki actually had. On the battlefield, Itsuki moved with lightning speed and attacked the Inferno Beasts with his clear orb before they could even react. a notification appeared. It showed that an Inferno Giant, level 15, had been defeated, and the clear orb's flight speed had increased by 200%. More flashes filled the scene as another giant fell. Again, the display said Inferno Giant, level 15, defeated, and the clear orb flight speed increased by 200%. As all the Inferno beasts fell, another pop-up appeared above the arena. It said that Nightmare Class Phase 4 had been cleared successfully. The time used was 31 seconds, and 20,000 points were earned. Itsuki stood confidently as two large Inferno Giants fell down. He shouted that the current him would not lose, no matter how many Inferno Giants attacked. As time passed, another giant was pierced by Itsuki's purple beam of clear orb. The system message repeated the same result: Inferno Giant, level 15, defeated, with another 200% boost. Another notification followed, showing that the clear orb's flight speed was now 27 ms. Flight speed increased 2700%. Itsuki killed another Inferno beast. The Nightmare Class Phase 5 message appeared. The system stated that Phase 5 had been cleared in 57 seconds, earning 25,000 points. Then another beam of clear orb pierced straight through the back of another giant. The second later, Itsuki's clear orb again pierced straight through another Inferno Giant's body, splitting it from top to bottom as chains shattered around it. A system window appeared, announcing that Nightmare Class Phase 6 had been cleared successfully. The time used was 1 minute and 34 seconds, and 30,000 points were earned. From the control room, the instructors, Commander Nento and Choha, watched the results in shock. Instructor Sorya's eyes went wide and his mouth hung open. The scene shifted to the battlefield, which looked like a distorted landscape filled with countless Inferno Beast corpses stacked across the ground. Instructor Sorya's voice echoed faintly as he asked, "Is this hell?" Itsuki sat in the rubble of corpses, chains wrapped around his arms as enormous clawed limbs loomed over him. Instructor Sorya's shaken voice wondered aloud which one was the real monster, Itsuki or the Inferno Giants. Admitting he was starting to lose track, Itsuki looked upward, panting heavily, blood covering his clothes as he looked at the camera, and asked about the next phase, saying no Inferno Giants were coming out. Instructor Sorya stared forward in shock. He said it was unbelievable, and that he had never thought something like this would happen. Sweat ran down his face as he looked at the scene before him. He slowly reached out his hand and pressed a glowing red button on the platform. With a heavy voice, he spoke into the microphone. He told Itsuki that it was over. On the battlefield, a loud announcement echoed. Instructor Sorya told Itsuki that all the Inferno Giants they had prepared had already been defeated. As the huge pile of fallen Inferno Giants lay scattered across the ground, Instructor Sorya told Itsuki that he had defeated every Inferno Giant they had prepared. Hearing that, Itsuki took off the chains around his body, exhausted and covered in wounds. He asked if he had really beaten them all, reminding Instructor Sorya that he had said the difficulty had no upper limit. He stood up slowly, trying to recall how many enemies he had taken down. He wondered how many points he had ended up getting. He thought to himself that if he had hit the ceiling, then the gap between him and Taewajin couldn't be that big. As he walked forward, he noted that he had achieved his other goal too, increasing the clear orb's flight speed. He considered it not a bad haul at all. A glowing panel appeared, showing the results. It listed that he had defeated 11 level 15 Inferno Giants, and the clear orb's flight speed had increased by 1100%. Another notification appeared, showing the orb now moved at 38 meters per second, faster than an average car. But just as he was about to exit the training ground, a bright blue energy swirled behind him. Itsuki froze in place, staring ahead as the light rose around his body. A sharp glow flashed in Itsuki's eye as he turned his head, his expression tense and alert. But seeing what it was, he exhaled a moment later, realizing there was no threat. He muttered that he had mistaken it for another enemy for a second because he had totally forgotten about it. Behind Itsuki, a huge glowing crystal had formed. He looked at the floating blue crystal beside him, knowing that since he couldn't level up, any experience from the disaster beasts he defeated turned straight into karma stones. The large blue stone hovered in the air, swirling with light. In the control room, the instructors stared in surprise. Instructor Sorya asked why a karma stone was appearing in the trial grounds. Its blue color meant it held at least 10,000 experience points. Commander Nento explained to them that Itsuki couldn't absorb experience points, so everything he earned in the trial automatically became karma stones. Hearing that, Instructor Heaton said that he had thought Itsuki's level being fixed meant he was just faking it. But now he understood Itsuki truly couldn't level up. Instructor Soria asked if this meant that if Tenma ever teamed up with someone and entered a stage, his teammate would get all the dropped experience points. He added that it was a good thing Itsuki had been born human. If he had been born a disaster beast, the thought alone was terrifying. Back inside the trial grounds, Itsuki grabbed the glowing blue karma stone. He held it close, the light reflecting in his eyes as he looked at it calmly. He then placed his hand on the large metal door, saying he had done what he came to do, and that it was time to head out. The heavy door slowly slid open. Outside, Instructor Soria leaned forward in excitement, telling the others that Itsuki had come out. A bright panel appeared above Itsuki as he stepped through the exit. It displayed his results. Tenma Itsuki. Preliminaries, second stage clear. Points earned, 160,600. Time used, 3 minutes 55 seconds. Rank 1. Itsuki walked forward, still covered in blood and dust. Instructor Soria hurried toward him. He said he had witnessed Itsuki's performance with his own eyes and called him pure potential. He told Itsuki to come with him, promising to arrange a mentor worthy of him. Itsuki replied that he appreciated the offer, but he already had a teacher who trained him, so he was fine. Hearing that, Instructor Soria grew frustrated, telling Itsuki he didn't get it. He said, so what if he had a teacher? He insisted that not just anyone was qualified to guide someone as talented as Itsuki. He said Tenma would be better off following someone like him, someone with connections and resources. Itsuki repeated that he was fine. Instructor Hiton, beside Instructor Soria, leaned in and warned him that if he kept pushing, Itsuki would start disliking him, but Instructor Soria refused to back down. He shouted that he couldn't give up so easily and told Instructor Hiton to talk some sense into Itsuki. He asked if he was really okay letting someone waste Itsuki's talent. When Itsuki looked toward Instructor Hiton, he recognized him as the one who had handled Kinoshida's lackeys before. Instructor Hiton waved it off, saying he had only judged someone who broke the rules. He added that there was something else. He then smiled and told Instructor Soria that Itsuki was the disciple of Izumi, so there was no way he wouldn't help him. Hearing that, Instructor Soria froze in shock. He asked Instructor Hiton what he had said, whose disciple was Itsuki. Itsuki thanked Instructor Piton for what he had done in the past. On the other hand, Instructor Soria stiffened as he repeated the words, Itsuki was Commander Izumi Nento's disciple. Commander Nento, standing behind, confirmed it with a confident smile. Hearing that, Instructor Soria muttered that an out-of-spec youngster had appeared, and of course he had turned out to be Izumi's pupil. Itsuki looked at Commander Nento and called him Sensei. Commander Nento stepped forward and praised Itsuki, saying he had watched his performance closely. He asked if he was hurt anywhere, and said he could have Choha heal him if needed. Shoha, standing behind, blushed and told her father that Itsuki had been fired up about challenging Phase 7, so there was no way he could be hurt. Itsuki smiled weakly. He said he wasn't injured, but admitted he was a bit worn out. He added that he would be fine after a short rest. Instructor Soria nodded and said that if Itsuki was Izumi Nento's disciple, it made sense he could perform at this level. He then mentioned that his disciple had wiped out every disaster beast prepared for the second stage. Itsuki then asked if Tewa had made it to Phase 6 as well. Instructor Soria answered that back then, Phase 4 had been the maximum. Later, they expanded it to Phase 6, but even that no longer seemed enough. He suggested they might need to extend it to Phase 8 next time. Commander Nento then told Itsuki to sit back and watch for now, because, for the other participants, the second stage had only just begun. Inside the exam field, the screen showed Rikuru. A notification appeared beside him showing hard class progress at 100%. Rikuru then collapsed to the ground, saying his arms wouldn't lift anymore. He muttered that nightmare class was beyond him. The screen displayed his result. Horino Rikuru, second stage challenge over. Time used 17 minutes 17 seconds. Points earned 1600. The screen then showed Saya, whose hard class progress was also at 100%. Saya held a massive water sphere overhead, with a beast trapped inside. She said she didn't have any high firepower skills, so she was trying to suffocate the beast by trapping it in water. She admitted it was taking too long, and she was about to run out of magic. She whispered that the next difficulty might be impossible. A notification appeared beside her showing her result. Kisaragi Saya, second stage challenge over. Time used 19 minutes 01 second. Points earned 1600. From the control room, Itsuki watched their results. He said Rikuru and Saya had both capped out at hard class. He thought they would get a bit further. Instructor Heaton told him not to assume everyone was as strong as him. He said most participants couldn't even clear normal class. With how fast Rikuru and Saya defeated the Aleki Rhino, he said both of them were guaranteed to be in the top 10. Itsuki then asked why they hadn't been removed from the field if their runs had already ended. Instructor Soria explained that unless someone was seriously injured or a special circumstance occurred, participants weren't allowed to leave the trial grounds. He added that Itsuki was a special exception. At that moment, Instructor Heighten then looked up and said someone else had reached Nightmare Class. Inside the stage, Uegaku swung a huge hammer down with full force. Instructor Heighten explained that with a rare karma tool, Gaku should be able to take down at least one Inferno Giant. Another scene showed a silver-haired girl fighting an Inferno Beast. Instructor Heighten said that the Shikigami user Akagami Shion reaching this far was impressive too. Just then, Shion shouted for her cat Michan. Her cat jumped as Shion used its complete form. The cat turned into a massive black creature and moved forward as red light burned in its eyes. The monster rose to its full size, towering over the battlefield. Across from it, Shion stood calmly, watching as the creature roared. The beast then charged and struck down with overwhelming force, fighting the Inferno Beast. Their claws crashed with destructive power. Itsuki watched all this from the control room. He asked if Shikigami could change into different forms. He asked Choa if her Tamacho could do the same. She replied with a simple no, explaining that it was her first time seeing one that could transform. She said Shikigami came in many types, and their abilities were still full of mysteries. She warned him to be extra careful if he encountered Shikigami users from now on. Itsuki looked at the scene and said Shikigami were unexpectedly strong. He thought about the black dog he had taken from Charles and said he had been leaving it alone until now, but from this point on, he would give all dropped experience to it. He then looked down slightly and said that since Saya and Rikuru had already retired, there was no point staying any longer. Hearing that, he thought it was time to head out. But suddenly, Itsuki's eyes widened as he saw something on the screen. It was Iberia. He was wrapped in glowing red energy and stood in a hardened stance. Itsuki was shocked to see him and asked what that armor was and if he had gotten it from his father. Iberia's whole body became covered by that armor as he looked at the monster in front of him. It was the strongest epic karma tool his dad had made for him. His body then transformed into a fully armored form with sharp red scales and glowing eyes. A screen displayed the item's stats. Dragon Gear Epic. It increased attack and agility by 100. Its epic effect was that for every 1 minute equipped, attack and agility increased by 20. The maximum time was 15 minutes. Iberia knew that his tool had a will of its own and chose its master. He said it took a lot of effort before he finally obtained it. He ran toward the Inferno Beast in front of him, thinking that his armor added 20 attack and agility every minute it was equipped. But if worn longer than 15 minutes, there would be a severe penalty. So he had to finish everything within 15 minutes. Another screen appeared showing current status increase. Attack and agility increased by 120. Iberia shot forward at high speed. He thought about the announcement stating the Nightmare Class had been cleared, and he believed it was probably Itsuki. He told himself he had to do his best so he wouldn't drag Itsuki down. He charged ahead, declaring that the two of them were double E. Itsuki watched him from the control room and said calmly that the armor looked good on him. Then, a few minutes later, Instructor Soria announced that the second stage was finished. From inside the control room, Instructor Soria explained the rules. Only the top 10-point earners could advance to the national tournament's main event. He added that the top 2 would receive special rewards in the main event. Lying on the ground, Gaku smirked. He said that aside from Hanyu, there was no way anyone had more points than him. He laughed to himself, claiming those special rewards would be his. Instructor Soria then stepped forward and announced that he would now reveal the top 10 results. A large screen displayed the rankings. First was Tenma Itsuki. His clear time was 3 minutes and 56 seconds, and his earned points were 106,600. Second was Hanyu Kana, who took 23 minutes and 43 seconds. She earned 16,600 points. Third was Uegaku. His time was 24 minutes and 23 seconds, and his points were 6,600. Fourth was Iberia. His time was 27 minutes and 59 seconds, and his points were 6,600. Fifth was Akagami Shion. Her time was 16 minutes and 30 seconds, and her points were 1,600. She failed at the Nightmare Class attempt. Sixth was Horino Rikuru. His time was 17 minutes and 17 seconds, and his points were 1,600. Seventh was Kisaragi Saya. Her time was 19 minutes and 1 second, and her points were also 1,600. Seeing the results, the crowd reacted instantly. One man shouted in disbelief, saying Itsuki had scored over 100,000 points, far more than even Teiwagen's 60,000. Another said that with a score like that, first place in the entire country was basically guaranteed. An injured man wondered aloud how many Inferno Giants Itsuki must have killed, since each was only worth 5,000 points. Seeing this, Gaku suddenly sat up, shocked that he had fallen to third place. He asked who Tenma Itsuki even was, saying he had never heard of the name before. Haru looked at her weapon and said she wanted to cross swords with Tenma Itsuki. Saya lowered her gaze. She said she hadn't expected such a huge gap between herself and Itsuki. She wondered if a combat job had ever been right for her in the first place. Instructor Soria then reported that all continental trials had ended and the national rankings were out. He revealed that Itsuki placed first in the entire nation, ahead of second place by a massive 65,000 points. Choha, watching her father, said that she couldn't see her father's face, but she could feel it. Her father was pleased. Commander Nento looked toward the sky and said humanity's new dawn was growing brighter. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Iberia lay exhausted on the ground. He muttered that over 100,000 points was impressive, but if it was Itsuki, taking first place was expected. He added that he had also done enough not to shame the name of Double E. He was lying next to the defeated giant machine. Itsuki walked up to him and told him he did great, saying Iberia had surprised him. Iberia smiled weakly as he was still dizzy after using that karma tool. The instructors and Commander Nento stood on the platforms watching. Then Instructor Soria announced that the 21st Salvation League National Tournament preliminaries had come to an end. On the battlefield below, Itsuki carried Iberia on his back and walked forward. The view shifted to the South Continent, District 1. A bright city square lay under the sun, with buildings, pools, and statues arranged neatly. At the center, an old man with long white hair and a beard sat quietly, eyes closed. Nearby, soldiers in armor complained. One of them frowned, saying they had been called out at dawn just to watch an old man meditate. Another soldier warned him to watch his mouth. He explained that the old man was the South Continent Commander-in-Chief, someone who could see the future, a prophet. The old man remained still, his hands resting on his stomach. His name was Bulgar, South Continent Commander-in-Chief. One soldier then questioned why. If Bulgar could truly see the future, they always received warnings after the barrier had already been deployed. He said that if Bulgar really had foresight, he should be able to tell them the Stele impact points ahead of time. Another soldier spoke calmly. He said it was true that Elder Bulgar could only foresee a tiny sliver of the future. Even so, he explained that Bulgar still stood on the same level as the North Continent Commander Izumi Nento and was considered a pillar of humanity. He said the reason he was called a pillar of humanity was because Bulgar's prophecies were correct 10% of the time. At that moment, Elder Bulgar suddenly lurched forward, shouting in shock. His attendants rushed toward him in panic. Bulgar's voice trembled as he tried to speak. The attendants asked if he was all right, but he pushed himself up with urgency. He shouted again that the North Continent was in danger. His eyes widened, filled with terror. He cried out that a massive disaster beast assault would soon strike the North Continent. Among them, he warned, were disaster beasts with levels that exceeded 100. Then sometime later at night, the leaves rustled softly as the scene shifted to Itsuki, standing under the trees. Blue system windows appeared beside him while he looked ahead calmly. He said that his total stats had finally exceeded 1500. The system display showed his information. Tenma Itsuki, human, level 0, fixed. His job was Order Breaker. His Nirvana gift was a special grade Nirvana. His skills were listed one by one. Over Mimesis, Thunderbreaker level 2, Black Wall level 2, Lotus Burst level 1, Clear Orb level 2, Magic Detection level 1, and Shikigami Eater level 1. Another window showed his status. Attack 330, Agility 380, Defense 462, Magic 330, with passive increases from his skills. His total stat value was 1502. Itsuki knew that when a person leveled up, leveling up normally gave 50 stat points. So, looking at his status window, Itsuki realized that having 1500 total stats was the same as being level 30 for a normal awakened person. On top of that, Itsuki's agility and defense could increase infinitely through passive skill effects. He remembered how his agility and defense rose by 10%. Not only that, but even his magic also recovered infinitely with the passive effect of magic detection. However, there was no method to increase attack power. He looked down at his hand and wondered quietly if there was any way to do so. Just then, a voice called out from behind, shouting that the food was ready. Itsuki turned his head slightly at the sound, his expression calm. Behind him, Rikuru and Saya were standing. Rikuru raised a spatula happily and said he had made lots of Itsuki's favorite dishes. Saya stood beside him, smiling gently. Hearing that, Itsuki began walking toward them and said he would think about his problems later. He thought that he might get a new skill that increased attack power through overmimesis anyway. The scene shifted to the dinner table. Dishes were laid out everywhere, filling the table with a large meal. Itsuki sat among the others and remarked that it had been a while since he had eaten Rikuru's home cooking. As he sat down and looked around, he asked where Iberia was and whether he was still sleeping. Choha said yes and told him that she had healed all his wounds and they had fully recovered, but he still seemed extremely exhausted and remained asleep. While eating, Rikuru said he was surprised that the nightmare class dungeon that he and Saya couldn't beat was cleared by someone who was only level 7. Hearing that, Saya gasped in shock and covered her mouth. Rikuru looked at her and asked what was wrong, wondering if she was so moved by how delicious his cooking was that she had to cry out. But Saya pointed nervously and stuttered, telling him that something was behind him. Rikuru turned his head slightly and asked what she meant. Behind him, a dark figure with glowing red eyes stood silently. The shadowy figure suddenly spoke in a low voice, saying it wanted food. Seeing that, Rikuru fell back in surprise, shouting as the shadowy figure moved toward the table. Immediately, the shadow figure started eating. It was none other than Iberia, who sat down and stuffed food into his mouth. Seeing that, Rikuru stood up and scolded him, saying that sneaking up quietly like that was bad for the heart. He also asked why Iberia was eating at someone else's seat without permission. Hearing that, Iberia slammed his bowl on the table, holding it tightly as he ate with extreme force. Seeing that, Rikuru backed up slightly, sweating as he asked what Iberia was getting angry for. Iberia suddenly lifted his head with sparkling eyes and food crumbs on his face. He smiled widely and said the food was delicious. Seeing him energetic, Rikuru laughed proudly and said that it was thanks to his cooking. Iberia laughed even louder in response. Iberia then pointed at the plate and asked if Rikuru had made the food. He told him that he should quit being an awakened and become a chef instead because he had way more talent for cooking. Hearing that, Saya covered her mouth, trying not to laugh, while Rikuru stood there with an annoyed expression, asking if that was supposed to be a compliment. Across the table, Commander Nento leaned forward with folded hands. He said that since all of them were aiming to become saviors, he had one question for them. Everyone looked at Commander Nento as he asked what they feared the most. Hearing that, everyone paused. Rikuru thought for a moment and said that the thing they feared was probably the opposite of what they looked forward to. He explained his own dream, to become a savior, earn money, and enjoy gourmet food while traveling the world while he was still young. He then imagined the opposite of that dream. In his mind, he pictured himself as an old man with a cane. He said that aging would definitely be the opposite. When people get old, he explained, they lose the stamina to travel the world, and their sense of taste might deteriorate so much that they cannot even tell flavors apart. The thought made him shiver, and he said the idea alone gave him chills. Commander Nento then asked Saya how she felt. She looked down slightly and said she was born into a medical family and grew up in a hospital. She explained that ever since she was little, she had seen many people suffering from different illnesses. A memory flashed in her eyes of hospital staff rushing a patient on a stretcher past her. A sick elderly patient lay on the stretcher, his face covered with dark spots. His weak voice escaped as he looked towards Saya. Standing there, Saya had been frozen in fear. The sight had become a deep trauma for her. She explained that even a simple cold or fever now filled her with overwhelming fear. Hearing that, Itsuki remembered something. He wondered if that was why she ran away the other day, after he let out just a small sneeze. Memories from the past flashed in his mind where Saya jumped back in shock every time Itsuki sneezed loudly. Hearing her, Commander Nento told them that an awakened person's lifespan was nearly twice that of a normal human, and awakened ones almost never got sick. He told her that she could finally say goodbye to the thing she feared most. Then he turned his gaze to Iberia beside him. Iberia blinked in surprise and asked if it was his turn next. Iberia admitted that what he feared most before was failing the preliminaries, but now his fear had changed. He smiled brightly and said he was afraid of not being able to fight alongside Itsuki. He turned to Itsuki with excitement and asked what he feared most. Itsuki looked surprised and asked why the question was directed at him, but the others wondered the same. Saya asked if Itsuki even had anything he was afraid of. Iberia told him to answer, saying it couldn't be possible that he feared nothing. They tried to imagine it, but none of them could guess what Itsuki might fear. Itsuki finally spoke. He said that after his parents died, he didn't know how to keep living. He explained that he had been overwhelmed with anxiety. Iberia stared at him, shocked, whispering his name. A dark scene appeared, showing Itsuki curled up alone. Helplessness, anger, sadness, hunger. He explained that all of those negative emotions had taken over his body. Itsuki remembered the moment everything changed. He had been sitting alone in the dark, tears running down his face until Saya and Rikuru appeared before him. Rikuru's gentle voice asked why he was crying alone in a place like that. Saya told him the sky was beautiful and that it was a waste to look down. Young Saya leaned forward, asking if he had caught a cold and whether they should take him to the hospital. Rikuru held out a lunchbox with a bright smile, telling him they should eat something delicious so all his worries would blow away. Itsuki looked up, his eyes filled with tears. He said the warmth the two of them gave him pulled him out of that negative world. He continued speaking. He said that after that day he met Sensei, met Choha, and even Iberia. Itsuki looked around the table and said they had become comrades. No, more than that. It felt like his family had grown. A soft smile formed on his face. He said that this sense of security was something he hadn't felt in a long time. Sometimes, he thought, he wished this moment could last forever. Itsuki continued speaking while everyone listened. He said the thing he had feared the most was living alone. Across the table, Saya, Rikuru, and Iberia watched him quietly as he shared his thoughts. Choha observed him with gentle eyes. She noted that the atmosphere around Itsuki felt calm and peaceful, completely different from the unsettling feeling she had sensed before. Suddenly, Iberia rushed forward. He called out Itsuki's name and threw his arms around him, shouting that he would never leave his side, not even a single step. Itsuki stumbled back in surprise, trying to explain that this wasn't what he meant. Commander Nento told them that he had asked earlier to confirm whether they might one day regret choosing their path. When they became saviors and faced true danger, regret would be the most unforgivable thing. He told them to remember that a savior's goal was to reach death without regrets. Everyone stood firmly and answered that they would engrave those words in their hearts. Commander Nento nodded and stood up. He told everyone to hurry and finish eating and then rest. He reminded them that Rikuru and Saya needed to return to North District 6 by tomorrow. The next morning, it was time for Rikuru and Saya to go back. Iberia waved excitedly as he called out to Rikuru, asking him to make home-cooked food again next time. Rikuru shouted back that he would, as long as Iberia didn't cause trouble for Itsuki. Their voices echoed as they walked ahead, promising to meet again at the national tournament. Seeing that, Itsuki walked up to Iberia, who wiped his tears. Itsuki asked when Iberia and Rikuru had gotten so close. Commander Nento soon gathered them and told them they should head back as well. Itsuki nodded, but his mind wandered. There was something he wanted to ask Saya. He thought he could ask her during the main tournament. As he walked, Itsuki suddenly paused in shock when he noticed Choa. Choa sprinted across the courtyard with urgency. Itsuki wondered why she was in such a rush. A moment later, Choha reached Commander Nento, slightly out of breath. Commander Nento asked her what had happened. Choha replied in a serious tone that top-secret information had just arrived from the South Continent. Commander Nento asked Choha what the secret message contained. Choha explained that the information carried an extremely high clearance level. It was something only saviors above level 50 and continent commanders were allowed to know. Commander Nento then looked at Itsuki and Iberia and said that the two of them were also permitted to hear it. Iberia lit up with surprise, asking if he trusted him that much. Choa began delivering the message. A new prophecy had come from Elder Balgar, the commander of the South Continent. According to him, within the next 3 days, a large-scale disaster beast assault would strike the North Continent. Hearing that, Itsuki asked whether Elder Balgar's prophecies were reliable. Iberia confirmed that they were. Elder Balgar was the most renowned prophet across all 5 continents. His prophecies were as good as confirmed futures. Choha turned to her father and urged him to leave the North Continent immediately. But Commander Nento believed there had to be a reason the disaster beasts were launching an assault. This time, he said, the target was most likely him, the commander of the North Continent. The commander thought for a moment. He said that if that were true, then staying here would make him good bait. Choa stepped forward, insisting there was no reason for her father to remain in the North Continent. She reminded him that combat wasn't even his specialty, and if he already knew he was the target, then remaining here was far too risky. She urged him to evacuate to the central continent immediately. Tenma agreed with her. He said that if they lacked manpower, he would remain behind and fight, but the commander raised a hand, stopping them. He told them he had already made his decision and warned them not to argue further. Then he turned to Itsuki, saying there was something else he needed him to do. Itsuki protested, insisting that nothing could be more important than protecting his sensei. Commander Nento explained his request. Iberia's father, Aiden, was the greatest crafter across all 5 continents, and they couldn't allow anything to happen to him. He wanted Itsuki to guard Aiden together with Iberia. Additional awakened fighters would also be dispatched to support them. Hearing that, Iberia looked troubled. He wondered aloud why their forces had to be split just to protect his father. Suddenly, a thought struck Itsuki as he realized that Sensei might be intentionally keeping him away from the battlefield. Nearby, Choa listened quietly until the commander turned to her as well. He said he had 3 requests for her. First, she had to announce the coming assault to the residents of the North Continent and help evacuate everyone below level 50 safely. Next, she needed to notify all awakened individuals level 50 and above to prepare for combat at any moment. Finally, she had to summon Haitin to this location. Since North District 1 had a low population, there would be no danger of civilian casualties. Commander Nento's eyes glowed fiercely as he declared that they would face the disaster beasts head-on right there. Choa returned to her father and reported that she had completed every arrangement he instructed. She told him Haitin would be arriving soon. Commander Nento thanked her for the trouble and told her she could rest for now. Choha hesitated, her expression softening as she looked at him in silence. Her father noticed her worry. He asked whether she was anxious about Itsuki, even though Aiden already had skilled guards accompanying him. He added that if that was the case, then as her father, he simply needed to defeat all the smaller threats and lure out the main enemy. Choa lowered her gaze, her cheeks slightly flushed. She admitted that, as expected of her father, he saw through everything. Commander Nento continued speaking. He said a prophecy had revealed that a disaster beast of level 100 or higher would appear this time. In a battle of that scale, someone would be forced to reveal all their trump cards. That was the real reason he sent Itsuki away. Hearing that, Choha nodded slowly as the meaning became clear to her. If Itsuki fought such a beast using his unusual methods, his abilities would be exposed, and the enemy would try to eliminate him at any cost. Commander Nento said yes, but added that there was another reason as well. Based on Itsuki's past battles, it seemed Itsuki lacked raw attack power. Rumors said that Aiden possessed an artifact capable of increasing attack power, and sending Itsuki there might allow him to obtain it. Commander Nento explained that if Itsuki obtained the rumored artifact, everything would change. Attack, defense, mana, agility. He could become a perfect awakener who possessed every attribute. The prophecy began to unfold soon after. On day 1 of the prophecy, at 8 p.m., the northern continent was struck. In every district, stone monuments began falling from the sky like rain, crashing into the ground and signaling the start of the disaster beast assault. In North District 2, the skies were dark as Itsuki and Iberia sprinted through the cold winds. Itsuki asked how much farther Iberia's home was. Iberia estimated another 100 kilometers. Hearing that, Itsuki narrowed his eyes, thinking that a disaster beast could appear at any moment. They had to reach Iberia's father as fast as possible. Suddenly, from behind, Iberia shouted for Itsuki to look, pointing ahead in shock. Hearing that, Itsuki stopped and looked forward. Iberia's trembling voice barely formed the words. A blazing object was falling from the sky. It was a stone monument. Itsuki realized that the attack had already begun, and the monument had landed right in the middle of a populated area. The two watched as the fiery structure crashed straight into the city. The impact sent a massive explosion of light through the skyline. Itsuki's expression tightened. The warning had only been released moments ago. Civilians were still evacuating. If a disaster beast appeared now, the situation would become catastrophic. Elsewhere in the city, awakened warriors stared at the monument that had descended. Chaos erupted as they shouted that massive casualties were unavoidable and that a disaster beast was already approaching. Someone recognized the scene. It was exactly as Elder Vargar had foretold. They cursed at how early the event had arrived. Back with Itsuki and Iberia, a glowing barrier began forming around the impact zone. Iberia panicked as he watched it rise. Itsuki was also panicking inside, thinking that if they left the citizens behind, many would die. But if they stepped in to help, their main mission would be delayed. Itsuki glanced at Iberia and thought quietly to himself. Iberia had traveled a long distance, yet he hadn't asked for a single break. He must have been that worried about his father. If he suggested stopping to save citizens now, Iberia would surely hate it. But before he could decide, Iberia suddenly pointed forward, shouting for them to go help. The barrier had trapped a disaster beast inside the city, and he insisted they couldn't ignore it. The creature inside was at least level 20. If no high-level awakeners were present, countless people could die. Hearing that, Itsuki's worries vanished. Then, with a firm voice, he agreed to change the plan. They would take care of the disaster beast in the city first. Just then, the ground shook violently as the stone monument split open. Flames burst out, and a massive creature emerged from within. It was a flame golem, level 21, its entire body wrapped in blazing fire. Nearby, the awakened fighters assessed the situation. They counted their strength, 3 level 15s and 1 level 16. It would be difficult, but against a level 20 disaster beast, they believed they still had a chance to win. A defender stepped forward and activated his C-rank skill, Rock Shield. Jagged stone shot up around his arms as he braced himself against the incoming flames. He shouted for the others not to break formation, promising to hold off the monster's attacks. The flame golem roared and hurled fire straight at him. Through the heat and sparks, the defender yelled for his teammates to find an opening and counterattack. But the creature's power was overwhelming. It struck with massive force, smashing the ground and scattering debris across the street. The defender was thrown violently backward, crashing into a wall. As the dust settled, he struggled to lift his head. His armor was shattered. His voice trembled. He couldn't believe what had happened. It was impossible. The other Awakeners froze in terror because the Earth user had the highest defense among them, yet he had been killed instantly. If even he couldn't survive, they stood no chance at all. Panic spread across their faces as they backed away, their weapons shaking. One of them cried out, asking desperately what they were supposed to do now. The group fell into panic. One of the men shouted that fighting a creature like this was suicide, and that they needed to run. As he sprinted away, flames chased behind him. Another teammate yelled for him to watch out, but the fleeing man only snapped back that they should worry about themselves. Before he could get far, a sharp presence appeared right behind him. His eyes widened in shock as the fiery monster loomed over his shoulder. Terrified, he begged for his life, promising to do anything as he activated his ability. Water surged around him as he used his B-rank skill, Water Cannon. A massive stream of water blasted toward the creature. For a moment, he caught his breath. He wondered when the beast had gotten behind him and regretted shouting something so pathetic. But now, he stood firm. He was a water elementalist, the natural enemy of fire disaster beasts. This attack should have been its end. The others watched from a distance, unsure. One asked whether he had really defeated it. Another stepped forward, saying he would finish it off just in case. In the midst of drifting steam and smoke, the monster's dark silhouette still stood. The water elementalist stepped forward and warned the others not to interfere. He insisted that since he had defeated the disaster beast alone, he should be the one to finish it. But before he could act, the charred body of the creature suddenly twitched. Flames surged across its cracked surface as it rose again. The man froze in shock as the beast returned to life, its fiery aura burning hotter than before. Someone shouted for them to kill it quickly. A massive burst of flame erupted from the monster's mouth, lighting up the entire street. One of the fighters stared at the blazing heat, confused and terrified, asking what this enormous flame was. Another voice shouted that it was over, but the flames only grew larger. A violent explosion followed, and the fire shot outward like a shockwave. But before it could hit those Awakeners, Itsuki appeared. Using his black ice wall skill, he created an ice wall that blocked the monster's fire attack. As Itsuki was stopping the fire, Iberia turned to those Awakeners, calm and fearless. He told them to leave the creature to Double E. Clad in black armor, Itsuki told Iberia not to worry about the monster and instructed him to evacuate the citizens. Iberia acknowledged with a Roger. A blue screen appeared, displaying new information. Itsuki's Black Wall's defense increased by 10% due to blocking a B-rank fire element skill with Black Ice Wall. The battlefield shifted as Itsuki prepared to face the fiery disaster beast alone. Those Awakeners stared at Itsuki, who had blocked the giant flame so easily. One of them asked Iberia if he and his companion were saviors. Iberia explained that they weren't saviors yet, but he declared that someday he would become one, stronger than Taewajin himself. Hearing that, the Awakeners were shocked, saying he talked big for a kid. Iberia walked over, annoyed, and asked what they were doing being saved by a child. One of the Awakeners immediately argued back, insisting that no one asked for help and that he was going to defeat the beast anyway. Someone else wondered aloud if a mere Awakener could really handle a disaster beast like that. Their eyes shifted to Itsuki. One man whispered whether the ice-like armor covering his body was some kind of artifact. On the other hand, Itsuki narrowed his eyes, remembering something his sensei told him before they left. His memory showed his sensei warning him about the black sphere he could release. Its power was immense, but it required chanting time, and its flight speed wasn't fast compared to strong disaster beasts. Missing the first attack would only put enemies on guard, making them harder to hit afterward. His sensei advised him to avoid using the black sphere unless absolutely necessary, keeping it as a trump card for critical moments. The memory ended with his teacher's voice telling him to listen carefully and only use that black sphere under the right circumstances. His teacher's words echoed in Itsuki's mind. He should only use his strongest attack when he was certain he could take down the opponent. Looking at the crowded battlefield below, he realized he couldn't use the penetrating true sphere here. There were too many people around. Down on the streets, civilians stared up at him in shock. Some wondered if he was an Awakener who came to help. Others pointed out the equipment he wore, guessing he must be a high-level Awakener. High above, the fiery disaster beast roared as it swung its massive body. Itsuki, covered with lightning, shot forward, slamming straight into the creature's rocky surface. He made up his mind. If he couldn't use his special skill, he would suppress the beast with brute strength instead. With full power, he punched the beast. Explosive impacts echoed through the buildings as he drove the monster backward. His movements blurred with speed as burning fragments scattered everywhere. A bright system window flashed, showing that Itsuki's Thunderbreaker activated. Thunderclap Wave. Lightning surged across his entire body as he appeared above the beast. The beast raised its head, its eyes glowing red, fire swirling around it. Itsuki struck again, driving the massive creature through the ground with overwhelming force. Dust and flames erupted as the beast crashed hard, its body half buried in the shattered street. The ground trembled from the impact. Lightning wrapped around Itsuki as he rose into the air, his entire body glowing with blue energy. Flames raged around him, but he shot downward like a meteor, slamming into the massive creature below with overwhelming force. The impact shook the entire street. A huge shockwave burst outward, cracking the ground and sending flames scattering. A crater formed where the blow landed, smoke rising from the broken asphalt. People watching from a distance stared in disbelief. One person said the disaster beast was being pushed back completely, even though it was supposed to be powerful. Another mentioned that the Awakener looked like he was only 18. Someone else suggested the beast must have been injured beforehand, but an Awakener nearby could only stare with wide eyes, whispering in shock that this couldn't be real. Even a level 21 flame golem couldn't fight back at all against that young man. He wondered who the young man facing it truly was. When the smoke finally cleared, the battlefield was quiet. The golem lay smashed into the ground. One of the Awakeners looked around in confusion and asked where the young man had gone. Another man explained that as soon as the young Awakener defeated the disaster beast, he left the area with the blonde boy. That water-type Awakener claimed that the only reason a level 0 Awakener could do something like that was because he had already weakened the flame golem's health beforehand. But the first Awakener looked uneasy. Even he, a level 15 Awakener, couldn't track the young man's movements with his eyes. He said that the power to send a flame golem flying with bare hands was unbelievable. He added that if his status showed level 0, his real strength had to be comparable to level 30. On the other hand, Itsuki and Iberia were already running. While running, a thought troubled Itsuki. If a beast of that level couldn't be killed instantly, things would only get harder in the future. He muttered that he had to increase his attack power somehow. Just then, a system window appeared, displaying Itsuki's current stats. Attack, 330. Agility, 760, plants 100% due to Thunderclap Wave activation. Defense, 495. Increase due to Black Ice Wall. 50%. Mana, 330. Recovers 10% of mana upon detecting one enemy unit. Itsuki stared at the numbers, knowing he needed to grow stronger as quickly as possible. On day 1 of the prophecy, at 10:30 p.m., Itsuki and Iberia ran through the rain-soaked streets. Iberia stared in awe, saying Itsuki's speed was so incredible that he couldn't even track him with his eyes. Itsuki replied calmly that speed meant nothing without power. While they were running, suddenly Iberia started panting heavily, admitting he had never thought of Itsuki that way before. When they stopped, he told Itsuki that if he wanted to raise his attack power, he knew a good method. Itsuki looked at him and asked what he meant. Iberia explained that his dad's warehouse contained tons of artifacts, and there had to be one that boosted attack. He said Itsuki was strong and was also Sensei Izumi's student, so his dad would definitely be happy to let him have one. As he spoke, he imagined Itsuki wearing a powerful artifact, standing tall in a dark, glowing armored suit. The thought made him laugh to himself in a strange way, but Itsuki looked unimpressed and asked what that creepy laugh was about, and what exactly he was imagining. Iberia cheered excitedly and told Itsuki to follow him. Once they arrived, he said he would ask his father to prepare a useful artifact for Itsuki. Itsuki watched him struggle to stand straight and thought to himself that he had already slowed down on the way. But even with all that agility, Iberia must have had trouble keeping up. Itsuki then stepped forward and grabbed Iberia by the arm. Iberia panicked and shouted, asking what Itsuki was doing. Itsuki told him not to push himself if he was tired. If they ran into a calamity, he wouldn't be able to fight properly in that condition. Before Iberia could answer, Itsuki lifted him and dashed forward at full speed. Iberia yelled that he wasn't ready, but the wind tore past them too fast for him to react. The two shot through the city like a blur. Iberia screamed that it was too fast, while Itsuki said they had already wasted enough time and told him to hold on. Later, at 11:05 p.m. on day 1 of the prophecy, the moon hung over a quiet set of wooden houses deep in the forest. A gust of wind swept through as they arrived. Iberia collapsed forward, shaking. He gasped that they finally made it and complained that he thought his arms were going to rip off. As they walked deeper into the woods, Itsuki asked why his father chose to live so far from town when the town was much safer. Iberia replied that his father said the town was too noisy for him to focus on his crafting. Ahead of them stood an old wooden house. Iberia explained that the place might look run down, but its defenses were strong. His father had traps set all around the perimeter. Itsuki nodded, saying he thought he felt a faint magical fluctuation. A system window appeared as he activated magic detection. Iberia told him not to worry. As long as Itsuki followed him closely, he wouldn't trigger anything. Itsuki silently thought that with his detection ability, he could avoid them on his own. Iberia walked ahead proudly as Itsuki asked him to watch his step. But Iberia grinned to himself, happy that it was finally his turn to take the lead. But the next second, a small trap placed on the ground clicked under Iberia's foot. Iberia froze. He started sweating as he realized he had stepped right on one of the traps. He shouted that he got carried away and forgot about it. Itsuki stared at him blankly and asked if he was sure this was really his own house. Iberia froze the moment the trap activated. He shouted that this was bad because he had stepped on the nastiest trap of all. Itsuki focused for a moment and noticed the magical fluctuation around them growing stronger. A loud mechanical roar echoed through the forest as the ground shook. From the dust rose a massive humanoid construct, an iron golem, glowing with red eyes and a core embedded in its chest. A system window appeared, listing its stats: Attack 500, Defense 500, Agility 300, Magic 200. Itsuki's eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't believe Iberia's father even owned humanoid artifacts. Before Iberia could react, the iron golem swung a giant arm toward him. The blow came crashing down with tremendous force. In the next instant, Itsuki dashed forward and pushed Iberia out of the attack's path. As the iron golem's punch came down, Itsuki also punched it with full power. Their attacks smashed into each other, creating a massive shockwave that cracked the earth and sent debris flying everywhere. Itsuki slid backward across the ground, shocked that even a mere artifact had higher attack power than he did. As he steadied himself, he realized another problem. Because the iron golem was created to protect Iberia's father, he couldn't simply destroy it with his piercing sphere. That made the situation more complicated. Itsuki quickly called out to Iberia, asking if there was any way to stop the golem. Iberia, panicking, shouted back that the key was the karmic stone embedded in its chest. If that stone was destroyed, the golem would shut down. The iron golem's eyes glowed red as its chest stone pulsed with green light. Iberia yelled that the stone was its power source, and taking it out would end everything. A system window appeared as Itsuki activated Thunderwave. Lightning surged around his body, crackling across his arms and shoulders. He smirked, realizing that knowing the golem's weak point made the fight much simpler. The golem had strength, but he had speed. He dashed forward, lightning trailing behind him as the iron golem slammed its massive arm into the ground. Stone shattered everywhere, but Itsuki slipped past the attack, aiming straight for the glowing stone. The golem swung again with both arms, trying to crush him, but Itsuki moved in a blur of thunder. Multiple afterimages flickered around the battlefield as he closed the distance, electricity lighting up the entire area. Lightning wrapped around Itsuki's body as he dashed straight toward the iron golem's chest. The golem swung a massive arm down at him, but he slipped underneath the attack, closing the distance in one quick burst. He reached out and grabbed the glowing green karmic stone embedded in the golem's chest. The moment his hand made contact, the stone cracked and came free from its socket. The iron golem's body froze, its red eyes dimmed, and its raised arm stopped mid-movement as all power left its frame. Itsuki stepped back, holding the fractured stone in his hand. Just then, a shadow loomed behind him, raising a sword to attack as Itsuki calmly asked if that was enough. Iberia rushed forward in panic, shouting for Josuke to stop. But before he could reach him, that figure suddenly blurred into motion. A fierce strike came swinging toward Itsuki from the side, his eyes glowing red at the moment of impact. But the blade stopped inches from his chest. Itsuki froze in shock. He wondered when his opponent had even moved. Josuke stood in front of him, lowering the heavy sword. He looked confused as he recognized Iberia behind the stranger. He admitted that he had thought the intruder was just a group of lost bandits. Smoke drifted from the sword as Josuke introduced himself. Itsuki stepped forward calmly, but confusion rose in his eyes. He questioned why he hadn't sensed any magic until the moment of the attack. Josuke's gaze moved between Iberia and the newcomer as he asked who this person was. Just then, Itsuki glanced down, startled to see that the massive sword in Josuke's hand had vanished without a trace. Iberia quickly jumped in, explaining that the stranger was his friend, Itsuki Tenma. He boasted that Itsuki was level 0 but incredibly strong. He added that they had formed a duo and were trying to decide on a team name. Before Iberia could continue, Itsuki told him to never mind that, and instead asked where Iberia's father was. Josuke told them that his master was in the back and warned Iberia to be careful. Just then, an older man with a white beard stepped out from the back of the forge. Iberia recognized that man as his dad. The old man stepped forward, his expression dark and heavy. Even Josuke quietly noted that he didn't seem to be in a good mood. Iberia ran up to him excitedly, waving his arms. He shouted that he had passed the qualifiers. The old man remained silent. Iberia proudly continued. He explained that he had ranked 4th in the region on Nightmare difficulty and demanded the reward he was promised, being allowed to choose any artifact he wanted. But before he could finish boasting, a sharp slap struck his cheek. Iberia's head snapped to the side, his eyes wide in shock. He touched his face with trembling fingers and asked why his father had hit him. The old man glared at him furiously, his voice rising as he demanded that Iberia hand over the dragon gear. He accused him of stealing it. Iberia staggered back, clutching his cheek. He shouted that he had only borrowed an epic artifact and complained that there was no need to hit him. His father pointed angrily at him from the ground. He warned that the dragon gear caused irreversible damage if worn for too long. He added that if Iberia ever took it without permission again, he would not be so lenient next time. Frustrated, Iberia turned and ran off into the forest, yelling that he would never use his father's crappy artifacts again. The dragon gear dropped from his shoulder and landed on the ground behind him. The old man then turned toward Itsuki and asked if he was Izumi's second student. Itsuki nodded politely. He introduced himself as Itsuki Tenma and explained that his sensei had sent him to protect Mr. Aiden because of a prophecy about a massive calamity approaching from the north. Mr. Aiden responded that he already knew. He studied Itsuki closely and muttered that Izumi was demanding and rarely accepted disciples. He wondered why a strict master would choose someone who looked as plain and ordinary as this kid. But then he suddenly froze, his eyes wide. He asked in shock if Itsuki's level was fixed. Itsuki said yes as a glowing status window appeared beside him, showing his information. Itsuki Tenma, Human Pati, Level 0, Fixed. Job E, Order Breaker. Gift, Undisclosed. Skill, Undisclosed. Status, Undisclosed. Itsuki stood calmly, the blue display shining around him. Mr. Aiden narrowed his eyes and stared at Itsuki carefully. With suspicion in his voice, he asked if Itsuki was using some kind of karma artifact to fake his stats. Itsuki calmly replied that he was not. Mr. Aiden looked at him again and finally seemed to understand something. He muttered that now it made sense why Nento Izumi had specifically requested that particular item. Walking slowly with his hands behind his back, Mr. Aiden explained that Itsuki's master was someone who carefully calculated gains and losses. According to him, Commander Nento always demanded something in return. Itsuki responded honestly. He said that his master had only asked him to guard Aiden and that he had not heard anything about a reward. Mr. Aiden then explained the truth. Commander Nento had contacted him and said that in exchange for allowing his disciple to protect him, he should give that disciple a certain karma artifact. Hearing this, Itsuki looked surprised. He wondered quietly if his master had really done that for him. Still calm, Itsuki said that it was fine. Even without an artifact, he would properly protect Aiden. Mr. Aiden shook his head and said that was unnecessary. He had plenty of artifacts, so he did not mind giving one away. However, he admitted that he had simply been curious about why Commander Nento had specifically chosen something he considered a failure. Itsuki looked confused and asked what he meant by a failure. A memory flashed as Mr. Aiden explained that the artifact was originally a masterpiece designed to draw out an awakened person's attack power to its absolute limit. He raised a glowing golden crystal in his hand as a system window appeared, revealing the artifact's information. Its name was Critical Crystal, Unique. Critical. Attack power is doubled during a critical hit. Critical rate 99%. Unique effect. The user's attacks generate critical hits. The golden crystal shined brightly in Mr. Aiden's hand. But as Mr. Aiden held the glowing crystal, something unexpected happened. A crack suddenly formed across its surface. His eyes widened in shock as the golden crystal split with a sharp sound. The artifact's power changed instantly. The rank of the artifact became unknown, and a mysterious broken effect appeared. A system window appeared, revealing the new information. Broken critical crystal, rank unknown. Effect. Attack power is multiplied by 10 during a critical hit. Critical rate, 0%. It increases by 1% every time an enemy unit with higher attack power than the user is defeated. Broken effect. The critical rate resets whenever the user levels up. Mr. Aiden showed the cracked crystal to Itsuki and explained its problem. Because the critical rate reset every time someone leveled up, it was completely useless for a normal awakened person. Anyone who trained hard to increase their critical rate would lose it the moment they gained a level. He said that was exactly why he had been confused when Commander Nento specifically requested this artifact. But after seeing Itsuki's stats, he finally understood the reason. Itsuki carefully reached out and took the broken crystal into his hand. The red cracks inside the golden crystal glowed faintly as energy flowed through it. Mr. Aiden smiled slightly and said that Itsuki was quite special. He admitted he did not know how Itsuki became stronger, but since Itsuki would never level up, the artifact was perfect for him. He then explained that as Itsuki continued defeating Calamity Spirit Beasts, his critical rate would slowly increase. Eventually, it would reach 100%. Just as he said that, Itsuki used the crystal. Golden energy began swirling around him as the crystal reacted. Golden energy suddenly burst out from the crystal and wrapped around Itsuki's body. The power surged violently as the artifact synchronized with him. As Itsuki struggled, Mr. Aiden told him that in the future, every single attack Itsuki made would be buffed 10 times. Hearing that, Itsuki clenched his fist as the golden aura intensified around him. With the power flowing through his body, he unleashed a technique, Iron Fist of Destruction. A system window appeared, confirming that the artifact had been equipped. Broken critical crystal. Current critical rate 0.0%. Itsuki looked at the information and thought about the conditions of the artifact. His critical rate would only increase when he defeated enemies with higher attack power than him. He quietly admitted that the condition was a bit harsh. However, he decided not to worry about it for now. He would think about a counter strategy after they finished this raid. Just then, another system notification appeared, showing the crystal's information. Its effect was that it increased attack power 10 times on critical hits. Its current critical rate was 0%, but it would increase by 1% for every kill of a stronger enemy. The broken effect was that it reset upon leveling up. After observing the artifact's reaction, Mr. Aiden spoke again. He said the artifact seemed to be equipped properly and that it was truly compatible with Itsuki. Itsuki then admitted that he had actually been struggling because his attack power was low. He thanked Aiden, saying the artifact helped him a lot. Aiden waved his hand dismissively. He explained that he created the artifacts, while others used them to fight the Calamity Spirit Beasts. Both of them were simply doing their part for the survival of humanity, so no thanks were necessary. As he spoke, Aiden turned and began walking away. He added that unless someone already knew his location in advance, there was no reason for beasts to attack such a remote place. For now, he told Itsuki to rest. Just as Aiden finished speaking, something strange suddenly appeared in the sky above the forest. Aiden's eyes widened in shock as he noticed a massive pillar of energy descending from the sky. The atmosphere trembled as the force rushed downward. A loud impact followed as the energy slammed into the forest. The force spread outward like a shockwave. Nearby, Itsuki and Josuke instinctively raised their arms to shield themselves as the powerful energy burst through the air. Iberia, who was inside the house, opened his window and stared in disbelief, shouting in confusion and asking what had just happened. He looked toward the sky with wide eyes and realized something unexpected. A barrier had appeared. Looking up, they saw a massive green dome covering the entire area. The strange barrier surrounded the forest, glowing with an eerie green light. Seeing the enormous dome above them, Iberia shouted in shock, wondering why there was a green barrier there. Mr. Aiden looked toward the sky with a serious expression. In his mind, a troubling thought appeared. Only the commanders-in-chief of the 5 continents should know his location. He wondered if it was truly a coincidence that a stone monument had fallen here, or if something else was happening behind the scenes. Before he could think further, Josuke suddenly shouted loudly. He quickly warned everyone to get back. The Calamity Spirit Beasts were coming, and they were already heading straight toward them. Itsuki stood quietly and focused his senses. His eyes sharpened as he felt a powerful presence approaching. He calmly said that he could feel it. Something was moving toward them at an incredible speed. Moments later, the ground began shaking as multiple creatures rushed forward through the forest. At first, Itsuki counted 6 of them. Then they realized there were even more. The monsters burst out of the trees, charging straight toward them. One of the creatures revealed itself clearly. A system window appeared, identifying it. One-horned demon from the Horned Demon tribe, level 14. Seeing the monster rush forward, Itsuki shouted that they were here. The demon lunged toward Itsuki with its massive arm raised, aiming a brutal strike at him. But Itsuki stopped its attack with his bare hands. The next second, Itsuki pierced the monster's body with his black ice wall. Blood burst out as the blade tore through its flesh. At the same moment, a system notification appeared. Activating Black Ice Wall. More monsters rushed forward from different directions, opening their jaws wide as they attacked together. Electricity crackled around Itsuki's body as he moved calmly through the battlefield. Inside his mind, he thought that enemies at this level were not a problem. No matter how many came, he could finish them instantly with Lotus Explosion. However, he hesitated. thinking that Jusuke might not be able to withstand the shock of a lotus explosion, and it was still risky. Itsuki glanced behind him and remembered that Aiden and Iberia were hiding in the shed right behind him. If he used lotus explosion recklessly, the blast might catch them as well. Because of that, he held back his power and continued fighting the monsters directly instead. After defeating the surrounding monsters, Itsuki stood quietly among the fallen enemies. Looking at the battlefield, he calmly admitted to himself that he was probably more suited for fighting alone. Just then, he suddenly paused. He sensed something unusual. Itsuki frowned slightly as he felt another surge of mana spreading through the area. This new wave of power felt far stronger and more intense than the ones that had appeared before. Moments later, a massive creature revealed itself. A system window appeared, identifying the monster, two-horned guardian beast of the horned demon tribe, level 24. At the same time, far away in a dark and terrifying realm, towering demonic structures stood beneath a crimson sky. Inside a sinister palace, the most powerful demon emperor, Linga, sat on the throne. An orange-haired figure standing in front of him spoke calmly. He reported that the first wave of the advance party had already been teleported to the human realm, consisting of lower-class slave demons. Then he asked another question. Among the 8 demon kings, which one should be entrusted with leading the main force? At that moment, Demon Emperor Linga said that thanks to the eye he had left behind during the last descent into the human realm, the demon race had already discovered the existence of a certain important person. With a cold command, the Demon Emperor told him to capture them. This orange-haired figure was Enma Raku, also known as Yama, one of the 8 demon kings. He asked whether the task should also be entrusted to one of the 8 demon kings. However, the Demon Emperor sitting on the throne calmly refused the idea. He said that sending a demon king might destroy the very eye that had been secretly left behind in the human realm. Because of that risk, he decided that the matter would instead be handled by a demon general. The order was accepted without hesitation. Demon King Yama simply replied that it would be done as commanded. Then Demon Emperor Linga declared that the command of the main force would be completely handed over to Ensho Kuma, also known as the ape-eating demon king. The scene then shifted to a terrifying beast-like demon. This was one of the 8 demon kings, Ensho Kuma. Demon Emperor Linga said that since Ensho Kuma had not eaten a living human in a very long time, he was certain that Ensho Kuma must be extremely hungry. At the same time on the battlefield, while Itsuki was fighting, a loud scream suddenly echoed through the area. Hearing it, he immediately recognized the voice. It was Iberia. His expression changed as he realized something was wrong. He wondered if a disaster beast had broken into the room. But before he could react further, a disaster beast burst forward to attack. A system window appeared in front of him, identifying the beast as a double-horned guardian from the Horned Demon Clan, level 24. The beast attacked with overwhelming force, striking toward him without hesitation. Seeing the situation, Itsuki's eyes sharpened. He realized that things had reached a critical point, and he had no choice but to use that power. As the attack came crashing down, Itsuki quickly glided on the ground and dodged it. At the same time, he aimed at the beast and used Clear Orb. He judged that the creature's attack power was likely higher than his own. However, if he managed to defeat it, he could increase his critical rate. A system notification appeared, explaining the effect of the broken critical crystal. It stated that attack power would increase tenfold during a critical hit, and the critical rate would increase every time he defeated an enemy stronger than himself. However, the critical rate would reset whenever he leveled up. With determination, Itsuki shot the Clear Orb. A beam of purple energy shot into the sky, cutting through the darkness like a sharp spear as the attack was released. Another system message appeared, saying Clear Orb was activated. After the beast died, another system notification appeared, telling Itsuki that his critical rate had increased by 1%. Looking at the result, he calmly confirmed that it had risen just as he expected. Another system window showed that the broken critical crystal now had a critical rate of 1%. Without wasting time, he turned and spoke to Jusuke. He told him that he would take down the disaster beast that had broken into the room, and that everything here would be left to him. Jusuke, who was engaged in battle, immediately accepted the responsibility without hesitation. Lightning flashed as Itsuki ran toward the cabin where Iberia and Aiden were. At the same time, inside that cabin, Iberia was pushed back and hit the wall. He stood there, injured and covered in blood. Lowering his head, he admitted that it was useless. Without his dragon gear, he knew he could not win. Pain filled his body as he struggled to stand, realizing how desperate the situation had become. As the disaster beast came toward him, Iberia quietly muttered that if it had come to this, then there was only one option left. As the monster lunged forward with its terrifying jaws wide open, Iberia cried out for help, calling Itsuki's name. But in the next second, someone appeared behind the disaster beast. It was Iberia's father, Aiden. He swung his massive weapon down with overwhelming force, hitting the beast on the head. Watching this, Iberia was shocked. He wondered how his dad, who was a non-combat class, could face a disaster beast without any fear. Seeing that nothing happened to the beast, Aiden remained calm and called it stubborn. Aiden's attack made the beast furious, and it turned around in anger. It immediately charged at Aiden at full speed. Seeing it coming, Aiden stood firmly and declared that he would leave the rest to him. He was saying that to Itsuki, who appeared there just before the monster's attack could hit Aiden. Itsuki moved instantly, his body wrapped in crackling electricity as he intercepted the attack. The beast tried to strike again, but Itsuki stepped in from behind and, using his black ice spike, pierced through the monster's body. A system message appeared, announcing that his black ice wall had activated. Blood splattered as the creature's massive frame was struck down. After the clash ended, Itsuki apologized to Aiden for being late. He explained that it had taken a little time to deal with the lookouts. Aiden then asked about the situation outside. Itsuki immediately used his magic detection skill, but he could no longer sense any magic fluctuations from outside. Seeing that, he told Aiden that Josuke had likely wiped out every last disaster beast. As they went outside, the battlefield was covered with the bodies of disaster beasts. Iberia looked around in shock and stammered in disbelief, wondering if Josuke had really done all of that by himself. Josuke immediately warned everyone not to lower their guard. He explained that unless they destroyed the barrier, disaster beasts would continue spawning from within it without end. As time passed, they would only grow stronger. With a firm expression, he declared his intention to head toward the barrier and destroy it, while eliminating as many disaster beasts as possible along the way. Looking at Itsuki, he added that if any beast managed to slip past him, he would have to deal with it. However, Itsuki stated that he would be the one to slaughter every disaster beast within the barrier. His eyes were filled with hatred as he instructed Josuke to remain there and protect Aiden and Iberia. Seeing Itsuki's expression, Aiden narrowed his eyes. He muttered that those eyes showed no trace of fear. Instead, they were filled with a burning thirst for battle. Finally, with firm resolve, Aiden declared that they would leave the destruction of the barrier to Itsuki. Josuke warned Itsuki seriously. He explained that if the barrier was green, then the disaster beasts inside would be at least level 250. He asked if he was truly prepared for something like that. Without hesitation, Itsuki answered calmly that he was sure. Lightning crackled violently around Itsuki as he ran toward that green barrier. A sharp smile formed on his face as he admitted that finally, he could fight to his heart's content. Seeing him go, Iberia immediately spoke up. He declared that if Itsuki was going, then he would go too. He told Josuke to look after his old man, but his father Aiden stopped him. Iberia protested, asking why not. He reminded them that they were a team. Aiden answered bluntly, telling him to stop pretending they were a team. He said it was pathetic. He added that he and Itsuki lived in two completely different worlds. Amaita clenched his fist, anger rising in his voice. He argued that they had walked this path together all this way and demanded to know what he meant by different worlds. Aiden also shouted, telling Iberia that a team was meant to support one another and cover for each other's weaknesses. Aiden's eyes widened with anger as he spoke harshly. He told Iberia that he was not supporting Itsuki at all. Instead, he said he was only dead weight at this rate. His voice grew even colder as he warned that he would end up getting Itsuki killed. Hearing that, Iberia froze, shock spreading across his injured face. Aiden continued, saying that he was not just talking about him alone. He explained that Itsuki was special. No one else from his generation could even stand on the same stage as him. Then he asked Iberia if he had ever truly seen the look in Itsuki's eyes when he faced a disaster beast. He told Iberia that those were the eyes of someone drowning in hatred. At the same time, while Itsuki was running toward the barrier, a system window appeared showing, "Mana. 5 enemy units have been detected. 50% of Itsuki's mana recovered." Itsuki noticed it immediately. He realized that 5 disaster beasts must have just come out of the barrier. He calmly acknowledged that this had brought his mana back to full. Ahead of him, massive disaster beasts with sharp purple spikes and rows of jagged teeth emerged, blocking his path as lightning continued to crackle around his body. Lightning surged wildly around Itsuki as he faced them. His eyes burned with determination as he shouted for them to get out of his way. A system window suddenly appeared showing Lotus Blast had activated. In the next instant, a massive explosion erupted in the forest, flames bursting outward with overwhelming force. Another system message appeared showing, 5 enemies defeated with Lotus Blast. Range of all skills increased by 5%. His critical hit rate increased by 1%. Now his broken critical crystal critical rate was 2%. Itsuki moved forward through the fading flames, his expression calm but focused. He admitted to himself that the double-horned guardian's defense had been far too high. It had taken 80% of his mana just to bring it down with Lotus Blast. Even so, he firmly decided that he would not allow a single one of them to reach Iberia or the others. In the distance, smoke and fire from Lotus Blast rose above the trees. Josuke turned toward the explosion in shock and demanded to know where it had come from. Iberia immediately realized and stated that it was Itsuki's skill and that he must have run into disaster beasts in the forest. Josuke stared toward the forest, his expression serious. He thought that an explosion of that scale was not something a mere level 0 should be able to trigger. A troubling thought crossed his mind. He wondered if the reason Itsuki could not level up was because of a debuff from his gift. Meanwhile, Itsuki reached and stood before that glowing green barrier. He quietly acknowledged that this was the green barrier. He realized that the disaster beasts inside seemed to be on a completely different level from the ones he had faced so far. He immediately activated his mana detection. However, Itsuki was shocked to see that his mana detection could be blocked. Because of that, he could not judge the number or strength of the disaster beasts inside. Then he remembered something his teacher once said. The level of disaster beasts inside a barrier could be determined by its color. Gray barriers contained disaster beasts from level 1 to 25. Green barriers contained disaster beasts from level 26 to 50. Blue barriers held level 51 to 75. Purple barriers held level 76 to 100. Red barriers contained level 101 and above. Since this barrier was green, the disaster beasts inside were between level 26 and 50. Itsuki looked at his hand calmly and concluded that if he killed them all, they would drop a massive amount of experience. Itsuki then summoned his Shikigami, Death Hound. White petals of light swirled around him as a massive spectral hound formed at his side, its sharp teeth glowing in the darkness. Just as the Death Hound appeared, a system window displayed its information. Death Hound, B rank, level 16. Skill, Death Smell, C rank, detects all traces of mana within the area to locate and track the source. Respawn Design, Death's Craving, B rank, drastically reduces respawn time after the Shikigami dies. Its attack stat was 250, agility was 250, defense was 150, and mana was 150. The Death Hound's glowing eyes shone in the darkness as it stood beside Itsuki. Itsuki placed his hand on the hound's head and told it that it would receive all the experience that dropped later. However, he made one thing clear. Until he gave the order, it was not allowed to lay a single finger on them. The green barrier loomed in front of him as the hound crouched low, teeth bared and ready. Before entering the barrier, Itsuki's eyes sharpened. He declared that every disaster beast inside the barrier was his prey.